Chapter 34-39. Back when Feng Qingyang entered the Azura Hell, the reason he was able to survive and successfully ascend to godhood was because he had accidentally entered a place. That place was the only safe place in the entire Azura Hell. In the Azura Hell, apart from that place, even ordinary gods would have a slim chance of survival, let alone immortals who had yet to become gods. Immortals who entered had no chance of survival. Back then, Feng Qingyang had managed to survive not only because of his good luck, but also because of the sword Dao that he had comprehended. It was the sword Dao that had saved him. Otherwise, he would have died back then and would not have had the chance to enter that place. However, as someone who had been out of the Azura Hell many times, Feng Qingyang had no problem bringing someone into that place. For example, he had brought the heavenly savage celestial emperor Meng Luo into that place previously. However, perhaps because Meng Luo's talent was limited or his comprehension was limited, he had not been in there for long before he was suppressed by the aura of that place. He had no choice but to send Meng Luo out again. Meng Luo's talent and comprehension are not bad, but they can't compare to him. Feng Qingyang was very confident in his disciple, Duan Lingtian. Of course, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. Currently, Duan Lingtian was fully immersed in the Sword Scar Canyon. Apart from cultivating, sleeping, and comprehending the law of space, he spent most of his time studying the sword scars in the Summer Valley. Fortunately, any of the three would get tired after a long time. If he continued when he was tired, the effects would not be as good. Therefore, Duan Lingtian's actions did not delay either of them. It did not delay his cultivation, comprehension of the law of space, and comprehension of the sword scars on the canyon walls. I've put the Sovereign Heart Sword aside for too long. During this period of time, I've picked it up again and gained a different understanding of the sword scars. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he sat cross-legged in front of the canyon walls and looked at the sword scars on the canyon walls. Previously, he had tried to understand the sword marks on the walls of the canyon for a long time, but he did not fully understand them. In the end, he had a flash of inspiration, and he thought of the Sovereign Heart Sword that he had relied on in the mundane realm. The Sovereign Heart Sword was the legacy left behind by Feng Qingyang. Since his master, Feng Qingyang, had comprehended his sword Dao, it meant that the foundation he had built in the mundane realm was useful. For this reason, he picked up the Sovereign Heart Sword that he had neglected for a long time. When he had just ascended to the Devata realms, he had gained a breakthrough Celestial Ascension realm. He had become a celestial cultivator. However, as his cultivation base improved, the Sovereign Heart Sword was gradually replaced by other celestial methods and divine abilities. Later on, when he had comprehended the profundity of the law, he no longer needed the Sovereign Heart Sword. Speaking of which, the Sovereign Heart Sword that Duan Lingtian had comprehended in the past had been abandoned for 400 years. Currently, Duan Lingtian was only slightly over 500 years old. What did it mean for him to neglect the Sovereign Heart Sword for 400 years? Due to this reason, even though Duan Lingtian had the foundation of the Sovereign Heart Sword, it still took him a long time to master it and use it freely. When Duan Lingtian mastered the Sovereign Heart Sword again, he noticed some of the sword marks on the mountain wall had become easier to understand. He could also gradually figure out the profundity of the sword marks. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the canyon, Duan Lingtian practiced his sword techniques. He tried to integrate the profundity of the sword scars on the canyon walls into his sword techniques. Every time this happened, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a sword celestial as he wantonly released his sword chi. It was dazzling, resplendent, and dazzling. Apart from that, he also comprehended the law of space. The law of space was the law Duan Lingtian was most skilled in. He could integrate the profundity of the law of space with the sword scars on the canyon walls. For example, the teleportation profundity, the transportation profundity, and the cross-dimensional / profundity could be used in conjunction with his sword techniques. As time passed, Duan Lingtian gradually gained a better understanding of his sword techniques. Naturally, there were also times when he encountered bottlenecks. However, even if there was a bottleneck under Duan Lingtian's perseverance, he finally made a breakthrough. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's strength continued to improve. Your comprehension ability is not bad. Feng Qingyang often visited Duan Lingtian. Since he was watching Duan Lingtian from outside the Summer Valley, Duan Lingtian did not know that he was constantly being watched. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years had passed. However, Duan Lingtian, who was in the canyon, had no sense of time at all. Apart from occasionally receiving the celestial fruits and celestial pills that Feng Qingyang personally delivered to him, he was usually cultivating in seclusion. Stop cultivating for a while. On this day, Duan Lingtian was cultivating as usual when he was suddenly interrupted by Feng Qingyang. Come with me. The title temple is rarely generous. I'll bring you to join in the fun. HM? Duan Lingtian was startled awake. He looked at Feng Qingyang in confusion. Master, what do you mean? It's rare for the title temple to be generous? The title temple organizes the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses every 1,000 years. A year from now, the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses will begin. At that time, all the geniuses below the age of 1,000 will gather in one place. Feng Qingyang said to Duan Lingtian, the title temple's reward for the champion of the Battle of the Geniuses is an exploding element celestial fruit. Your cultivation speed has increased tremendously, and you're already a 9 palaces celestial emperor. With the exploding element celestial fruit, you'll be able to break through and become a 10 directions celestial emperor in just a few days. Feng Qingyang said with a smile, if an ordinary celestial emperor consumes the exploding element celestial fruit, he'll be able to break through 2 to 3 stages in just a few days. The exploding element celestial fruit is extremely precious even in the Devata realms and realms of gods. I didn't expect the title temple would use it as a reward for the champion of the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses. Feng Qingyang's eyes glinted as he continued to say, if I'm not mistaken, there must be a lot of outstanding geniuses from the title temple in the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses. Otherwise, the title temple wouldn't be so generous. Even if the title temple has the exploding element celestial fruit, it's still very precious to them. In my opinion, the title temple is using the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses as an excuse to show off their generosity. However, they won't expect the geniuses below the age of 1,000 are not from the title temple but the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Feng Qingyang said confidently as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He was not certain how strong Duan Lingtian was, but 300 years ago, Duan Lingtian had severely injured and killed a titled celestial emperor. Now that 300 years had passed, how could his disciple be so weak? Moreover, during the past 100 years, he would often spy on his disciples' cultivation. Although he did not know how many profundities Duan Lingtian had fused from the law of space, However, based on Duan Lingtian's proficiency in the law of space, it was not difficult for him to figure out how profound Duan Lingtian's attainment in the law of space was. The exploding element celestial fruit? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. He had heard about the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses from his 6th senior brother, Hong Fei, when he was in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He knew it was a grand event held every 1,000 years in the Devata Realms. When he was in the Heavenly Pool Palace, he only knew the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses would only begin in a few hundred years. He did not expect the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses would begin in just a blink of an eye. It was said that the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses would gather all the geniuses under the age of 1,000 in the Devata Realms who were publicly acknowledged as peerless geniuses. Previously, there were many geniuses under the age of 1,000 in the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, in the history of the Heavenly Pool Palace, no one had ever made it to the top 1,000 in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Although the Heavenly Pool Palace was not a powerful heaven-grade force in the Devata Realms, it had the backing of the Heavenly Palace of the Boundless Heaven. However, no one from the Heavenly Pool Palace had ever made it to the top 1,000 in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Based on this, one could see how intense the competition was. Only the top 100 participants of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses would be rewarded by the title temple. The Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses will be held in a year? Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he looked at Feng Qingyang and asked, Master, Which Devata realm will the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses be held this time? As far as he knew, the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses would be held in the heavenly palaces of the 81 Devata realms. This was a tradition in the Devata realms. The Devata realm's battle of the geniuses had existed for as long as the title temple had existed. In other words, none of the 81 heavenly palaces in the Devata realms had a longer history than the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses and the title temple. The primeval heaven. Feng Qingyang replied. The primeval heaven? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. He recalled the conversation he had with Elder Hua 300 years ago when he brought him to the primeval heaven to look for his family and friends in various Devata realms. Young master, I've told you that the elementary devouring tactic you obtained is the foundation of the advanced devouring tactic. I've also told you that the advanced devouring tactic is the divine ability that the heavenly emperors of Devata realms are skilled in. That heavenly emperor is a divine beast and a half-deity. Some people suspect that he has already attained godhood, but he doesn't reveal his cultivation base. He's the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. End. Chapter 3440. Duan Lingtian was naturally familiar with the elementary devouring technique. In fact, it was his greatest trump card when he was still in the mundane world, aside from the Sovereign Heart Sword. When he cast the Sovereign Heart Sword while using the elementary devouring art, its might was even greater. In the past, he had traveled through many Devata realms in search of his family and friends. He had only passed by the primeval heaven when he heard Hualao's words. Now his master, Feng Qingyang, told him. The heavenly palace of the primeval heaven was the place where the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses was held. The heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven was ranked in the top 3 on the heavenly emperor ranking of the Devata realms. It wasn't until Master emerged from the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, that the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven was ranked 4th. Duan Lingtian had heard all these stories from Hualao. Currently, his master was ranked 3rd on the emperor ranking of all heavens, second only to the 2 of them. As for those 2 people, the person ranked 1st was a divine spirit expert who was publicly acknowledged to have already become a god. As for the other person, he was suspected to have already become a god. As for the primeval celestial emperor, although some people suspected that he had ascended to godhood, he was only ranked 3rd on the celestial emperor ranking because he had never shown any signs of godhood. That was until his master walked out of the Azura Hell, one of the 7 great ominous lands, and became famous. Many people suspected that he had become a god. Otherwise, how could he have walked out of the Azura Hell? In the history of the Devata realms, almost all titled celestial emperors, from 1-star to 8-star gods of war, had entered the Azura Hell, but none of them had ever come out alive. Feng Qingyang was the first one to walk out of there. As for whether the 9-star war god would be able to come out of the Azura Hell alive, some people said yes while others said no. After all, he was still an immortal emperor. Unless he could become a god, he wouldn't be able to leave the Azura Hell alive. There's still a year's time. You can stay at my place for this 1 year. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Feng Qingyang said to Duan Lingtian. The reason why I didn't disturb you in the past 100 years was because I hoped that you could comprehend your own sword Tao through the traces I left behind. My sword Tao is the destruction sword Tao. If you want to follow the path of the destruction sword Tao, it's basically impossible for you to achieve what I did. This is because comprehending the law of destruction is a long process. Moreover, the path I took might not be suitable for you. I hope you'll be able to comprehend the space sword Tao that belongs to you. I have a strong feeling that if you can comprehend the space sword Tao to my level, I might not be a match for you in terms of the strength of the sword Tao. The law of space is the second most mysterious law of the 4 supreme laws after the law of time. It's unfathomable. Feng Qingyang's words clearly held spatial law in high esteem. For the next year, I won't be teaching you the destruction sword Tao. I'll only be teaching you the space sword Tao that you've comprehended so far. You can listen, but if you don't think it's suitable for you, you can follow your own path. After all, my path might not be suitable for you. It was not difficult to see Feng Qingyang's good intentions from his words. He did not teach Duan Lingtian because he knew his path could not be replicated and could only be used as a reference. Yes, master, Duan Lingtian replied. In truth, even if his master did not say anything, he knew what path he should take. After all, one of the 5 divine elements, the world-cleansing divine water, had already told him about it. He could borrow Feng Qingyang's sword Dao, but he could not completely master it since it was based on the law of destruction. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was skilled in the law of space. For the next year, Duan Lingtian stayed in Feng Qingyang's residence. There was another room in Feng Qingyang's residence. Apart from cultivating, Duan Lingtian would look for Feng Qingyang during his free time to ask questions. Questions were not born in a short period of time. They were accumulated over time. After clearing up the questions that had accumulated over the past 100 years, Duan Lingtian was faced with new questions. Some of Feng Qingyang's pointers were suitable for Duan Lingtian, while some were not. Duan Lingtian knew how to choose between them. In the following year, Duan Lingtian's space sword Dao gradually took shape. Even Feng Qingyang was amazed by his progress. I'm afraid all the peerless geniuses under the age of 1,000 in the Devata realms will be nothing compared to you during your trip to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Feng Qingyang sighed emotionally. At the same time, he thought to himself, Duan Lingtian, even the peerless genius from the Tidal Temple. The Tidal Temple is destined to go for wool and come home shorn this time. Since they've taken out the exploding element celestial fruit, they can forget about taking it back. Feng Qingyang's eyes glinted as he muttered to himself. Master, when are we leaving? Duan Lingtian asked. He could leave at any time. His loved ones were all in the small world within his body. They could come out and reunite with him at any time. There was nothing else to prepare. Tomorrow, Feng Qingyang said, I have some instructions for Meng Luo today. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. At noon the next day, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang stepped into the transportation formation in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and made their way to the primeval heaven. Master, you've never been to the primeval heaven? After arriving at the primeval territory of the primeval heaven, Duan Lingtian learned Feng Qingyang had never been to the primeval heaven. However, after asking around, he managed to find the direction to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Master, when will the Devata realms battle of the geniuses be held? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. I'm not sure. We'll only know when we arrive at the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. In the past, the Devata realms battle of the geniuses would only begin after a year and a half. Feng Qingyang said. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. On their way to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang remained silent until Feng Qingyang suddenly spoke. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. It's good to have the 5 divine elements, but don't rely on them too much. These were Feng Qingyang's words. Master, what do you mean by that? Duan Lingtian asked curiously after he took a deep breath. His eyes were calm as he looked at Feng Qingyang. Although Duan Lingtian was pretending to be calm, Feng Qingyang, naturally, could see through him. He smiled faintly and said, There's no need to be so nervous. When I first met you, I sensed the aura of the 5 divine elements on you. Moreover, it's not a low-form divine element. The most important thing is, of the 5 divine elements, most people only possess one type at most, but you possess all 5. Also, I can sense a strong aura of life from your body. If I'm not mistaken, the little world in your body should contain a supreme treasure with terrifying life force. A treasure of that level is likely capable of assisting one in comprehending the laws of life, Feng Qingyang said. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, a bitter expression appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Master, how did you know? Feng Qingyang smiled faintly. In fact, when one's cultivation base reaches a certain level, one can see through many things. Back then, I wasn't at that level. Perhaps only a powerful god would be able to see through your little world. After all, you're only a celestial emperor now. The reason I can see through your little world is because I refined a treasure in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. That treasure doesn't have any other use other than increasing my perception by more than 10 times. Although Feng Qingyang said the treasure did not have any other use, Duan Lingtian knew what it meant to increase one's perception by more than 10 times. One's perception was somewhat related to one's divine sense, but it was separate from one's divine sense. It was a strange feeling. If it was 100 years ago, Duan Lingtian might not have felt much about it. However, now, he knew what it meant to have a stronger perception. It meant one had a clear grasp of the changes in one's surroundings. With this, it would not be difficult for one to find one's weakness and defeat one's opponent in one fell swoop. I didn't expect you to have such a fortuitous encounter, Master. Duan Lingtian sighed with a bitter smile on his face. He did not expect Feng Qingyang would be able to see through his concealment. I didn't intend to tell you about this. Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, however, you're going to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven soon. This time, there will definitely be more than one god in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. At the very least, there will be a god in the tidal temple. For this reason, I want to remind you that while you're in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, it's best to seal off the little world in your body so that it's completely isolated from the outside world. It's difficult for ordinary gods to detect the situation in your little world, but who can say that they don't have any special means to detect the situation in your little world? Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian broke out in cold sweat. He thought he had hidden everything well, but he did not expect that he had been taking such a huge risk all this while. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian said goodbye to the 5 divine elements and his loved ones in his little world. Then, he shut off the little world in his body, completely isolating himself from the outside world. Under such circumstances, the people in his little world and the 5 divine elements would not be able to detect what was happening in the outside world and would not be able to take the initiative to come out. Unless they forcefully destroyed Duan Lingtian's little world, they would not be able to leave. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would die and his little world would collapse. At that time, they would be able to come out. Naturally, under such circumstances, they would not be able to contact Duan Lingtian. They would have to wait for Duan Lingtian to contact them. Duan Lingtian would also not be able to absorb the heaven and earth spiritual energy in his little world to cultivate. Chapter 34-41. Master. After separating the little world in his body from the outside world, Duan Lingtian glanced at Feng Qingyang. He wanted to say something, but in the end he swallowed his words. You want to ask me why I didn't kill you and take your 5 divine elements? Feng Qingyang asked with a smile. Clearly, he had guessed Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Although Duan Lingtian did not intend to ask his master directly, he wanted to know why his master did not seem interested in his 5 divine elements. After all, with his master's potential, if he killed him, the 5 divine elements in his body would be more than willing to reside in his master's body. After all, his master's potential was undeniable. Even if he did not have the 5 divine elements, he would still have the potential to become a supreme powerhouse. Although this was what Duan Lingtian thought, he could not bring himself to ask. It was only when Feng Qingyang spoke that he smiled awkwardly. Feng Qingyang continued to say, although the 5 divine elements are precious to the point that even gods would fight over them, in my eyes, they're nothing more than external forces. Putting aside the fact that I don't care about external forces like the 5 divine elements that might interfere with my sword Dao, even if I wanted the 5 divine elements, I wouldn't make a move on you. You're the only disciple I acknowledge, the successor of my sword Dao. In my eyes, you're no different from my own child. I, Feng Qingyang, would never do something worse than a beast. Feng Qingyang's frank words caused Duan Lingtian's heart to tremble. At the same time, he felt a little guilty. After all, before this, he had kept the 5 divine elements a secret from his master. As for why he kept it a secret, it was because he was worried his master would make a move on him because of the 5 divine elements. Only at this moment did he realize that he had been measuring the heart of a gentleman with his own caution. Master, I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian apologized profusely. You don't have to apologize. Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, it's good to be careful. Even if I were you, I would do the same. If I wasn't worried about your 5 divine elements being exposed in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, I wouldn't have told you about it. I'm just pointing this out to make you more vigilant. If I don't completely close the small world in my body, everything inside can still be seen through by others. After Feng Qingyang's reminder, Duan Lingtian naturally became more cautious. At the same time, he also thought that in the future, unless he was in an absolutely safe environment, he would not easily open the small world in his body. If it wasn't for his master's warning, he would have been in deep trouble in the heavenly emperor palace of the primeval heaven. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang arrived at the entrance of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Like most heavenly emperor palaces, the primeval heaven's emperor palace was a huge floating island behind the clouds. It looked like a primordial beast lurking behind the clouds. Occasionally, there would be a layer of light flashing around it. It was the light of intersecting formations, exuding a powerful aura that deterred people from approaching it. Master, the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses is for geniuses under the age of 1000. Won't there be a lot of people coming to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven this time? Will those geniuses who don't have powerful backgrounds be able to come? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Of course not. Feng Qingyang shook his head in response to Duan Lingtian's question. If anyone can come, wouldn't the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven be a mess? In the various Devata realms, most of the outstanding geniuses under the age of 1000 have powerful backgrounds. After all, without a good environment and resources, how can one become a peerless genius before the age of 1000? Feng Qingyang said, for this reason, more than 90% of the participants in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses are from the heavenly palaces, heaven-grade forces, and title temples. There are very few grassroots geniuses in the Devata realms. The reason these grassroots geniuses are able to rise to the top and qualify to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses is due to the many fortuitous encounters they have. Duan Lingtian understood Feng Qingyang's words. How do these grassroots geniuses participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses? Do they come directly to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven? How's that possible? Feng Qingyang shook his head. To qualify to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, one must possess strength close to that of a titled celestial emperor. Not only must one's cultivation base be that of a celestial emperor, but one must also comprehend the fusion of 2 profundities. Those who meet the requirements can apply for the title temple in any Devata realm. Once they've applied, the title temple will bring them to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Feng Qingyang said, I see. Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. As for the heavenly palaces in the Devata realms, they're allowed to bring their people to the primeval heaven without having to participate in the title temple's assessment. Before I left, I've already instructed Meng Luo to bring his people here. Feng Qingyang said. Senior Meng Luo? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. He had been wondering if there were other outstanding young geniuses from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven who were qualified to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, but none of them came with him and his master. As it turned out, his master had asked Senior Meng Luo to bring his people here before they left. As for the people from the various heaven-grade forces, those who are related to the heavenly emperor palace can send their disciples to the heavenly emperor palace. Those who are not related to the heavenly emperor palace can only send their disciples to the heavenly emperor palace to participate in the title temple's test. After they pass the test, they'll be brought here by the title temple. After listening to Feng Qingyang's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally understood the qualifications to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. All 81 heavenly palaces in the Devata realms were allowed to bring their disciples here. On the other hand, the title temple was allowed to bring their disciples here. In other words, those who would be participating in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses were either from the heavenly palaces in the Devata realms or from the title temple. There are godly spirits in the title temple, and there are godly spirits among the heavenly emperors as well. Duan Lingtian recalled his master's warning about the 5 divine elements in his little world. Most of the heavenly emperors from the tidal temple and the heavenly emperors from the heavenly palaces in the Devata realms had already attained godhood. For this reason, his master had warned him about the 5 divine elements in his little world. Lord Heavenly Emperor. Before Duan Ling Tian arrived at the entrance of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, a loud voice rang in his ears. Duan Ling Tian looked in the direction of the voice and saw a muscular man flying toward him. It was none other than Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. At this moment, there were 3 other people standing behind Meng Luo. 2 of them were young men and a young woman. One of the young men was dressed in a light green robe and carried a sheathed sword on his back. He had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were filled with ferocity as he looked at his master, Feng Qingyang. Lord Heavenly Emperor. Lord Heavenly Emperor. As for the other 2 people, one was a young man in a blue robe, and the other was a beautiful young woman in a light green dress. Both of them followed Meng Luo and bowed respectfully to Feng Qingyang. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded slightly when he saw the 4 of them. Then, he looked at the entrance of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven and said, "Since you're here, follow me." Yes. Upon hearing Meng Luo's words, the 3 young men hurriedly followed Feng Qingyang to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven with Feng Qingyang and Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to sense 3 pairs of eyes on him as he walked side by side with his master. In fact, one of the eyes was filled with hostility. Duan Ling Tian turned around, and with just a glance, he saw the green-robed young man with a long sword on his back looking at him with an unconvinced expression. His eyes even emitted waves of ill intent as if Duan Ling Tian had offended him. Young master. Meng Luo, who noticed the hostility between Duan Ling Tian and the green-clad young man, sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. The young woman is the granddaughter of an old friend of mine. The blue-clad young man is the descendant of a titled celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Both of them aren't even 1,000 years old, but their strength is close to that of a titled celestial emperor. As for the green-clad young man, he's from the mystic sword sect, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven. Since I'm friends with the sect leader of the mystic sword sect, he came with the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He didn't participate in the selection in the tidal temple. Meng Luo said through voice transmission, "Among the 3 of them, the green-clad young man is the strongest. Although he hasn't obtained a title yet, he's strong enough to be a titled celestial emperor. He's only 800 years old and has already become a titled celestial emperor." Meng Luo said, "Naturally, he's very conceited due to his outstanding talent. Before you and Lord Heavenly Emperor arrived, I told them you'd be coming with Lord Heavenly Emperor. He's targeting you now because he's not convinced that you can become Lord Heavenly Emperor's direct disciple." After Lord Heavenly Emperor returned from the Azura Hell, his name spread across the Devata realms. At that time, the Mystic Sword sect sent him here to ask Lord Heavenly Emperor to accept him as a disciple, but Lord Heavenly Emperor rejected them. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure out the reason the green-clad young man was unhappy with him. It was because of his current identity. He was the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. In the literature hall. Chapter 34-42. Although Duan Ling Tian knew the reason behind the green-clad young man's hostility, he could not help but feel slightly shocked. The green-clad young man was only slightly over 800 years old, but he was already a titled celestial emperor. Before this, the most outstanding young prodigy he had ever met was Wuxia, his senior sister in the heavenly pool palace. However, Wuxia had only become a titled celestial emperor after reaching the age of 1,000. She was the most outstanding young prodigy he had ever met. His senior sister's improvement after she turned 1,000 years old was remarkable. It did not take long for her to become as strong as the palace master of a heaven-grade force, the heavenly pool palace. However, His senior sister's achievements before she turned 1,000 years old were still inferior to the genius disciple from the mystic sword sect. Young master, he's just unhappy that you're Lord Heavenly Emperor's disciple. He's not a bad person, Meng Luo said. Don't stoop to his level, Meng Luo said. He was friends with the green-clad young man's seniors in the mystic sword sect. If possible, he did not want the green-clad young man to offend the young master of the solitary destructive heaven. After all, he was well aware of Duan Lingtian's status in the Heavenly Emperor's eyes. Don't worry, Senior Meng Luo. I'm not that petty. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission when he heard Meng Luo's words. At the same time, he turned around and nodded at the green-clad young man. Zhang Tianyu, didn't you say you wanted to spar with Lord Heavenly Emperor's true disciple? The young woman smiled at the green-clad young man and asked softly, Why aren't you saying anything now that you've met him? It was clear the green-clad young man was Zhang Tianyu, the genius disciple from the mystic sword sect. He was only slightly over 800 years old, but he was already a titled celestial emperor. Zhang Tianyu looked at Feng Qingyang's back warily when he heard the woman's words. After that, he glared at the woman. With the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven here, how could I dare to act presumptuously? Naturally, he knew the young woman was doing this on purpose. At this moment, Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, led Duan Lingtian and the others to the entrance of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Who are you? When Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the entrance of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, the guards noticed Feng Qingyang and Duan Lingtian's strength. They did not dare to be negligent. Duan Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Palace of the Heavenly Palace of the Heavenly Palace of the Heavenly Seal, Duan Lingtian, the Heavenly Emperors. Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Not S is young. SSSS. Heavenly, Tians, S not. Celestial Heavenly Emperor. Heavens. The young man standing before them was Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Although Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was famous in the past, they would not be so shocked if Feng Qingyang had appeared in front of them. However, they were shocked because the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was ranked higher than the Heavenly Emperor of the primeval heaven on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. Previously, the Heavenly Emperor of the primeval heaven was ranked third on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. However, ever since the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven came out of the Azura hell alive, many people suspected that he had attained godhood. It was also at that time that the Heavenly Emperor of the primeval heaven, who was ranked third on the Heavenly Emperor ranking, was pushed out of the top 3. He was replaced by the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Moreover, it was said that the Heavenly Emperor of the primeval heaven did not object to this. After all, the Heavenly Emperor of the primeval heaven was not someone to be trifled with. In the past, he had personally gone to another Devata realm to challenge the Heavenly Emperor of another Devata realm because he did not agree with the Heavenly Emperor ranking of the Devata realm. As a result, the title temple, which was in charge of compiling the Heavenly Emperor rankings, had no choice but to change the rankings. Although the rankings on the Heavenly Emperor ranking were mostly objective, it was not decided by a group of Heavenly Emperors, so it was inevitable that there would be some mistakes. Some Heavenly Emperors, while displaying average strength, actually had trump cards that they had yet to reveal. Most of these Heavenly Emperors did not care about the Heavenly Emperor ranking. However, there were also Heavenly Emperors who weren't willing to submit to Heavenly Emperors whom they didn't think were as strong as them. At that time, they could look for Heavenly Emperors and challenge them to a duel. As long as they could defeat their opponent, the title temple would change their ranking on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. In the past, the Heavenly Emperor of the primeval heaven had challenged another Heavenly Emperor who was ranked higher than him to replace him on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. However, this time, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven seemed to acknowledge that Feng Qingyang was ranked higher than him. In fact, many people suspected that the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had challenged the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and lost. After all, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was not an ordinary celestial emperor. For this reason, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven hurriedly said to Feng Qingyang, "Lord Heavenly Emperor, I'll send a message to the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven and ask him to inform our Lord Heavenly Emperor." As soon as the heavenly emperor finished speaking, he immediately sent a message. Feng Qingyang nodded and waited patiently with Duan Lingtian, Meng Luo, and the others. After a dozen breaths, a hearty laugh rang from afar. "Brother Feng, I remember that you have my soul orb. Why didn't you send me a message when you've arrived in the primeval heaven?" An old man dressed in a loose gray robe appeared. He had a white beard, white hair, and white brows. He was tall and muscular, and he looked like a rough man. However, when he spoke, a hint of warmth could be heard in his voice. Based on his tone, it was clear he had known Feng Qingyang for a long time and was friends with Feng Qingyang. "Is this the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven? Does Master know him?" Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he saw the old man. He had never heard his master mention the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven before this. In fact, his master even said this was his first time in the primeval heaven. "Lord Heavenly Emperor! Lord Heavenly Emperor!" Duan Lingtian and the three men standing behind Meng Luo were still trying to figure out the old man's identity when they heard how the people in front of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven addressed the old man. "Old brother Ding." At this moment, Feng Qingyang greeted the old man with a smile on his face. "I wanted to send you a message so I could find the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven without having to ask for directions. However, the spatial ring that stored your soul pearl was destroyed in the Azura Hell." Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, not only did the old man's eyes widen, but even Duan Lingtian and the others were shocked. The spatial ring was destroyed? Spatial rings were so tough that even powerful titled celestial emperors might not be able to destroy them. However, Feng Qingyang said the spatial ring was destroyed in the Azura Hell. Heavens! What exactly was there in the Azura Hell that could even destroy a storage ring? Moreover, the spatial ring belonged to Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. "I see." The old man smiled wryly before he said with a sigh, "I didn't expect you to go to the Azura Hell, Brother Feng. The Azura Hell is one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. It's extremely dangerous. Even I don't have the courage to enter it. I didn't expect you to treat it as your backyard and enter it as you please." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Feng Qingyang, and asked, "This must be your true disciple, right?" It had been 100 years since Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang had met for the first time. Over the past 100 years, after the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity, they had, naturally, spread the news that their heavenly emperor had accepted a true disciple. After all, this was a huge matter that could shake the entire Devata realms. For this reason, Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, had also heard about it. "Little Tian, come and greet your senior Uncle Ding." At this moment, Feng Qingyang greeted Duan Lingtian. "Your senior Uncle Ding is one of the strongest heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. His advanced devouring tactic, in particular, is capable of devouring his opponent's celestial origin energy and profundities." Duan Lingtian greets senior Uncle Ding. Duan Lingtian stepped forward. He could not help but feel shocked. The great devouring tactic of the primeval heaven's heavenly emperor was capable of devouring his opponent's celestial origin energy and profundities? After all, the elementary devouring tactic he had mastered was only capable of devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings to temporarily boost his strength. How could the advanced devouring tactic, the upgraded version of the elementary devouring tactic, be so powerful? Junior nephew Duan, don't listen to your master's nonsense. He's much stronger than me. Back then, when I found out that he had replaced me on the heavenly emperor ranking, I couldn't accept it and went to look for him. In the end, I humiliated myself. I was humiliated, Ding Fu said as he shook his head. This was the first time Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, had spoken about this matter. In the past, other than Feng Qingyang, The only people who knew about this were the two disciples under him. Feng Qingyang, Ding Fu, and his two disciples did not know about this matter. Therefore, it was only natural that no one knew about this matter. Meanwhile, the people standing in front of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven looked at each other in shock when they heard the words of their heavenly emperor. As it turned out, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven had indeed challenged the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Moreover, he had lost. It's an unfair win. Feng Qingyang shook his head and said. In his opinion, even if Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, was a half-deity, he was only using his celestial origin energy. It was only natural that he was no match for Ding Fu. In his opinion, Ding Fu had an unfair advantage over Ding Fu. Chapter 34-43. Brother Feng, a loss is a loss. There's nothing unfair about it. Although I, Ding Fu, am unhappy that the title temple is messing with the heavenly emperor ranking, since you've defeated me, you should be ranked behind me. Ding Fu said calmly, if they still dare to rank me before you after I've been defeated by you, I'll definitely look for them. Upon hearing Ding Fu's words, Duan Lingtian had a good impression of him, even though this was his first time meeting Ding Fu. It seemed like the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven was a straightforward person. Brother Feng, all of you should come with me. This time, it's the title temple's turn to hold the battle of the geniuses in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. I've allocated an area for him. Currently, the people from the heavenly palaces and title temples of the other Devata realms are gathered there. Ding Fu beckoned to Feng Qingyang, Duan Lingtian, and the others as he led the way. The environment there is not bad. Naturally, there's no need for all of you to go there. I'll arrange a place for all of you to stay when the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses begins. Ding Fu was very enthusiastic. Naturally, Duan Lingtian, Meng Luo, and Zhang Tian, you knew the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven was only so friendly and courteous because of Feng Qingyang. Brother Ding, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, just arrange for us to stay where the others are. Moreover, it's not a bad thing for the youngsters to meet the young geniuses from the other Devata realms. Brother Feng, you've given us a lot of thought. Ding Fu smiled and didn't press the issue. In the end, Ding Fu left with Feng Qingyang and Meng Luo. After all, the powerhouses from the heavenly palaces and the title temple were assigned to other places. As for the young geniuses who came to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, they were assigned to other places. Ding Fu asked one of his disciples to bring Duan Lingtian and the others to the place where the young geniuses from the other Devata realms would be staying. You must be junior brother Duan, right? Master told me to take good care of you. The person who led Duan Lingtian, Zhang Tianyu, and the others to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven was a thin and ordinary-looking young man. However, his eyes were bright and piercing. The young man was thin and wore a loose gray robe, which made him look very inconspicuous. However, Duan Lingtian knew the old man was a powerful titled celestial emperor. I've heard from Hualao that the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven is a 9-star god of war. Both of his disciples are 7-star gods of war. Their strength is comparable to the weaker heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Looking at the young man in front of her, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. She recalled what Hualao had told her before. Thank you, senior brother Wei Qi. Facing the other party's enthusiasm, Duan Lingtian thanked him profusely. When the young man appeared and greeted his teacher, Feng Qingyang, he had already reported his name. Ding Fu, the primeval heaven's heavenly emperor, also called him by the name of the secret realm. Thus, Duan Lingtian knew what his name was. Wei Qi, immortal Emperor Gu Long. Previously, Duan Lingtian had heard about this person from Hualao. He knew Duan Lingtian was stronger than Hualao and was on par with Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Duan Lingtian was one of the strongest titled celestial emperors under the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. Moreover, he was the true disciple of Ding Fu, the primeval heaven's heavenly emperor. Therefore, his status in the primeval heaven's heavenly emperor palace was extremely high. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also had a junior sister who was slightly weaker than him. She was also a 7-star god of war. Junior brother Duan, as far as I know, ever since senior uncle Feng ascended to the Devata realms and became the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he has never accepted a true disciple. Countless geniuses have tried to become his disciple, but he has no intention of accepting any of them. Along the way, Wei Qi and Duan Lingtian walked side by side. Wei Qi asked with a sigh, "How did you convince him to accept you as a true disciple?" When Wei Qi asked this question, Zhang Tianyu and the other two who were following behind them perked up their ears and stared at Duan Lingtian's back. It was obvious they were curious about this as well. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled when he heard Wei Qi's question. "Master and I came from the same mundane realm. I was lucky enough to obtain his legacy in the mundane realm. That's how we became master and disciple." Mundane realm? Wei Qi was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then realization dawned on him. "Junior brother Duan, you've become master and disciple with junior uncle Feng Qingyang. No wonder junior uncle Feng suddenly accepted you as a true disciple. Junior brother Duan, you're really lucky. After all, there are countless people who dream of becoming senior uncle Feng's disciple. After senior uncle Feng came out of the Azura Hell and had the strength to become a god, there were even more people who wanted to become his disciple. Moreover, many geniuses from heaven-grade forces in the Devata realms were brought by their seniors to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to visit junior uncle Feng. However, all of them were rejected by junior uncle Feng. In the end, martial uncle Feng took in the descendants of a few people who had helped him greatly during his growth as his in-name disciples out of consideration for their feelings. Wei Qi said, "However, he has never accepted a true disciple before. You're the first one." "Yes, I'm really lucky." Duan Lingtian nodded. He did not bother to explain. What could he say? Could he say those who wanted to become his master's disciple but were rejected by his master were inferior to him? So that's how the young master became Lord Heavenly Emperor's disciple. The young woman among the three people behind Duan Lingtian and Wei Qi, the granddaughter of Meng Luo's old friend, looked as though she had just been enlightened. At the same time, she looked at Zhang Tianyu who was standing next to her and said, "Zhang Tianyu, I think the young palace master is quite lucky. Wang Ting, don't use me." Zhang Tianyu said nonchalantly, "I know you can't wait for me to spar with Duan Lingtian to test his strength. If I win, you'll also spar with him. However, I'm not so easily manipulated. If you want to spar with him, go ahead. Even if I have to spar with him, it'll only be during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses." In the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, there's a chance for two people to encounter each other. Even if there's no chance, when one of them advances to the next round, the other person can still challenge the other person to advance to the next round. It was clear Zhang Tianyu was very familiar with the rules of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Wang Ting did not expect Zhang Tianyu to be so blunt. She felt slightly embarrassed and annoyed. Haha! At this moment, Wei Qi, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, laughed. "Junior brother Duan, it seems like they're curious about your strength. Are you here to watch the show or to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses?" "The latter," Duan Lingtian replied with a glint in his eyes. Duan Lingtian did not pay attention to Zhang Tianyu and Wang Ting's conversation at all. Both of them might be strong, but Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was not to be trifled with. Now, even his cultivation base, which was the most difficult to improve, had already reached the 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor level, let alone comprehending the law of space with the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity. Even without the help of the 5 divine elements, Duan Lingtian was confident he could kill an ordinary titled Celestial Emperor with a single strike. To put it bluntly, Duan Lingtian was not a match for Duan Lingtian. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Wang Ting and Zhang Tianyu were no longer on the same level as him. Moreover, he knew most of the participants in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses were at the same level as Wang Ting and Zhang Tianyu. Only a small number of people were stronger than Wang Ting and Zhang Tianyu. Therefore, his opponents this time were those people. Duan Lingtian did not think any of them were a threat to him. I, Duan Lingtian, am determined to win first place in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. I, Duan Lingtian, will definitely obtain the exploding element celestial fruit from the Tidal Temple. Even if the Tidal Temple has a trump card, I'll still defeat them. As long as I, Duan Lingtian, am here, even the geniuses from the Tidal Temple won't be able to compete with me for first place. This was Duan Lingtian's determination to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Wang Ting frowned slightly when she saw Duan Lingtian ignored their conversation. She did not know if the young master of the solitary destructive heaven was truly strong or if he was just lucky. If her uncle, Meng Luo, had not told her that the young master of the solitary destructive heaven was strong, she would have challenged him. The latter? Wei Qi's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's reply. He instinctively asked, "Junior brother Duan, what's your goal?" As far as I know, there are at least 2,000 people participating in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Most of them are the successors of reclusive powerhouses. My master once said there are some reclusive powerhouses in the Devata Realms who are even stronger than heavenly emperors. Some of them are even 7-star gods of war and 8-star gods of war. Even if it's a 9-star god of war, my master also knows of one. He's not a heavenly emperor. Duan Lingtian was surprised by Wei Qi's words. However, he was not surprised by Wei Qi's words since it was not impossible. After all, not everyone would compete to be a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. Some people preferred to cultivate in seclusion. There was no lack of powerhouses among these people. Faced with Wei Qi's question, Duan Lingtian took his time to reveal his target. First place. Chapter 34-44. First place. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, not only was Wei Qi stunned, but even Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and the other young man were shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. First place? Duan Lingtian actually dared to claim first place in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses? Was he out of his mind? In your dreams. Zhang Tianyu was the first to regain his senses. He could not help but laugh mockingly. Don't you know what kind of people are participating in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses? Even if there are 2,000 people participating in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, there will only be about 20 people in each Devata realm. The Devata realms are so big. The Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses has gathered almost all the top geniuses under the age of 1,000 in the Devata realms. Many of them are hidden from the world and rarely appear in public. That's because the rewards from the Tidal Temple are too tempting. Apart from the generous rewards, the Tidal Temple also opens a secret chamber that has been passed down since ancient times to the top rankers in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, so they can comprehend the laws. The secret chambers are filled with the profundities of the law. The profundities of the law are not ethereal since they can only be manifested with celestial origin energy. However, in the secret chambers of the Tidal Temple, the profundities of the law are energy. The more you can absorb, the more your profundities of the law will improve. It's precisely because of this that the Tidal Temple views the law rooms as their own lives. Even in the Tidal Temple, not everyone is allowed to enter the law rooms. Those who are allowed to enter the law chamber are all geniuses in the Tidal Temple, without exception. In the past, when the Tidal Temple first held the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, it did not open the secret chambers. Due to this reason, only a limited number of geniuses participated in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. After that, the Tidal Temple opened the secret chambers to those who rank first in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Since then, almost all geniuses under the age of 1,000 who are confident in their strength have flocked to the secret chambers. The temptation of the law chamber is too great. At this moment, Zhang Tianyu seemed to realize he had gone off topic. He said in a slightly fearful tone, "I'm afraid you can't imagine what it would be like if all the most talented celestials under the age of 1,000 years old gathered together. Based on past experience, I'm a titled celestial emperor who's younger than 1,000 years old. Based on past experience, at least 30% of titled celestial emperors are born. People like Wang Ting, He Jian, and the others who aren't even as strong as titled celestial emperors are participating in the Devata realm's genius battle just to watch the show. Naturally, if they're lucky and make it into the top 1,000, they'll be rewarded. As Zhang Tianyu spoke, he glanced at Wang Ting and the other young man beside him. Obviously, the other young man was called He Jian. Let's not talk about the past Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Let's talk about the current Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Anyone who makes it into the top 100 would be able to defeat Zhang Tianyu in less than 10 moves. Zhang Tianyu, the strongest genius in the Mystic Sword sect, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven, only have a chance of making it into the top 500. However, you're saying you're confident you'll rank first in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses? Are you kidding me? I'm afraid even the top 30 geniuses in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses would be able to defeat me in less than 3 moves, let alone the first place in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Zhang Tianyu wouldn't be able to withstand even 1 move from the top 10 geniuses. Zhang Tianyu's analysis was clear and logical. It was clear he had done his homework. Upon hearing Zhang Tianyu's words, Wang Ting and He Jian instinctively nodded in agreement. They agreed with He Jian's analysis. You said your goal is to rank first in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, but I'm afraid you haven't analyzed the past Devata realm's battles of the geniuses, right? Zhang Tianyu's eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Zhang Tianyu have just become a titled celestial emperor. If I enter the 9 Serenities battlefield, I'll at most be a 1-star god of war. Let's not talk about the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. After all, nobody knows how strong the young geniuses are. Take the previous Devata realm's battle of the geniuses as an example. Those who made it into the top 500 were at least 1-star gods of war. Those who made it into the top 300 were at least 2-star gods of war. Those who made it into the top 100 were at least 3-star gods of war. Those who made it into the top 30 were at least 4-star gods of war. Those who made it into the top 10 were at least 5-star gods of war. The person who ranked first in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses 1,000 years ago was a true disciple of the heavenly emperor Yun Hao. At that time, he was considered one of the strongest 5-star gods of war. However, after 1,000 years, he's already a 6-star god of war. A hint of excitement could be seen in Zhang Tianyu's eyes as he continued to say, "A 6-star god of war who's not even 2,000 years old. You can't imagine how powerful he is." Duan Ling Tian did not react to Zhang Tianyu's words. However, when he heard Zhang Tianyu's words, he was slightly taken aback. A 6-star god of war who was not even 2,000 years old? If his judgment was correct, then his senior sister, Wuxia from the Boundless Heavens Pond Palace, was already a 6-star war god even though she was less than 2,000 years old. Based on this, his eldest senior sister was comparable to the person who ranked first in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses 1,000 years ago. Duan Ling Tian had heard about the person who ranked first in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses from his master, Feng Qingyang, when they were on their way to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Duan Ling Tian knew the person was the last disciple of the heavenly emperor Yun Hao. As for the heavenly emperor Yun Hao, he was the person who ranked first in the heavenly emperor ranking of the Devata realms. It seems like eldest senior sister had a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, even if her innate talent was shocking when she was 1,000 years old, she wouldn't be so strong now. She must have had a fortuitous encounter. Duan Ling Tian did not have much of a clue about this before. However, after listening to Zhang Tianyu's words, he realized that his first senior sister, Wuxia, was not an ordinary person. Junior brother Duan, he's quite objective. Wei Qi thought Duan Ling Tian did not believe Zhang Tianyu's words when he saw Duan Ling Tian remained indifferent. Young geniuses who are rarely seen in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses would appear in every Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. It's as though they've gone into hiding until the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Putting aside me, even my teacher hasn't been to the Title Temple's law chambers before. Regardless of whether it's me or my master, we'll be overjoyed if we have the chance to enter the Title Temple's stone room of laws. Wei Qi said. Senior brother Wei Qi, Have you participated in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. No, I haven't. Wei Qi shook his head. I'm not very lucky. Everyone only has one chance to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. When I was qualified to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, I was only slightly over 200 years old. Although I was a celestial emperor before I turned 1,000 years old, my strength was only close to that of a titled celestial emperor. As Zhang Tianyu said, even if I participated in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, I wouldn't have been able to rank in the top 1,000. Wei Qi sighed. That's true. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, Senior brother Wei Qi, I'm afraid not many people in the top 10 of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses are a match for you. Right? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wei Qi smiled. Although you're right, I'm only able to achieve what I have today because I have a good master. Indeed, more than half of the people who ranked in the top 10 of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses are still alive. However, there are also some who are on par with me. Among them, the strongest one is a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. He's much stronger than me. Wei Qi continued to say, many people who displayed great innate talent before they turned 1,000 years old might not be able to recover after a setback. However, there are also some people who were mediocre before they turned 1,000 years old who had a fortuitous encounter later on. In short, there are too many possibilities in this world. Junior brother Duan, you have junior uncle Feng as your master. Even if your results in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses are mediocre, with junior uncle Feng's guidance, you'll definitely become a powerful figure in the Devata Realms in the future. You'll even have a chance to become a god. Wei Qi's eyes gleamed when he mentioned the words God Ascension. His gaze when he looked at Duan Lingtian seemed to have a deeper meaning. Upon seeing Wei Qi's gaze, Duan Lingtian knew Wei Qi was aware that his master, Feng Qingyang, had become a god. Otherwise, Wei Qi would not have stared at him like this. It seems like you don't have confidence in me, senior brother Wei Qi. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile on his face. Junior brother Duan, it's not that I don't have confidence in you, but you're too arrogant. It's not that easy to rank first in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Moreover, the Title Temple even took out the exploding element celestial fruit to rank first in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. This means the Title Temple is determined to obtain the exploding element celestial fruit. Otherwise, they wouldn't be willing to take out the exploding element celestial fruit. If the Title Temple is determined to obtain the exploding element celestial fruit, it means the young powerhouse from the Title Temple is at least a 5-star god of war. In fact, he might even be a 6-star god of war. Chapter 34-45. A 6-star god of war? Needless to say, although he was already prepared, Wei Qi's words still shocked Duan Lingtian. In the past, the most outstanding young genius he had met was Su Yasi, his eldest senior sister from the heavenly pool palace in the boundless heaven. She was not even 2,000 years old, but she was already a 6-star god of war. Her strength was on par with Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace in the boundless heaven. Although Su Yasi was outstanding, Duan Lingtian knew there were people like her in the other Devata realms. It was just that there were very few people like her in the other Devata realms. This was what he had known in the past. Since the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was about to begin, Duan Lingtian was certain there would be no lack of powerful titled celestial emperors among the top geniuses below the age of 1,000 in the Devata realms who would participate. Although age was a limitation, it was difficult for celestials below the age of 1,000 to achieve great things. However, the number of geniuses was huge. Moreover, due to the Title Temple's generous offer of time to comprehend the laws in secret chambers as a reward, not only would the outstanding geniuses participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, but even the disciples of reclusive powerhouses would participate as well. After all, the disciples of some reclusive powerhouses were not inferior to the outstanding geniuses. It was to the extent that even though some great powers had exceptional geniuses, because they were afraid of being poached in the past, they also hid and did not dare to rashly reveal themselves. However, these people would definitely participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. There were a total of 81 Devata realms in the Devata realms. Whether it was the spirit overarching heaven or the primeval heaven, they were only one of the 81 Devata realms. If there were more than 20 participants from each Devata realm, there would be more than 2,000 participants in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. How many people were there in a Devata realm? How many young people were there? Out of so many people, more than 20 of the most outstanding existences walked out. How could they be mediocre? Apart from Duan Lingtian, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi had also come to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Among the three of them, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi were the strongest among them. His strength was somewhere between a 1-star celestial emperor and a 2-star celestial god of war. As for Wang Ting and He Jianyi, they were not even close to becoming titled celestial emperors yet. However, there was someone even more outstanding among the people from the solitary destructive heaven. They would follow the people from the title temple. In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the descendants and disciples of titled celestial emperors did not lack resources and environment. However, due to their lack of talent and comprehension, they were not qualified to participate in the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms. There were a few outstanding people who were not qualified to participate in the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms because they were too young and had yet to show their true strength. These people were simply unlucky. They were only 200 to 400 years old when the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms started. After all, if they were given a few hundred years, they would be able to become titled celestial emperors and become elites among titled celestial emperors. Junior brother Duan, how old are you? Wei Qi asked curiously. Upon hearing Wei Qi's words, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi turned to look at Duan Lingtian in unison. Although they had heard Meng Luo mention the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Meng Luo had only said the young master was younger than any of them. He did not mention the exact age of the young master. Over 600 years old. Although Duan Lingtian often lost track of time when he was cultivating, he could roughly guess Duan Lingtian's age. Over 600 years old? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, not only were Zhang Tianyu and the others stunned, but even Wei Qi was shocked as well. Junior brother Duan, based on your age, I'm afraid you're one of the youngest participants in the Devata realm's genius battle. Based on what I know, there are very few people who are younger than 800 years old who participate in the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms. Even if there are, it's rare. After all, no matter how high one's innate talent and comprehension ability are, it takes time to accumulate strength. There's a limit to how much one can accumulate strength at such a young age. Wei Qi glanced at Duan Lingtian and sighed before he said, Junior brother Duan, you're really unlucky. If you're over 900 years old, you'd be able to participate in the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms. However, you're only 600 years old. At this moment, Wei Qi completely dismissed Duan Lingtian's claim of winning first place in the Devata realm's genius battle as a joke. He did not think a 600-year-old man would be able to win first place in the Devata realm's genius battle. Based on what I know, Wang Ting said mockingly as she looked at Duan Lingtian's back. In the history of the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, the youngest person to win first place is over 900 years old, right? I know that as well. He Jian nodded in agreement. To be more precise, that person was only 906 years old. 906 years old was the youngest person to win first place in the history of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. However, Duan Lingtian said he was only over 600 years old. How could he win first place in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses when he was only 600 years old? Even if Lord Heavenly Emperor is a peerless genius, it's impossible for him to win first place in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses at such a young age. Even if Duan Lingtian surpasses his master, it's impossible for him to break the record. Whether it was Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, or even He Jianyi, they all thought the same. At this moment, none of them believed Duan Lingtian would be able to win first place in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Bad luck? When Duan Lingtian heard Wei Qi's words and saw Zhang Tianyu and the others' mocking gazes, naturally, he knew they did not believe him. However, he merely chuckled inwardly when he saw this. In the past few hundred years, he had faced a lot of mockery and disdain. He was already used to it. This was nothing compared to this. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not even bother to explain himself to them. "We're here. This is the place." Along with the appearance of a vast expanse of flat land before their eyes, rows of exquisite wooden houses that were arranged in a crisscrossing manner appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. Wei Qi's voice sounded out in a timely manner by the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and the others could see that there were many people gathered around. Many people were gathered in front of the wooden houses. As soon as they appeared, many people turned to look at them. "Junior brother Duan, you can stay in any of the wooden houses that are empty. Once you're in there, you can carve some words on the door that says there's someone inside to avoid being disturbed," Wei Qi said to Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. At the same time, he raised his hand and took out a soul pearl and handed it to Duan Lingtian. "This is my soul pearl. You can send me a message if you need anything, junior brother Duan." After he finished speaking, Wei Qi bid farewell and left amidst Duan Lingtian's thanks. Duan Lingtian. As soon as Wei Qi left, before Duan Lingtian could make a move, Wang Ting turned to look at him with a burning gaze. "Duan Lingtian, Zhang Tianyu said he'll only fight you after the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses. Why don't we have a spar now?" After learning that Duan Lingtian was only slightly over 600 years old, Wang Ting could not help but feel tempted. In her opinion, Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. She was certain Duan Lingtian was stronger than the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In the future, when Duan Lingtian grew stronger under the guidance of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he would definitely surpass her. "You're not a match for me." Faced with Wang Ting's challenge, Duan Lingtian merely glanced at her indifferently before he teleported away. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the wooden houses that were arranged in an intricate pattern. "There's no one in that wooden house." Duan Lingtian hovered in the air as he looked at the row of wooden houses. Finally, his gaze landed on one of the wooden houses. There were no words carved on the wooden house. "Brother, where did you come from?" Just as Duan Lingtian was about to enter the wooden house, a tall and burly young man appeared in front of Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. The solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he nodded. The solitary destructive heaven? The burly young man's eyes lit up. "What a coincidence. I've been wanting to visit the solitary destructive heaven for a long time. I heard that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven has attained godhood. He's ranked 3rd on the heavenly emperor ranking. He once came out of the Azura hell alive and shocked all the Devata realms. Moreover, he's known as the invincible sword celestial in the solitary destructive heaven, right?" The burly young man grew excited as he continued to say, "I heard he'll be participating in the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. He's my idol and I finally have the chance to meet him." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He did not expect to meet an admirer of his master as soon as he arrived in the solitary destructive heaven. "Brother, I'm Tang Sanpao. What's your name?" The burly young man became even more enthusiastic when he learned Duan Lingtian was from the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian. "Brother, since you're from the solitary destructive heaven, have you met Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven?" Duan Lingtian was about to tell Feng Qingyang that he was leaving when Feng Qingyang asked, "Brother, since you're from the solitary destructive heaven, have you met Feng Qingyang?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. Tang Sanpao said with an envious expression on his face, "Let alone the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I haven't even met the heavenly emperor of the Devata realm I'm from. However, even if I haven't met him, I'll surpass him sooner or later," Tang Sanpao said solemnly. Chapter 3446. "All right, good luck." Duan Lingtian nodded at Tang Sanpao. Then, he ignored Tang Sanpao and entered the wooden house he had chosen and disappeared inside. As soon as Duan Lingtian left, 3 figures appeared in front of Tang Sanpao. These 3 people seemed to have come with brother Duan Lingtian. Tang Sanpao walked up to the 3 of them and asked warmly, "The 3 of you came with brother Lingtian? Are all of you from the solitary destructive heaven like him?" "Yes." He Jian nodded. Zhang Tianyu and Wang Ting, on the other hand, ignored him. "Did you come with the title temple or the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven?" Tang Sanpao asked again. "The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven," He Jian replied. "That's right. It seems like brother Lingtian didn't lie to me. He really did meet the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven." Tang Sanpao exclaimed in realization. Does this mean the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven has come to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven as well? Tang Sanpao's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. Met the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Wang Ting looked at Tang Sanpao mockingly when she heard Tang Sanpao's words. She said, "I'm afraid you don't know that Duan Lingtian is the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, right? How dare you ask a person like him if he has met the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven?" Wang Ting could not help but laugh when she finished speaking. At this moment, even Zhang Tianyu and He Jian's expressions changed when they looked at Tang Sanpao. What? On the other hand, Tang Sanpao was shocked by Wang Ting's words. He's the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Although he had heard that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had accepted a true disciple decades ago, he had wondered who was so talented that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven would take a liking to him. He did not expect the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven would appear right in front of him. The true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Although the conversation between Wang Ting and Tang Sanpao was not loud, there were quite a few people standing nearby. With their hearing, even though they were quite far away, they were still able to hear the conversation between the 2 of them. Everyone's attention was focused on the wooden hut as well. They had seen Duan Lingtian. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to be the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, who was ranked 3rd on the heavenly emperor ranking. The heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven has never accepted a true disciple before. This must be his first true disciple, right? Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension ability must be extraordinary to be accepted as a true disciple by the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I wonder how strong he is, but since he's participating in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, he must be extraordinary. Duan Lingtian must be extraordinary to be accepted as a true disciple by the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Many people were discussing among themselves. Whether it was Feng Qingyang or Duan Lingtian, both of them held high regard for Duan Lingtian. Humph! Wang Ting scoffed when she heard these people's discussion. I'm afraid you're unaware that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven accepted Duan Lingtian as a true disciple because Duan Lingtian obtained the heavenly emperor's legacy in the mundane realm, right? Moreover, do you know how old Duan Lingtian is? He's only slightly over 600 years old. When she recalled Duan Lingtian's attitude when facing her challenge earlier, Wang Ting felt a strand of nameless rage arise within her. At that moment, she had a feeling of being humiliated. Based on Duan Lingtian's attitude, it was clear he thought she was beneath his dignity. How could she, Wang Ting, who was considered one of the strongest among the younger generation in the solitary destructive heaven, be looked down upon by Duan Lingtian? What? He's only slightly over 600 years old. As it turns out, he obtained the legacy of the heavenly emperor of Feng Qingyang in the mundane realm and became a disciple of the heavenly emperor of Feng Qingyang. Upon hearing Wang Ting's words, the people present on the scene began to whisper among themselves. They felt they had overestimated Duan Lingtian. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was only an ordinary person. Even if his innate talent and comprehension skills were heaven-defying, it would be difficult for him to achieve anything at such a young age. As it turns out, he's just lucky. At this moment, many people felt Duan Lingtian was only able to become the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, because he had obtained Feng Qingyang's legacy in the mundane realm. Since Feng Qingyang did not leave behind any legacy in the Devata realms, he did not have a true disciple. For a time, the attitude of the group of people towards Duan Lingtian was slightly underestimated. Naturally, there was one exception. This person was none other than Tang Sanpao. I have a feeling that Brother Lingtian isn't as simple as he seems. Before Tang Sanpao joined the Title Temple to participate in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, no one knew about him. After all, he had been cultivating with his master in a remote village. His master was very powerful. His master had even defeated Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. At that time, he had not become his master's disciple. A few hundred years ago, when Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was trapped in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, Duan Lingtian had seen his master sulking for a long time. When Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, escaped from the Azura Hell and returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian could still remember clearly. Duan Lingtian's master had left him behind and went to the solitary destructive heaven to look for Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He had said he wanted to meet his old friend who had escaped death. However, Duan Lingtian knew his master was not interested in him at all. There was no way his master was only there to meet Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. He must have heard that Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang was rumored to have attained godhood and wanted to spar with him. Duan Lingtian's master had returned with a grim expression on his face. Although his master did not say anything, Duan Lingtian knew his master had been defeated. It was at that time that he began to regard Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, as his idol. In his impression, his master had always had the attitude of being the boss of the heavens and second to him. Even if he didn't appear in the world, it was still the same. Among those other hidden experts, there were very few who could be his master's opponent, and they all respected his master very much. That was also the first time he had seen his master so defeated. Moreover, he had always been bullied by his master. When he saw his master suffering in front of others, he felt a sense of satisfaction. It was as though someone had avenged him. For this reason, he had regarded Feng Qingyang as his idol. Now that he had left the solitary destructive heaven, he had regarded himself as one of Feng Qingyang's admirers. I really didn't expect Brother Lingtian to be Feng Qingyang's true disciple. Tang Sanpao's eyes flashed with fighting spirit as he thought to himself, although Feng Qingyang is my idol, if I can defeat Brother Lingtian in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses, I'll definitely be able to gain face in front of that old man. You can't defeat his master, but I've defeated him. This can be considered as the student surpassing the master, right? If that's the case, you won't be able to torture me so cruelly in the future, right? I've indirectly avenged you. This was Tang Sanpao's current state of mind. Although the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven had prepared 3,000 wooden houses, not even 1/3 of them were fully occupied. Half a month after Duan Lingtian arrived at the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, a group of people arrived at the entrance of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. The person in the lead was a black-clad old man. Behind the black-robed old man, there were 2 other black-robed men. Behind them, there was a group of youthful and energetic young men and women. Feng Qingtian, the palace master of the Title Temple, and Agumo, the black-clad old man standing in front of the entrance of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, replied in a hoarse voice, "Chan, so it's Palace Master Mo." The people from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven bowed respectfully when they heard the black-clad old man's words. The palace masters of title palaces in Devata realms were in no way inferior to the heavenly emperors of Devata realms. In fact, some palace masters of title palaces had even obtained the title of 8-star god of war or 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. In the Devata realms, even the hall master of a title temple's branch in a Devata realm was not inferior to the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. Agumo was the palace master of Feng Qingtian's title temple. At this moment, apart from the two vice palace masters of the title temple who were also wearing black robes, there were also 16 young men and women following behind Agumo. Among them, there were 13 young men and 3 young women. Palace Master Emo, please come in. Soon after, a figure flew out of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. It was none other than Wei Qi, the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, who had escorted Duan Ling Tian to the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Although the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was held in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven rarely attended the Battle of the Geniuses. After all, only those who were stronger or on par with him would be welcomed by the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. Although Agumo, the palace master of Feng Qingtian's title temple, was an 8-star god of war who was stronger than many heavenly emperors and vice palace masters of title temples in Devata realms, he was not worthy of being welcomed by the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. Gu Long, celestial emperor. Agumo was not angry that Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, did not come out to greet him. Instead, he smiled warmly at Wei Qi and said, "After you've taken care of these little fellows, please bring me and my 2 vice palace masters to meet Lord Heavenly Emperor." Of course. Wei Qi nodded with a faint smile. Chapter 34-47. When Wei Qi led Agumo and the others into the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, he glanced at the 16 young men and women standing behind them. Palace Master Agumo, are these the people the Feng Qingtian title temple brought here to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses? Wei Qi asked with a smile. Almost all of them, but not all of them. Agumo smiled faintly and said, "There's one more person missing. He likes to train outside, so he should be in the primeval heaven by now. He'll be here before the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses begins. At that time, I'll have to trouble you to bring him here with me." Agumo replied. "Oh!" Wei Qi's eyes glinted. "He's so arrogant. Did the title temple nurture him?" Agumo smiled awkwardly upon hearing Wei Qi's words. "Emperor Gulong, do you think I won't be able to control him if he's nurtured by the title temple? Since the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses is about to begin, naturally, I'd want him to come with us. However, he insisted on coming later, so there's nothing I can do about it." Agumo sighed. "It seems like he's not simple." Wei Qi's eyes flashed. Since Palace Master Agumo is willing to compromise, he must be at least a 3-star war god, right? A 3-star war god. In the previous Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses, such young geniuses were more than enough to rank in the top 100. In fact, the stronger ones could even rank in the top 50. In Wei Qi's opinion, the young genius had to be at least a 3-star war god for someone like Agumo to compromise. Agumo smiled mysteriously in response to Wei Qi's question. "Emperor Gulong, allow me to keep you in suspense. You'll be able to see his performance when the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses begins." Wei Qi was taken aback when he saw the mysterious smile on Agumo's face. It seemed like he was still keeping his speculation to himself. Otherwise, Agumo would not have reacted in such a manner. "I'll wait and see." Since Agumo clearly didn't want to talk about it now, Wei Qi didn't ask anymore. Following that, Zhou Donghuang ordered someone to send the 16 young men and women to the place where the participants of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses would stay. "Help me ask those 16 young people. I'm very curious about the strength of the last person that Feng Qingtian's title temple branch brought this time. He should be at least a 4-star war god." Wei Qi ordered the person he arranged. And the other party, after about 15 minutes, also gave him a reply. "Lord Wei Qi, I've asked around. However, they don't know exactly how strong that person is. They only know that none of them are a match for the other party. And among these people, there are 2 2-star war gods. Can be confirmed that that person is at least a 3-star war god, or even stronger. I asked them about that person's name. They know about this. That person is called Ling Jueyun. In a desolate mountain in the primeval heaven. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the blink of an eye, in front of a vast valley in the mountains, a colossal figure fell down, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, the body of a huge celestial beast was revealed. At the same time, a figure hovered in the sky. The figure belonged to a young man dressed in a long gray robe. He had a cold expression on his face and a sheathed sword hanging from his waist. At this moment, he was looking at the corpse of the celestial beast on the ground coldly. He muttered to himself, "It's about time to head to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Right now, Hall Master Agumo should have already arrived. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would recognize the young man immediately." The gray-clad young man was none other than Ling Jueyun. He was the young master of the Ling clan in the divine offering land in the realms of gods. After the Ling clan was annihilated, he managed to escape to a Devata realm with the help of Huang Er, the artifact soul of his sister's artifact. The spatial tunnel between the Devata realms and the realms of gods was closed every 10,000 years. During these years, Ling Jueyun had been cultivating in the Devata realms, traveling from one Devata realm to another. Initially, he was in the spirit overarching heaven. It was also at that time that he met Duan Lingtian. Through him, Duan Lingtian managed to obtain a new sword soul for the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. It was the current sword soul Huang Er. After Ling Jueyun left the spirit overarching heaven, he went to the Yen Huang heaven. After that, he went to a few Devata realms. During the registration for the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses, Ling Jueyun happened to be in the Fengqing heaven. For this reason, he went to the Fengqing heavens branch of the Title Temple to register for the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses. He successfully passed the assessment and obtained a spot to participate in the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses. Naturally, he managed to obtain a spot without much effort. He even attracted the attention of Hall Master Agumo, the Hall Master of the Title Temple's branch of the Title Temple. After that, Agumo decided to test him. Then, he told Agumo that he would not stay in the Title Temple and wait for the start of the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses. He would return to the primeval heaven to train before the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses. He would inform Agumo through voice transmission when he was ready to go to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. I wonder if Duan Lingtian will participate in the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses. A hint of anticipation flashed in Ling Jueyun's eyes as he thought to himself, "I haven't seen him for a few hundred years, and Sister Huang Er as well. With his innate talent and comprehension ability, I'm sure his strength has improved a lot. I wonder if he'll participate in the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses. I hope he'll participate in the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses. After all, both of us only have a chance to participate in the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses. When the next Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses begins, both of us will be over 1,000 years old. A person could conceal his or her aura and age. However, it was impossible for him or her to fake his or her age. Naturally, some of the young powerhouses from the Devata realms who participated in the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses were reincarnated. Their bodies might be young, but their souls were old monsters. Although these people had reincarnated through possession, their cultivation bases were restricted by their bodies. Regardless of how strong they were in the past, they would not be able to unleash their former strength in their new bodies. Moreover, their souls were suppressed to the point where their cultivation bases were compatible with their bodies. For this reason, the terrifying thing about these people was that they had a lot of combat experience compared to their peers. As for other aspects, they did not have much of an advantage. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Ling Jueyun, they would not be able to reincarnate through possession. Unless they were reincarnated through possession. Otherwise, they would only be able to participate in the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses once in their lives. I'll head to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven in a few days. After making up his mind, Ling Jueyun left the mountain in a flash and continued on his journey. In the Jade Emperor heaven. In the Jade Emperor territory. In the Title Temple's branch. Now, all of you will follow me to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Once we're there, I hope all of you will work hard to improve your strength and achieve a good result in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. The palace master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the Jade Emperor Heaven was an old woman dressed in a long black robe. Her face was skinny and ferocious, and her eyes were as sharp as swords. When the 19 young men and women met her gaze, most of them instinctively lowered their heads. Only a few people's expressions did not change, and they did not do anything. Seeing this, the old woman cast a look of praise and satisfaction at the few of them. "Let's go." The palace master of the Tidal Temple's branch, one of the vice palace masters, and the 19 young geniuses who had passed the Tidal Temple's test were brought to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven through the transportation formation in the Tidal Temple's branch. Then, they made their way to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. The Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses this time will be a gathering of top geniuses from various Devata realms. If there are no mishaps, Duan Lingtian will definitely participate as well. Among the group of young men and women from the Jade Emperor Heaven, there was a familiar face of Duan Lingtian. It was none other than Su Li. When Duan Lingtian first met Su Li in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nan Do territory, Su Li's achievements were already on par with Duan Lingtian's. Now that several hundred years had passed, Duan Lingtian's strength had improved tremendously. On the other hand, Su Li had the support of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Moreover, with the help of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect's secret technique, his strength had improved tremendously. For this reason, he was able to obtain a spot to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses from the Tidal Temple's branch in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Su Li was one of the young men whom the old woman, the palace master of the Jade Emperor Heaven's Tidal Temple, had looked at with approval. Su Li and the others were the most outstanding among the 19 young talents who were brought to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven by the Jade Emperor Heaven's Tidal Temple's branch. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that more than one acquaintance would be participating in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. At this moment, he was immersed in comprehending the law of space. With the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity, his comprehension of the law of space had improved tremendously. However, at this moment, he deliberately slowed down as thoughts flashed in his mind. He wanted to fuse the profundities from the law of space into his sword techniques to create his own sword Dao. Naturally, the foundation of his sword Dao was his master's sword Dao, Feng Qingyang's sword Dao. In other words, his master, Feng Qingyang, had helped him overcome the most difficult hurdle. Chapter 34-48. As the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses drew closer, the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven became more and more lively. The heavenly emperors from the various Devata realms, high-ranking officials from the Tidal Temple's branches, and the young geniuses gathered together to celebrate. Since the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven had arranged a separate area for the participants of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, the other areas of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven were quiet. Everyone in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, regardless of whether they were participating in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses or not, was filled with anticipation for the upcoming battle. That's Su Kunhu, the last disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Chongyun heaven. He's only slightly over 800 years old, but he's already a 3-star god of war. At this moment, a young man appeared in the living quarters arranged by the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven for the participants of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. This was a slender young man. His entire body was soft and boneless. His figure was extremely similar to a woman's. His handsome face revealed an enchanting aura. His long hair draped over his back like a waterfall. If he wasn't wearing a man's robe, perhaps someone would have mistaken him for a woman. She was certain that if this handsome young man were to change into women's clothing, he would definitely be an extremely beautiful woman. He's Su Kunhu? Heavens! He's only slightly over 800 years old, but he's already a 3-star god of war. It's almost certain that he'll rank in the top 100 in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. He's unlucky. If the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was held 100 years later, his strength would definitely be comparable to a 4-star god of war. There's nothing he can do about it. The Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses is held once every 1,000 years, and the time is fixed. He can only accept it if he's unlucky. When Su Kunhu, the last disciple of Celestial Emperor Chong Yun Tian, appeared, the eyes of many people who recognized him lit up. As these people spoke, the gazes of those who had never seen Su Kunhu, but had only heard of Su Kunhu, fell on him. Su Kunhu sensed the surrounding gazes and smiled amicably at the group of people around him. His charming smile caused the hearts of many people around him to tremble. Heavens! I can't believe I'm attracted to a man. Oh my God! Is this really just a man? Only when Su Kunhu found a wooden hut to stay in did the attention of the group of people outside shift away. Then, another exclamation was heard. Oh my God! That's Meng Fangue, the strongest person among the younger generation of the Dream Profound sect, a heaven-grade force in Shenyuan heaven. Following this exclamation, the gazes of everyone present immediately landed on a black-robed young man with a medium build and ordinary appearance, but a pair of exceptionally spirited eyes. He's Meng Fangue, the number one person among the younger generation of the Dream Profound sect, the person who killed a 3-star war god several decades ago. This Meng Fangue is not even 1,000 years old. He is suspected to have the strength of a 4-star war god. 4-star war god? With such strength, he should be able to rank in the top 30 of the Devata Realms Genius Battle, right? Meng Fangue's appearance attracted even more attention. In the past, his fame might not have been as great as Su Kunhu's. However, dozens of years ago, Meng Fangue had killed a 3-star war god, causing his fame to surpass Su Kunhu's. Today, his fame was much greater than Su Kunhu's. Compared to Su Kunhu, Meng Fangue was much more aloof. After he appeared, he ignored the gazes of the people around him and found a wooden hut to stay in. Meng Fangue's Dream Profound sect specializes in illusory techniques. Moreover, Meng Fangue has comprehended the law of darkness. Coupled with his illusory techniques, I'm afraid Meng Fangue's illusory techniques are unrivaled in this Devata realm battle of the geniuses. That's right. I've never heard of anyone who's skilled in illusory techniques defeating or killing a 3-star war god. That's not necessarily true. The Devata realms are unimaginably huge. The Devata realms genius battle attracts the descendants and disciples of reclusive powerhouses. How do you know there's no one who's skilled in illusory techniques among the younger generation of reclusive powerhouses? That's true. Let alone the younger generation of reclusive powerhouses, even the younger generation of the Tidal Temple subpalaces are well hidden. Not many people know of their existence. In the past, more than half of the participants in the Devata Realms Genius Battle were dark horses. I'm sure it won't be an exception this time. As more and more people gathered, the place where the young geniuses who were participating in the Devata Realms Genius Battle became more and more lively. Naturally, most of the people who had the time to chat and watch the young geniuses who were participating in the Devata Realms Genius Battle were mediocre. They did not expect to be ranked in the Devata Realms Genius Battle. They only wanted to show their faces and join in the fun. However, these people had relied on their own strength to pass the Tidal Temple's assessment to qualify for the Devata Realms Genius Battle. Their strength was close to that of a titled Celestial Emperor. Without strength, it was impossible for them to pass the Tidal Temple's assessment. Naturally, these people were mediocre compared to the young geniuses from the Devata Realms who were participating in the Devata Realms Genius Battle. However, in their respective sects, they were famous geniuses who were famous in the Devata Realms. Due to the battle of the geniuses in the Devata Realms, they were overshadowed by the peerless geniuses in front of them. Since they were destined to be ranked in the Devata Realms Genius Battle, they might as well step out of their wooden houses and witness the brilliance of these young geniuses. In the past, they had only heard of these young geniuses, but now, they would be able to see them with their own eyes. In the past, they were the ones who enjoyed the treatment of being looked up to in their respective sections. Now, they had to look up to others. Due to this difference, many people were motivated to improve themselves. However, there were also many people who felt powerless. They felt that they were too inferior to these young geniuses. That's Tua Ba Zheng, the third true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the spirit overarching heaven. Soon after, a tall and well-built young man dressed in brocade robes appeared, attracting many people's attention. Tua Bajang is not even 1,000 years old, but he's already a 4-star god of war. 20 years ago, someone witnessed Tua Bajang killing 2 3-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Naturally, the 2 3-star gods of war didn't join forces. Even so, it's enough to prove that he's a 4-star god of war. As expected of a disciple of a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm, he's really outstanding. The appearance of another outstanding disciple of a heavenly emperor attracted everyone's attention. Speaking of a heavenly emperor's disciple, I'm more interested in the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Someone said all of a sudden. As soon as he spoke, a series of discussions broke out. Lord Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, is one of the most popular heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Not only did he come from the Azura Hell, but he even has a true disciple. After Feng Qingyang came out of the Azura Hell, he was ranked 3rd on the heavenly emperor ranking. Moreover, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, who was originally ranked 3rd, didn't have any objections. It's clear that he's stronger than the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is widely acknowledged as an invincible sword celestial in the solitary destructive heaven. However, he's widely acknowledged as a legendary heavenly emperor in the Devata realms. It has only been 10,000 years since he rose to power. In just 10,000 years, he's said to have become a god. Not many people in the history of the Devata realms have achieved this. I wonder if the only true disciple of heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang has arrived. As the discussion continued, some people who knew about Feng Qingyang's true disciple began to talk. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's true disciple has arrived a long time ago. However, he hasn't left since he arrived. What kind of person is he? He must be extraordinary to be accepted as a true disciple by Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, right? Many people asked curiously. I'm afraid all of you will be disappointed. He was accepted as a true disciple by Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang because he obtained the legacy left behind by Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang in the mundane realm. That's why he was accepted as a true disciple by Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. I'm afraid all of you aren't aware that Feng Qingyang's true disciple is only slightly over 600 years old. How great can he be at such a young age? How can you expect such a person to perform well in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses? Everyone fell silent when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. No one expected the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven to be such a person. It was all due to luck that he became the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor. Moreover, he was only slightly over 600 years old. It seems like there's nothing much to look forward to as a true disciple of Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. Many people sighed. Initially, I thought the person who was accepted as a true disciple by the legendary Heavenly Emperor must be very outstanding. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. What a pity. Most of the people present on the scene were disappointed when they learned about Duan Lingtian's background. Chapter 34-49. The appearance of young geniuses who were famous in the Devata realms attracted many people's attention. Of course, there were also many people who were not well known but were not weak. Few people knew them, so when they appeared, they were almost forgotten and did not attract any attention. Duan Lingtian was unaware that 2 of his acquaintances had come to participate in the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. He was unaware that most of the young geniuses who had come to participate in the Devata realms battle of the geniuses thought he was only here to watch the show. Most of them thought he was only slightly over 600 years old, so it was impossible for him to perform well in the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. As the saying went, there was no dispute. Where there were people, there would be disputes. In the Devata realms battle of the geniuses, there were disputes every few days. As long as no one died, the people from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, who were in charge of monitoring the Devata realms battle of the geniuses, would not interfere. Although most of the young geniuses here were younger than 1,000 years old, they were still top geniuses from all over the Devata realms. The strongest among them were comparable to a 5-star god of war. For this reason, the person in charge of monitoring the Devata realm's battle of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven was a 6-star god of war titled Celestial Emperor. Only a titled Celestial Emperor with the strength of a 6-star god of war would be able to suppress a group of young geniuses from all over the Devata realms. There's a young genius in our Jade Emperor heaven who's over 600 years old, who passed the Title Temple's test, and obtained the right to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Is there anyone from the Lang Yuan heaven who's so young? A prodigy from the Jade Emperor heaven and a prodigy from the Lang Yuan heaven were bickering. In the end, the prodigy from the Jade Emperor heaven mentioned that there was a young prodigy in the Jade Emperor heaven who had passed the Title Temple's test and obtained the qualification to participate in the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms at the age of 600. Humph! Lang Yuantian snorted coldly. Not to be outdone, he said. Who knows if the difficulty of the Jade Emperor Heaven's titled God Emperor Branch Hall's assessment is too low? A 600-year-old man actually passed the assessment. The test was too easy? The Jade Emperor sneered. Su Li's strength is ranked at the top among all of us who have passed the Title Temple's test. Do you really think he passed the test because it was easy? Do you want to spar with me? The battle intent in the Jade Emperor's eyes soared. Let's do it. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Just like that, Lang Yuantian and Jade Emperor Heaven's genius fought fiercely. In the end, the two of them were evenly matched, and neither was at a disadvantage. Their strength was close to that of a titled Celestial Emperor. This scene didn't surprise the onlookers. What surprised them more was that the genius from Jade Emperor Heaven actually said that there was a 600-year-old man who was stronger than him. His strength was close to that of a titled Celestial Emperor. If that person was stronger than him, did that person have to be a titled Celestial Emperor? A 600-year-old titled Celestial Emperor? Oh my God! Even in the history of the Devata realms, a titled Celestial Emperor who's over 600 years old is as rare as a phoenix's feather or a chelin's horn. Really? When the news of a 600-year-old titled Celestial Emperor in the Jade Emperor Heaven spread, it caused quite a stir. Many people remembered the name, Su Li. Su Li is only slightly over 600 years old, and he's already a titled Celestial Emperor? Duan Lingtian heard many people talking about Su Li as soon as he walked out of the wooden house. A genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven? It seems like Su Li has improved a lot over the years. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. It was not difficult for him to guess the genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven was his good friend, Su Li. Previously, when Duan Lingtian visited the Thousand Tribulations sword sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory, Su Li had made a breakthrough. Moreover, with the Thousand Tribulations sword sect's foundation, it would not be difficult for Su Li to rise if they nurtured him. Moreover, before he left, he had heard from Zhugafeng, the leader of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect's Ganjiang progeny, that the Thousand Tribulations sword sect planned to create a powerhouse who could lead the sect to glory. The person who was chosen was none other than Su Li. Everyone had high hopes for Su Li. The Thousand Tribulations sword sect hoped that Su Li would be able to defeat the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven and replace him. Only then would the Thousand Tribulations sword sect be able to rise in the Jade Emperor Heaven. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's arrival attracted many people's attention. That's Duan Lingtian? He's the true disciple of the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? He's handsome and has an extraordinary bearing. However, what can he achieve at the age of 600? Both of them are over 600 years old, but I'm afraid Su Li from the Jade Emperor Heaven can easily crush him. Many people compared Su Li to Duan Lingtian. Based on their words, they felt Duan Lingtian was far inferior to Su Li. However, Duan Lingtian did not care about this at all. He asked around and confirmed the location of the people from the Title Temple's branch in the Jade Emperor Heaven before he made his way there. All the people from the Title Temple's branch in the Jade Emperor Heaven were gathered together. When Duan Lingtian arrived, many people from the Jade Emperor Heaven stared at him. They were not blind. It was not difficult for them to figure out the purple-clad young man's identity when they heard the voice from afar. The purple-clad young man was the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. Although the Jade Emperor Heaven had a 600-year-old titled Celestial Emperor, they did not think the purple-clad young man was comparable to the legendary heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. After all, in the history of the Devata realms, there were very few titled celestial emperors who were as young as Duan Lingtian. It was rare for two titled celestial emperors to exist in the same era. "May I ask where Su Li is?" Duan Lingtian asked politely with a smile on his face as he looked at a young genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven. "You're looking for Su Li?" The young genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven frowned slightly. Then, he shook his head and said, "Duan Lingtian, I know you're the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. You're feeling indignant after being told that you're weaker than Su Li. However, I advise you that it's best that you don't do that. You'll only bring shame to yourself. Su Li's strength isn't as simple as a new titled celestial emperor." Based on his words, it was clear he was trying to dissuade Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing the young genius's words, Duan Lingtian knew the young genius had misunderstood him. His eyes lit up when he heard the young genius's words. "He's not as simple as a new titled celestial emperor? Didn't that mean that Su Li's strength had already reached the level of a 2-star war god?" "You've misunderstood me." Duan Lingtian shook his head as he looked at the young genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven and said, "I'm not here to spar with Su Li. Su Li is my friend." "Su Li is your friend?" The young genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. He did not expect Su Li would be acquainted with the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Moreover, Duan Lingtian even claimed Su Li was his friend. Naturally, the young genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven knew Su Li would not lie about being his friend. Su Li's talent and strength might be higher than his, but his status meant that the current Su Li, and even the future Su Li, would have to look up to him. With the young genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven leading the way, Duan Lingtian soon met Su Li. "Duan Lingtian, I heard you were here as soon as I arrived." Su Li laughed heartily when he saw Duan Lingtian. "However, I heard from them that you've been in closed-door cultivation since the moment you arrived, so I didn't disturb you. Let's talk inside." Under the shocked gazes of the young geniuses from the Jade Emperor Heaven, Su Li led Duan Lingtian into his wooden hut. It seems like Su Li and Duan Lingtian aren't ordinary friends. That's right. It feels like they've been good friends for many years. How does Su Li know such a person? While the young geniuses from the Jade Emperor Heaven were discussing among themselves, Duan Lingtian and Su Li had already entered the wooden hut. The wooden hut was very spacious. After both of them entered, they sat at the wooden table in front of the bed. "Su Li, it's been a few hundred years since we last met." Duan Lingtian sighed emotionally. "Have you been well all these years?" "I've been well." Su Li nodded with a smile. "All these years, the sect has spared no effort in nurturing me. However, it's also because of this that I feel a lot of pressure. Because I know that they have high hopes for me." When Su Li reached the end of his sentence, the smile on his face turned bitter. "Now, you should know their goal, right?" Duan Lingtian asked. During his last visit to the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, he learned from Zhuge Feng, the leader of the Ganjiang progeny, about the sect's future prospects. He learned that Zhuge Feng had high hopes for Su Li to defeat the current heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, at that time, Su Li was unaware of this. Even Zhuge Feng had reminded him not to tell Su Li about this for the time being, so that Su Li would not feel pressured. "Based on your words, you already knew about this?" The bitter smile on Su Li's face widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. "I already knew about it the last time we met. However, since the person who told me about this has told me not to tell you, it's not convenient for me to tell you. Moreover, I'm afraid it might affect you if I tell you." Su Li shook his head and sighed. "There's no turning back now. The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect has invested too much in me. I can only help them achieve their goals according to their vision of the future. You can do it. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Perhaps I'll have a heavenly emperor as my friend one day. Chapter 3450. I still have a long way to go. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the bitter smile on Su Li's face widened. Then, as though he had recalled something, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said enviously, "No matter how hard I work, I'll only be able to become a heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, you're the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Do you know how many people envy you? They say even if you're a blockhead, with the help of the legendary heavenly emperor, you'll definitely be enlightened. After all, the legendary heavenly emperor is the fastest to rise among all the heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Not only that, but his rise is legendary as well." Su Li said. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Su Li looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly and said, "Duan Lingtian, I'm a big fan of your master. When will you bring me to meet the legendary heavenly emperor? I've always wanted to meet him. He's from the same mundane realm as me, and he's so accomplished in just 10,000 years." Due to his relationship with Duan Lingtian, Su Li knew Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was Feng Qingyang, the sword saint of the fog rain progeny, the first absolute of the seven absolutes sect. As a sword celestial, he had an inexplicable sense of admiration for Feng Qingyang. "I'll ask my master if he's free now." Upon hearing Su Li's words, Duan Lingtian sent a message to his master, Feng Qingyang. Then he smiled and said, "I've mentioned you to my master before. He's very impressed with your innate talent and fortuitous encounters. How can I compare to you?" Su Li smiled wryly. "I was brought to the Thousand Tribulations sword sect from the mundane realm, but you ascended to the Devata realm on your own." Su Li was very clear about his and Duan Lingtian's encounters. Compared to Duan Lingtian, he was more like a flower in a greenhouse. Duan Lingtian had truly relied on himself to get to where he was today. As for Duan Lingtian, he had gone to the Thousand Tribulations sword sect as soon as he had arrived in the Devata realms to receive the best training. Although he occasionally went out to train, he was mostly protected, so he did not feel threatened at all. Unlike Duan Lingtian, who had come all this way, once he encountered danger, there was only a slim chance of survival. "Master wants us to go now." Duan Lingtian quickly received a message from his master, Feng Qingyang. He immediately stood up and said to Su Li with a smile. Hearing this, Su Li's eyes immediately lit up. At the same time, a hint of nervousness involuntarily appeared on his face. He was clearly a little nervous. "Duan Lingtian, do I need to tidy up again?" As he spoke, Su Li looked at what he was wearing and asked nervously. Duan Lingtian shook his head helplessly when he saw Su Li's anxious expression. "Su Li, master is very easygoing. There's no need for you to worry too much. Even so, I can't help but feel nervous." Su Li smiled wryly. After all, he's an invincible sword celestial, a legendary heavenly emperor. Before entering the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, Feng Qingyang was widely acknowledged as an invincible sword celestial in the solitary destructive heaven. However, after coming out of the Azura Hell, Feng Qingyang was widely acknowledged as an invincible sword celestial in the Devata realms. There was no sword celestial in the Devata realms who was a match for him. Naturally, many people said that since Feng Qingyang was suspected to have attained godhood, he should not be called a sword celestial but a sword god instead. However, no matter what, Feng Qingyang was like a flag in the eyes of the sword celestials in the Devata realms. As one of the sword celestials in the Devata realms, Su Li could not help but feel anxious when he learned he was about to meet the invincible sword celestial. It was only when he saw Feng Qingyang that Su Li's mood gradually calmed down. "Greetings, Senior Feng Qingyang." Su Li bowed respectfully at Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang nodded and smiled at Su Li. "Su Li, I've heard about you from Little Tian. You're not simple to be able to come so far after leaving your hometown, the Saint Province realm. In the history of the Saint Province realm, there had been many people who had ascended to the Devata realm. However, most of them had died in accidents after ascending to the Devata realms. Even if they did not die, they did not accomplish much. Only a few of them managed to make a name for themselves. In the past, when Feng Qingyang had just ascended to the Devata realms, he did not have such a feeling. He had met many people and met many people from various mundane realms, but he had never heard of anyone who was extraordinary and came from the Saint Province realm. Naturally, he could understand this. After all, there were many mundane realms. The Saint Province realm was not considered a large mundane realm among the mundane realms. After all, the Saint Province realm had Duanlingtian, and Suli. There were many mundane realms like the Saint Province realm, but until now, there were no outstanding people in the mundane realms. Among the Devata realms, the most famous large-scale mundane realms were the Yen Huang realm. For example, the powerful titled celestial emperors and many powerful forces in the Jade Emperor Heaven were from Yen Huang realm. Even the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven was from the Yen Huang plane. Apart from the Yen Huang realm, there were several other mundane realms as well. Many powerful figures and forces had emerged one after another. Not only that, but they were also deeply rooted in the Devata realms. Senior Feng Qingyang, you must be joking. Suli smiled wryly when he heard Feng Qingyang's praise. I'm just lucky. When I was still in the Saint Province realm, I accidentally went to Yen Huang realm and obtained the legacy of a senior from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Then, I was brought to the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect to be nurtured. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have been able to achieve much even if I ascended to the Devata realms on my own. I'm not like you and Duanlingtian, Senior Feng Qingyang. Both of you relied on your own strength to reach where you are today. Suli sighed. Suli, that's not right. Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, fortuitous encounters are also part of one's strength. There are so many people in Yen Huang realm. Why did you, who's not from Yen Huang realm, obtain the legacy of a senior from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven? This is your luck, your fate, and your strength. You've come so far, but don't tell me you still can't see that. Luck is also a part of strength. Feng Qingyang replied with a question. Before Suli could reply, he continued to say, moreover, the reason I was able to make a name for myself when I ascended to the Devata realms was because I came across a few sword celestial relics and obtained some fortuitous encounters that allowed me to perfect my sword Dao. If it weren't for that luck, I wouldn't be where I am today. Suli nodded when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. Realization dawned on him as he said, thank you for your reminder, Senior Feng Qingyang. I understand now. All right. Feng Qingyang nodded. Then, he turned to Suli and said, if you're free before the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, you can stay by my side so I can observe your sword techniques. Thank you, Senior Feng Qingyang. Suli was overjoyed. He knew that the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was obviously trying to give him some pointers by saying this. Duanlingtian's eyes lit up as well. He quickly thanked Feng Qingyang. Thank you, master. Naturally, he knew that the reason why his master treated Suli so well was mostly because of him. After all, Suli was a good friend of his. Suli was allowed by Feng Qingyang to cultivate with him. Duanlingtian did not disturb them and returned to his wooden house. However, less than 2 days after he returned, he received a message. Duanlingtian, are you here? To Duanlingtian, this voice seemed a little distant. It was familiar yet unfamiliar. However, he quickly confirmed the identity of the person who had sent the message. Where are you? Duanlingtian asked. I'm on my way to the heavenly palace. Duanlingtian replied. The Devata realm's battle of the geniuses? Duanlingtian asked again. Yes. Duanlingtian replied again. Let's talk when we arrive. Duanlingtian's eyes lit up immediately. Apart from Suli, Duanlingtian was also worried about another person who might come to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. That person was none other than Ling Jueyun. Ling Jueyun was one of his few friends. Moreover, they had gone through life and death situations together. Although he had not known Ling Jueyun for as long as Suli, he still regarded Ling Jueyun as an important friend. After so many years, Duan Lingtian finally received a message from Ling Jueyun. Moreover, Ling Jueyun was also from the primeval heaven, and was on his way to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses held by the tidal temple every 1,000 years. It's been so many years. I wonder how strong he is now. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he thought curiously in his heart. At the same time, he contacted Huang the sword soul of the seven orifices exquisite sword. Huang Ling Jueyun is on his way to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Although Huang had acknowledged Duan Lingtian as her master, she would only obey Duan Lingtian's orders. However, when she heard Duan Lingtian mention Ling Jueyun, her voice did not change at all. She only replied indifferently, "It's good that he's here. This means he's improved a lot over the years." As soon as Huang finished speaking, a voice rang from outside. "Duan Lingtian, come out." If it was a normal voice, the soundproof formation in the wooden house would have blocked it out. However, this voice was transmitted through the divine consciousness so Duan Lingtian could hear it clearly. Duan Lingtian frowned. Who was this person? Based on the voice, he did not recognize this person at all. Chapter 34:51. It was impossible for him not to go out since the newcomer's tone was unfriendly. If he did not go out, his cultivation would be affected. Creak. After Duan Lingtian pushed open the door and walked out, he noticed that many gazes were converged on him. Moreover, before his own wooden house, there was a young man wearing a blue robe with golden edges standing there. This young man had a tall and sturdy figure, a handsome appearance, and a pair of tiger-like eyebrows that emitted a dignified aura. Presently, he was staring at Duan Lingtian as he asked indifferently, "You're Duan Lingtian? The only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Is there a reason you're looking for me?" Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he looked at the young man. Duan Lingtian was puzzled by the young man's hostility. After all, he did not know this young man at all. "I'm Tong Tu, the fourth true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Shen Yuan heaven. I'm here with my master to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses." The burly young man looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, "I'm here to spar with you. I'm curious what kind of true disciple the legendary heavenly emperor from the solitary destructive heaven, whom even my master admits is inferior to, has accepted?" Duan Lingtian could sense the young man's hostility. Although the young man's tone was calm, he could sense the change in the young man's emotions. "I'm only slightly over 700 years old. I'm not much older than you, so I'm not taking advantage of you," Tong Tu continued to say. At this moment, the onlookers were in an uproar. "I was wondering who dared to provoke Duan Lingtian. As it turns out, it's the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Shen Yuan heaven. I know Tong Tuesday. He's the fourth true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Shen Yuan heaven. His cultivation base was close to becoming a titled celestial emperor a few decades ago. Now that he's over 700 years old, it's likely that he's already a titled celestial emperor. Even if he hasn't become a titled celestial emperor yet, I'm sure he won't be a match for anyone below the level of a titled celestial emperor. Speaking of which, the heavenly emperor of Shen Yuan heaven is also a remarkable figure. Most importantly, he's also a powerful sword celestial. For this reason, after the rise of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, many people compared the two of them to each other. It's said that both of them had sparred before, and their strengths were on par. That's all in the past. Ever since the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven came out of the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, his strength has already surpassed the heavenly emperor of the Shen Yuan heaven. Perhaps, the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Shen Yuan heaven isn't convinced of his master's strength. That's why he challenged the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven to prove that his master's disciple is stronger. Isn't he bullying us? Even if he's not much older than Duan Lingtian, when did he become a disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Shen Yuan heaven, And when did Duan Lingtian become a disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Based on what I know, Tong Tu has been in the heavenly palace of the Shen Yuan heaven since he was young. As for Duan Lingtian, he only met the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, about 100 years ago. The onlookers whispered among themselves. They did not think Tong Tu was taking advantage of Duan Lingtian by challenging Duan Lingtian just because the age gap between them was not big. What a joke! Tong Tu had been cultivating with the heavenly emperor of the Shen Yuan heaven since he was young. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had only met the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven when he was 500 years old. How could Tong Tu be so shameless as to say he was not taking advantage of Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian won't accept the duel, right? Soon after, more and more people shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian's reply to Tong Tuesday. Most of them were certain Duan Lingtian would not accept the duel since they were certain Duan Lingtian would be humiliated if he accepted the duel. Only an idiot would be humiliated. Duan Lingtian had a good reason for not accepting the duel. There was no need for him to worry about embarrassing his master, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian, don't tell me you don't have the guts to accept the duel? With Tong Tu's hearing, it was only natural that he heard the whispers around him. He frowned. Aren't these fellows looking for an excuse for Duan Lingtian by saying that? Duan Lingtian, although I grew up in the heavenly palace of the Shen Yuan heaven, I only started cultivating under my master when I was 300 years old. Tong Tu looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, if you think I'm taking advantage of you, we can have a duel. I won't use my celestial weapon. A commotion broke out as soon as Tong Tu finished speaking. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, the onlookers began to whisper among themselves again. Tong Tu said he won't use his celestial weapon? Isn't he a little too arrogant? Isn't he underestimating his opponent? Nobody expected Tong Tu would dare to say that he would not use his celestial weapon in a duel with Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing Tong Tu's words, the onlookers began to realize something. Tong Tu was most likely a titled celestial emperor now. Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh when he heard Tong Tu's words. What are you laughing at? Tong Tu's expression darkened. What? Are you trying to hide your guilt and cowardice by laughing? I've already made such a concession, and yet you're still afraid to duel with me? Humph! You're a disgrace to your master, Feng Qingyang. At the end of his sentence, Tong Tu snorted coldly and said disdainfully, do you really want to duel with me? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Tong Tu indifferently. Do you think I'm joking with you in front of so many people? Tong Tu sneered. As soon as Tong Tu's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. In the next instant, he vanished into thin air. Bang! Before the onlookers could react, a loud noise resonated in their ears. At the same time, they discovered Duan Lingtian had appeared at the spot where Tong Tu was standing earlier. Tong Tu was sent flying like an arrow that had left its bow. Blarg! Tong Tu's aura was weak, and he was in a wretched state. He could not help but throw up a mouthful of blood. He only managed to regain his balance after flying for 100 meters. However, his expression was unsightly as he glared at Duan Lingtian. Despicable! How dare you, the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, sneak attack me? Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Tong Tu continued to say, I'll teach you a lesson during the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. The onlookers were stunned by Tong Tu's actions. He's too thick-skinned, isn't he? At this moment, everyone could see that Duan Lingtian's strength was not inferior to Tong Tuesday. At the very least, he was on par with Tong Tuesday otherwise. How could he injure Tong Tu before Tong Tu could react? It was obvious Tong Tu had noticed this as well. That was why he had left in a hurry. Even if Tong Tu was at his peak, he would not be able to defeat Duan Lingtian, let alone Tong Tu who had been injured by Duan Lingtian due to his carelessness. If you were in Duan Lingtian's place earlier, would you be able to react in time if you were in his place? Among the crowd of young geniuses, one of them asked softly. Most of the onlookers shook their heads when they heard this question. I'm almost certain the true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven is a titled celestial emperor. Another 600-year-old titled celestial emperor? To think that we thought that he had a good master and that he was just a mediocre person, why do I suddenly feel like my face is burning? What a slap in the face. Like I said, the legendary genius of the solitary destructive heaven is a brilliant figure. So many peerless geniuses wanted to be his disciple, but he didn't accept them. How could he accept a mediocre person as his true disciple just because of fate? You didn't say that earlier, right? Brother, can you not embarrass me? When Duan Ling Tian turned around and returned to the wooden house, the group of young geniuses outside confirmed one thing. Duan Ling Tian was a titled celestial emperor. Similar to Su Li from the Jade Emperor Heaven, Duan Ling Tian was a titled celestial emperor who was only slightly over 600 years old. Even though this news started to spread in a small circle, it still caused quite a stir. Tong Tu, the fourth true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Xian Yuan Heaven, did not return to his wooden house after he was severely injured. Instead, he went to look for his third senior brother, the most outstanding person among the young geniuses from the heavenly palace of the Xian Yuan Heaven. Yu Dongfang. Yu Dongfang was more than 900 years old. He was known as a 3-star god of war in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Currently, many people suspected he was at least a 4-star god of war. Third senior brother, I went to look for Duan Ling Tian, the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Tong Tu lowered his head in front of Yu Dongfang like a child who had been wronged. You're severely injured. Yu Dongfang was a young man in a black and gray robe. He had a medium build and was half a head shorter than Tong Tuesday. However, when he stood there, the cold aura he exuded was superior to Tong Tu's. He had an ordinary face, but his eyes seemed to be glowing with a strange light, making it easy for people to be attracted to him. He sneak-attacked me, Tong Tu said with a hint of dissatisfaction. Since he managed to injure you so severely, it means he's not any weaker than you. Yu Dongfang glanced at Tong Tu indifferently and said, Let me ask you this, if he's not as strong as a titled celestial emperor, can he injure you even if he sneak-attacked you? No. Tong Tu smiled wryly. Tong Tu smiled bitterly. He was naturally aware of this, but it was exactly because of this that he was unwilling to accept this. He was severely injured by Yu Dongfang's sneak attack. If Yu Dongfang was stronger than him, he would not mind admitting defeat. However, if Yu Dongfang was only as strong as him, it would be embarrassing for him to be injured by Yu Dongfang's sneak attack. Yu Dongfang shook his head as he said, He's more than 600 years old, and his strength is on par with yours. Moreover, it's said that this true disciple of heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang only met Feng Qingyang for the first time 100 years ago, and cultivated under heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. Yu Dongfang shook his head as he spoke. Unfortunately, he's still too young. Otherwise, he's qualified to be my opponent. Chapter 3452. News of Duan Ling Tian injuring Tong Tu, the fourth true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Xian Yuan Heaven, with just a single move spread like wildfire. The group of young geniuses from the various Devata realms were not the only ones who received the news. Even the high-ranking officials from the Tidal Temple's branches and the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms received the news. If it was an ordinary person, it would not have attracted so much attention. However, the main character of this matter was Duan Ling Tian, the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. The young geniuses were curious about Duan Ling Tian's talent and ability to gain the favor of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. On the other hand, the high-ranking officials from the Tidal Temple and the heavenly palaces in the Devata realms were curious as to why the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven would suddenly accept a disciple who was unknown to them. Apart from the people from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was not surprised by this. The The boundless heaven was the Devata realm where the heavenly pool palace, a heaven-grade force, was located. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was the grandfather of Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace. For this reason, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven Nu Duan Lingtian was as strong as a titled celestial emperor. After all, Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor of the heavenly pool palace, had suffered a loss at the hands of Duan Lingtian. After learning that Duan Lingtian was the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he had learned more about Duan Lingtian from his grandson. It's normal. For this reason, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven thought it was normal for Duan Lingtian to injure Tong Tu, who was caught off guard. However, the others did not think so. The heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, would either not accept a disciple or accept a monster as his disciple. Even Feng Qingyang himself, at this age, most likely did not have this kind of achievement. With the talent and comprehension of Feng Qingyang as a successor disciple, under the guidance and nurturing of Feng Qingyang in the future, he would definitely be the second Feng Qingyang. In fact, he might even surpass his master. Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. He cultivated while waiting for Ling Jueyun's arrival. "We're here." Duan Lingtian only stepped out of the wooden house when he received a message from Ling Jueyun. He saw Ling Jueyun once again. Ling Jueyun was dressed the same as before. His appearance hadn't changed much, but the aura between his brows was clearly more mature. Clearly, the experience of the past few hundred years had changed him a lot. "Where did you come from?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously when he brought Ling Jueyun back to his wooden house. Although he had received a message from Ling Jueyun not long ago, he did not ask where Ling Jueyun came from. He wanted to ask Ling Jueyun about it first. "I arrived in the primeval heaven a long time ago. As for which Devata realm I came from Feng Qingtian's place." Ling Jueyun replied. "Did you come with the people from Feng Qingtian's heavenly palace?" Duan Lingtian asked again. In his opinion, with Ling Jueyun's talent and comprehension, it would not be difficult for him to enter Feng Qingtian's heavenly palace and become a disciple of Feng Qingtian. "No." Ling Jueyun shook his head. "I went to Feng Qingtian's title temple and passed the test to qualify for the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. You know who I am. I'm a native of the realms of gods. I have no intention of becoming a disciple in the Devata realms. Ever since I was young, I've always been surrounded by god-level powerhouses. Even the servants in my clan are god-level powerhouses. Do you think it's possible for me to become a disciple of someone from the Devata realms? Even the heavenly emperors of Devata realms might not be qualified to be my master, let alone a heavenly emperor who has not attained godhood." Ling Jueyun said haughtily. As the young master of the Ling clan, one of the most powerful clans in the divine offering land, Ling Jueyun had his own pride. Apart from his own pride, his clan's pride made it impossible for him to become a disciple of someone from the Ling clan. Even if his clan had been annihilated, his clan was not. However, they arrived before me. I told them I'd come by myself. Yes. When I arrived, the vice palace masters of Feng Qingtian's title temple and a direct disciple of the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven came to pick me up. Ling Jueyun said, "It seems like you're quite strong. Even the vice palace masters of Feng Qingtian's title temple are willing to give you face." Duan Lingtian was surprised. How could they not give me face? Ling Jueyun smiled faintly. "Including me, there are 17 people from Feng Qingtian's title temple who passed the test to participate in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. To be honest, even if they join forces, I'm confident I can kill all of them. At most, I'll only be injured." Ling Jueyun's tone was filled with pride again. "You're not humble at all." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "Duan Lingtian, you're doing well as well." Ling Jueyun said with a smile, "On my way here, I heard Wei Qi, the vice palace masters of Feng Qingtian's title temple, and Wei Qi, the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, talking about you. They said you're at least a titled celestial emperor. However, their estimation of your strength is too low. Since I've achieved so much, Even if you're not as strong as me, you shouldn't be that much weaker than me. Ling Jueyun smiled brightly. Not as strong as you? Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's words, Duan Lingtian looked at him meaningfully. It seems like you're really confident in your strength. In that case, do you want to find a place to spar with me? If it was 2 weeks ago, I would have agreed to your request. However, I've recently gained some insights that I need time to digest before the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses begins. Ling Jueyun shook his head and said, if you want to spar with me, you'd better wait until the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses begins. Moreover, I heard the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses will begin in 6 months. Duan Lingtian had learned about this from his master, Feng Qingyang. So he was not surprised by Ling Jueyun's words. You should return to the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. I'll spar with you again, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. There's no rush. Ling Jueyun took a deep breath and said, Duan Lingtian, I'd like to meet Sister Huang. Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. Do you really want to meet her? You'll be disappointed. I'm relieved to hear that. A rare smile appeared on Ling Jueyun's cold face. It seems like Sister Huang has completely merged with your divine artifact. As a native of the realms of gods, Ling Jueyun, naturally, knew what would happen when the soul of another divine artifact merged with another person's divine artifact. In the end, Duan Lingtian asked Huang to meet Ling Jueyun. Sister Huang I know I don't mean much to you, but I want to tell you that I didn't disappoint you. All these years, I didn't slack off at all. When Ling Jueyun looked at Huang not only did his cold face soften, but his eyes were also filled with emotions. Unfortunately, in response to his heartfelt words, Huang only responded with a faint, oh. After Ling Jueyun left, Duan Lingtian looked at Huang and said with a wry smile on his face, Huang you don't have to be so cold. After all, your former master is his sister. As for him, you watched him grow up. Duan Lingtian said, Master, I know what you mean. Huang shook her head and said, but right now, Huang emotions aren't completely under my control. I have memories of what you said, but in those memories, I feel like I'm more of a bystander. Even if those memories are my own. Right now, I only know that you are my master. For you, I can do anything. Even if I turn into ashes, I will have no regrets. As for the rest, whether it is people or things, they are not important. Huang said, this was the fate of a divine artifact's soul. Alright, although Duan Lingtian felt a little helpless, he knew this wasn't something he could control. Of course, he could order Huang to treat Ling Jueyun better. But even so, her emotions were still stiff and would only have the opposite effect. Let's go back, Huang. After sending Huang back, Duan Lingtian took out the formation disc his master Feng Qingyang had given him and activated it with immortal crystals. Then, he opened the small world in his body to communicate with his family. After his master's reminder last time, he'd closed the small world in his body. At the same time, her master had also given her a square disc array. Inside it was a very ingenious array that could conceal one's aura. Even if a divine spirit realm master's powerful divine sense could pass through the array, he would still be able to sense something before passing through the array. That little bit of time was enough for him to close the small world in his body. Therefore, with the formation disc, he did not have to worry about the secret of his small world being discovered. However, at this moment, most of his family members in Duan Lingtian's little world were cultivating. Only his father and mother had stopped cultivating and were chatting. After chatting with his parents for a while, Duan Lingtian closed the small world in his body again. At the same time, he began to wait for the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses to begin in half a year. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not plan to slack off in the remaining half a year. He continued to deepen his understanding of the sword Tao that his master Feng Qingyang had taught him by fusing the profundity of the law of space into it. Due to the supreme powerhouse divinity in his possession, Duan Lingtian made progress almost every day. In just half a month, he had made significant progress. Time continued to pass quietly. Half a year passed in just a blink of an eye. The Devata realm's battle of the geniuses was about to begin. In the literature hall. Chapter 3453. The Devata realm's battle of the geniuses was held every 1,000 years in the heavenly palaces of the various Devata realms. This time, it was the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven's turn to host the battle of the geniuses. Since the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven would host the battle of the geniuses every 81,000 years, the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven had prepared a venue for the battle of the geniuses. However, the venue was usually sealed off by a formation and would only be opened when the battle of the geniuses began. The venue had a history similar to the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms. At that time, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven was different from the current heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. This venue is quite big. The people from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven arranged for the young geniuses from the various Devata realms, including Duan Ling Tian, to be seated in the spectator seats. There were so many seats that even after the young geniuses from the various Devata realms had taken their seats, there was still a large empty space. At the back of the auditorium, there was a small floating island with some tables and chairs. In front of the table stood a delicate and beautiful maid, holding a teapot in her hand and teacups on the table. The seats on the floating islands must be provided by the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven to the high-ranking officials of the heavenly palaces and the title temples branches in the Devata realms. It was not difficult for the young geniuses present on the scene to figure this out. Although most of the young geniuses had arrived, the high-ranking officials from the heavenly palaces and the title temples branches had yet to arrive. Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, and Ling Ju-yun sat together. At this moment, Su Li and Ling Ju-yun had gotten to know each other. Both of them were straightforward people, so it did not take long for them to get along. The other three young geniuses from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi, sat behind Duan Ling Tian. Their gazes were filled with complicated emotions, as though they were meeting Duan Ling Tian for the first time. Among the young geniuses who participated in the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms, they were the first to express disdain for Duan Ling Tian. Even the fact that Duan Ling Tian was only 600 years old was spread by them. It could be said that it was the three of them who caused the group of young geniuses to think that Duan Ling Tian was just a mediocre person. However, when Tong Tu, the fourth true disciple of the heavenly emperor of Shenyuan heaven, went to challenge Duan Ling Tian and was severely injured by Duan Ling Tian, everyone realized something was amiss. Although Duan Ling Tian was only 600 years old, he was already a top-tier titled celestial emperor. It did not matter if he was titled or not. His strength was on par with a titled celestial emperor. He knows Su Li as well. Soon after, Zhang Tianyu and the other two young geniuses shifted their attention to Su Li, who was sitting next to Duan Ling Tian. They had heard about Su Li, who was only 600 years old and was already a titled celestial emperor. In fact, they had thought Su Li had the highest potential among the group of young geniuses who participated in the battle of the geniuses. However, when they saw Duan Ling Tian's innate talent was on par with Su Li's, they dismissed the thought. At this moment, many of the young geniuses who were sitting nearby turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and Su Li. Look! It's Duan Ling Tian, the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, and Su Li, the genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven. They know each other? I'm afraid they don't just know each other. Based on their familiarity, it's obvious they're old friends. At this moment, some people were sitting in groups of 3 to 5, and some were sitting alone. The young geniuses from the various Devata realms did not sit according to which Devata realms they were from. Instead, they sat casually. They were all waiting for the battle of the geniuses to begin. Duan Ling Tian, who was chatting idly with Su Li, suddenly noticed a burning gaze that was looking at him from the spectating area, and he instantly looked over instinctively. With just a glance, he recognized the person. It was none other than Tong Tu, the fourth true disciple of the heavenly emperor of Shenyuan, whom he had injured 6 months ago. Duan Ling Tian saw that after Tong Tu looked at him, Tong Tu said something to the young man next to him. Then the young man shifted his gaze to him as well. When he discovered that he was looking at him, the young man actually nodded and smiled at him. His refined and courteous appearance made people unable to feel any ill will towards him. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian nodded at the young man as well. You know them? Su Liu followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and noticed Tong Tu and the person beside him. That burly one is Tong Tu, the fourth direct disciple of Heavenly Emperor Shenyuan. Duan Lingtian smiled. So it's him. Su Li was enlightened. At the same time, he was a little puzzled. I'm afraid the person beside him isn't simple either. Tong Tu seems to be respectful in front of that person. In fact, not only Su Li, but even Duan Lingtian had long since discovered this. I don't know that person. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Wang Ting, who was sitting behind him, said, that person is also the third direct disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of Shenyuan Heaven. He's Tong Tu's senior brother. His name is Yu Dongfang. It is said that Yu Dongfang's strength is at least that of a 4-star war god, or even stronger. Wang Ting said. Early on when Duan Lingtian arrived today, Wang Ting's group of 3 had already come over to apologize for their actions from half a year ago. Duan Lingtian utterly didn't take those matters to heart, so he calmly accepted their apologies. Moreover, since the 3 of them had come through the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, it meant they had a close relationship with the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. To a certain extent, they could be considered as one of their own. As the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian, naturally, would not be stingy. A 4-star war god? Or even stronger? Upon hearing Wang Ting's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but turn to look at Yu Dongfang again. Su Li instinctively turned to look at Yu Dongfang as well. At this moment, even Ling Juyun, who was sitting at the side with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. He followed Duan Lingtian and Su Li's gazes and saw Yu Dongfang, the third direct disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of Shenyuan Heaven. A hint of battle intent could be seen in Yu Dongfang's eyes. At the same time, Yu Dongfang, who was seated on the opposite side of the arena, also noticed Duan Lingtian and the others' gazes. He glanced at Duan Lingtian before his eyes landed on Su Li. Then, he asked Tong Tu, who was sitting next to Duan Lingtian. Apart from Su Li, who's the other person? As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at Ling Juyun. Although they were far apart with Yu Dongfang's eyesight, he could easily see the battle intent in Ling Juyun's eyes when he looked at Yu Dongfang. It was clear Yu Dongfang was aware of Yu Dongfang's identity. However, Yu Dongfang was certain Yu Dongfang was not an ordinary person. Upon hearing Yu Dongfang's question, Tong Tu also turned to look at Ling Juyun. His expression turned solemn as he said, I didn't notice him earlier. It seems like he knows Duan Lingtian as well. Who is he? Yu Dongfang asked curiously. Since his junior brother had such an expression on his face, it was obvious Yu Dongfang was not an ordinary person. He came from Fengqing Tian, Tong Tu said fearfully. He came from Fengqing Tian's title temple after he passed the test in Fengqing Tian's title temple's sub-temple. He's the strongest among those who passed the test in the title temple. As for the rest, the strongest one is close to a 3-star god of war. But even so, he was still no match for a single move from him. They suspect Ling Juyun is at least one of the strongest 3-star gods of war. He might even be a 4-star god of war. Tong Tu's voice was filled with dread as he spoke. Does this mean he might be a 5-star god of war? Yu Dongfang narrowed his eyes. Well, no one said that. After all, there are less than 10 5-star gods of war participating in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. Tong Tu said as he shook his head. It was obvious he did not think Yu Dongfang had the strength of a 5-star god of war. Interesting. Looks like there's another opponent that I can take seriously. Yu Dongfang's narrowed eyes opened. There was a flash of light and waves of battle intent rose in his eyes. Tong Tu looked at Duan Lingtian again. He clenched his fists tightly as his face twitched. If Duan Lingtian's strength was, at most, on par with him, he would challenge Duan Lingtian to a duel to avenge his humiliation. Although Duan Lingtian was defeated by Duan Lingtian's sneak attack, the others would not say the same thing. They would only say that Duanling Tian, a core disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, could not even defeat a true disciple who was much younger than him. In Tong Tu's opinion, even if he tied with Duanling Tian, it would be enough for him to avenge his humiliation. Third senior brother. Tong Tu asked with a frown on his face. In the history of the Devata realms, there are at least 10 five-star gods of war participating in the Devata realms battle of geniuses. In fact, there were a few occasions when there were more than 10 five-star gods of war participating in the Devata realms battle of geniuses. This time, there are only 3 or 4 five-star gods of war participating in the Devata realms battle of geniuses. Including Ling Jueyun, there are at most 5 five-star gods of war participating in the Devata realms battle of geniuses. Will those unknown young geniuses really be able to fill the remaining spots? Tong Tu asked skeptically. Yu Dongfang shook his head and said, Junior brother, don't underestimate the vastness of the Devata realms. There's always someone stronger than you. Some of the reclusive experts were even as strong as his master. It's not impossible for those reclusive powerhouses to become 5-star gods of war. It's just a matter of how many there are. Chapter 3454. Brother Duan. At some point in time, a person appeared in the row behind Duanling Tian and greeted Duanling Tian warmly. Do you still remember me? This was a tall and sturdy young man with a handsome appearance. When he greeted Duanling Tian, there was a harmless smile on his face. Duanling Tian turned around to take a look when he heard the voice. He recognized the person with just a glance. I remember you. Duanling Tian nodded and smiled when he saw the young man's enthusiasm. Tang Sanpao. Although it had been half a year since they last met, Duanling Tian still remembered this young man who had approached him as soon as he arrived at the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Back then, Duanling Tian had not only asked for his name, but he had also told him his name. For this reason, Duanling Tian knew that Duanling Tian was called Tang Sanpao. That's right. Tang Sanpao nodded. His smile widened as he said, I didn't expect you to recognize me, Brother Duan. Why are you here? Aren't you with your friends? Duanling Tian looked around. He only knew a few people and there was no one else around. It was strange for Tang Sanpao to appear here. Perhaps Duanling Tian was just here to greet him? I don't have any friends. Tang Sanpao shook his head. I went to the Tidal Temple's branch palace alone. I only came here with the people from the Tidal Temple. I don't know anyone else. Duanling Tian was surprised by Tang Sanpao's words. He asked, Someone as enthusiastic as you should have a lot of friends, right? The scene of Tang Sanpao striking up a conversation with Duanling Tian flashed in his mind. Tang Sanpao smiled awkwardly when he heard Duanling Tian's words. I've been cooped up in the mountains for a long time. I can't help but greet people when I see them. I don't greet everyone. Of course, among the people that I greeted, only you, Brother Duan, paid attention to me. Practically everyone else treated me coldly, and some even berated me. As he spoke, Tang Sanpao could not help but sigh. Duanling Tian smiled. However, he could also tell that this Tang Sanpao had to look at the person he was trying to strike up a conversation with. He would not strike up a conversation with just anyone. He would only strike up a conversation with someone he thought was not ordinary. However, how many of those extraordinary people weren't proud and arrogant people? Why would they pay attention to others who blocked their way and tried to strike up a conversation? Even Duanling Tian was a little impatient with Tang Sanpao's endless chatter when he first met Tang Sanpao. Brother Duan, although everyone said that you were young and definitely didn't have much strength, I don't think so. As Tang Sanpao spoke, he looked at Zhang Tianyu and the other two who were standing next to him, causing the three of them to feel awkward and guilty. How could someone who was accepted as a true disciple by the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven be ordinary? In the end, you didn't disappoint me. You managed to injure the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven with just one strike. I'm looking forward to the battle of geniuses in the Devata realms. I'm eager to have a battle with you, Brother Duan. Tang Sanpeo's eyes shone brightly like the stars in the night sky. Eager to have a battle with me? Duan Lingtian was taken aback by Tang Sanpeo's words. He looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. It seemed like Duan Lingtian was also a young genius who had the strength of a titled celestial emperor. Otherwise, he would not have dared to say such words. At this moment, even Zhang Tianyu and the other two who were sitting next to Tang Sanpao were looking at Duan Lingtian in shock. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be a titled celestial emperor. A battle with Duan Lingtian? Su Li turned to look at Tang Sanpao. He shook his head and smiled, but he did not say anything. He thought Duan Lingtian must have thought Duan Lingtian was an ordinary titled celestial emperor. As for Ling Jueyun, he did not even turn to look at Duan Lingtian. Although he had yet to witness Duan Lingtian's current strength, he knew Duan Lingtian's current strength was not much weaker than him. After all, it was impossible for an ordinary titled celestial emperor to be a match for Duan Lingtian. He's here. It's the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. At this moment, a voice rang from near Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian and the others raised their heads to look. Duan Lingtian saw Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, flying toward them with many people following behind him. Among them there was a familiar face. It was Wei Qi, the Bone Dragon Celestial Emperor who had led the way for Duan Lingtian. Wei Qi was also a true disciple of Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. That's the heavenly emperor of Wave Trace. It's the heavenly emperor of Morning Heaven. That person is the Palace Master and 2 Vice Palace Masters of the Tidal Temple's branch in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. The heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials of the Tidal Temple's branches in the Devata realms are here. It seems like the battle of the geniuses is about to begin. The appearance of the group of heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the various Devata realms caused an uproar among the crowd. Many young geniuses stared at the group of people who had just arrived. A group of titled celestial emperors from various Devata realms appeared one after another, attracting many people's attention. Apart from that, many people also paid attention to the palace masters of the tidal temples in the Devata realms. Naturally, the heavenly emperors from the Devata realms attracted the most attention. That's Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. Not long after Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze, a voice resonated in the air. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the sky. A graceful and luxurious figure appeared in front of him. It was a beautiful woman. She had a smile on her beautiful face. She didn't look like someone who had been on the run for many years. A tall and well-built middle-aged man with a face as fair as jade stood next to her. He was chatting with her with a smile on his face. At this moment, many people began to whisper among themselves. That's the Qi Hongtian Emperor? That's right. That's the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Binggu, who's ranked 5th on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. They seem to know each other. Upon hearing these words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. The Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven actually dares to show herself? Is the battle of the geniuses really that attractive to her? Or perhaps, she thinks the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Heaven, Qi Hong, will be able to protect her. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly when he heard these words. In the past, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heavenly Heaven had sent people to his hometown, the Saint Province Realm, to kill him. After learning that the Saint Province Realm belonged to his master, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heavenly Heaven left the Luo River Heavenly Palace. Since Master brought me to the Luo River sect, I'm sure she knows about my relationship with Master, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. She still dares to show herself? Duan Lingtian did not know where Situ Zhuqing, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven, found the courage to show herself, especially since his master was in the Heavenly Palace of the Primeval Heaven. The Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven? At this moment, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianni instinctively turned to look at Duan Lingtian. They had heard about the conflict between the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven and Duan Lingtian since their seniors were close to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. They knew the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven would not let the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven off so easily. They also knew the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven had left the Luo River heaven out of fear of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Young Master Duan, why is the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven so bold as to show herself here? Isn't she afraid the heavenly emperor will punish her? He Jianni asked curiously. At this moment, Zhang Tianyu and Wang Ting also looked at Duan Ling Tian in confusion. Could it be that the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven had secretly reached an agreement with the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Could it be that she has reached an agreement with the heavenly emperor and you? He Jianni asked curiously. There's no agreement. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Then, he glanced at the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven indifferently and said, perhaps she thinks the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven has something to rely on, or perhaps she thinks the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven won't make a move at this time. The heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven won't make a move at this time? Zhang Tianyu and the other two looked at each other and shook their heads. If it was an ordinary heavenly emperor, they might have some misgivings about the situation. Would the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven do the same? At the same time, those who knew about the enmity between the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven and the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven could not help but whisper among themselves. Didn't the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven leave the Luo River heaven? Why is she still here? Isn't she afraid of encountering heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang? Heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang is here as well, right? Did they reach an agreement? Most people thought the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven and the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had reached an agreement. Otherwise, they could not figure out why the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven dared to come here. Although the news of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, going to the Luo River heaven to look for Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven, was not widely known, it was still widely known. At this moment, those who were unaware of the truth of the matter began to learn about it from those who were in the know. The heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven actually sent someone to kill the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? How could a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm do such a thing? This is an evil deed that will incur the wrath of the heavens. Even if heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang makes a move, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven and the tidal temple won't interfere, right? Since she dares to come here, it's impossible she didn't think of the consequences. Perhaps she really has reached an agreement with Feng Qingyang, Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven, and the Qi Hongtian emperor landed on a floating island. She sat down with a smile on her face. Based on her expression, she did not seem afraid at all. Where did Situ Zhuqing get her confidence from? However, I'm afraid the Qi Hongtian emperor won't be able to stop Master, right? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as though he was about to devour Situ Zhuqing. Silence. Silence. Chapter 34:55. As the news spread, more and more people turned to look at Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. However, even under everyone's watchful eyes, Situ Zhuqing's expression remained calm. It was as though she was fearless. Suddenly, as though she had a flash of inspiration, she shifted her gaze to Duan Ling Tian. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure out why she was behaving this way. Someone must have informed her of his identity through voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian met Situ Zhuqing's gaze fearlessly as a sneer appeared on his face. You must be Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, a woman's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. I'm Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. Situ Zhuqing said through voice transmission, the enmity between me and your master, Feng Qingyang, is all because of you. If you didn't kill my daughter, I wouldn't have vented my anger on your hometown, the mundane realm, even if I couldn't find you. What do you think? If you're willing to look for Feng Qingyang and ask him to let go of this enmity, I won't pursue the matter of you killing my daughter anymore. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Situ Zhuqing's words. Then, he replied disdainfully through voice transmission, "You're the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. What can you do even if you want to pursue the matter? Don't tell me you dare to make a move on me?" Duan Lingtian did not believe Situ Zhuqing would dare to make a move on him here. Even if his master had not shown up, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven would not let Situ Zhuqing have her way, let alone the others. Apart from being the host of the Battle of Geniuses, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven was also a good friend of Duan Lingtian's master. He was also ranked 4th on the heavenly emperor ranking. He was stronger than the Qi Hongtian emperor Zhou Bingguo. Although Zhou Bingguo, the heavenly emperor of the Qi Hongtian, was ranked at the top of the heavenly emperor ranking, he was ranked behind the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, Ding Fu. "Brat, are you going to stay by Feng Qingyang's side and hide in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven?" Situ Zhuqing sneered in response. Her tone was filled with threat. "Hee." Duan Lingtian chuckled. "Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to leave this place alive? Don't you know that my master is also in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven?" Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking and before Situ Zhuqing could respond, the crowd burst into an uproar. "It's Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I've finally met the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He's as handsome as jade and mighty as the rumors say. It's said that Feng Qingyang is the youngest heavenly emperor in the Devata realms. That's right. I've heard that he's an ascender who has only ascended for 10,000 years. It's shocking that he's able to achieve so much in just 10,000 years. For heavenly emperors who stood at the peak of the Devata realms, 10,000 years was not a long time. After all, most heavenly emperors had lived for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. There were even some who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. The further one progressed in cultivation, the more difficult it was to cultivate. Although the Devata realm's Battle of Geniuses was held once every 1,000 years, and there would always be a few 5-star gods of war under the age of 1,000, most of these geniuses would be stuck at a bottleneck. Even if they were given 10,000 or 10,000 years, it would still be difficult for them to make any progress. Only a small number of them would be able to continue growing stronger. Some people were extremely talented in the beginning, but when the profundities they needed to comprehend reached a certain level, it would be difficult for them to cross the threshold. For example, some titled celestial emperors might be able to comprehend the fusion of 3 profundities easily, but it would take them tens of thousands of years to comprehend the 4th profundity. It seems like this legendary heavenly emperor has set his eyes on the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven as soon as he arrived. It seems like they haven't reached an agreement yet. How dare the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven come here? Is she tired of living? Upon seeing Feng Qingyang flying towards Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, and staring at her coldly, an uproar broke out among the crowd. Many people's eyes lit up as though they were waiting to watch a show. It seemed like they would be able to witness a battle between heavenly emperors today. Situ Zhuqing, I didn't expect you to show yourself after hiding for so many years. Feng Qingyang's voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the quiet Devata realms. Based on Feng Qingyang's casual tone, anyone would be able to detect the coldness in his voice. Master. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang, heavenly emperor. Situ Zhuqing looked at Feng Qingyang warily when the burly middle-aged man sitting opposite her rose to his feet. He was none other than Zhou Bingguo, the Qi Hongtian emperor. He was ranked 5th on the heavenly emperor ranking, second only to Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. Before Feng Qingyang came out of the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, he was ranked 4th on the heavenly emperor ranking. I've heard about the enmity between you and the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. Zhou Bingguo looked at Feng Qingyang and said politely, in the end, it's because your disciple killed the daughter of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. That's why the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven lost her mind and slaughtered many people in your hometown. You want to protect her? Feng Qingyang did not respond to Zhou Bingguo's tirade. Instead, he looked at Zhou Bingguo indifferently. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, please do me this favor. Zhou Bingguo said with a faint smile. Do you this favor? Feng Qingyang's eyes flashed coldly as he said, Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, no one expected Feng Qingyang to say such a thing. Heavens, how domineering. His opponent was the Qi Hongtian Emperor, the fifth on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. Even if his opponent was not as strong as him, the difference should not be too big, right? Could it be that the rumors were true? Has Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang really become a god? Even Duan Lingtian was taken aback. He did not expect his master, who was usually kind and friendly in front of him, would become a completely different person in front of outsiders. Swoosh, swoosh, the expressions of the Qi Hongtian Emperor and the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven changed drastically. This was especially true for Zhou Bingguo, the Qi Hongtian Emperor. His expression darkened as he asked, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, are you trying to start a war? As soon as the words left Zhou Bingguo's mouth, a wave of scorching heat suddenly rose from the floating island he was on. Then, a monstrous flame rose into the sky and enveloped the entire floating island, spreading in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, the scorching aura spread to every corner of the Devata realms. A war! Apart from Ding Fu, the heavenly emperors of the primeval heaven, the other heavenly emperors narrowed their eyes when they realized a war was about to break out. At this moment, Feng Qingyang said, Do you think you're worthy? As soon as Feng Qingyang's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. The legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was too arrogant. He did not give them any face at all. Brother Duan, your master is too domineering, as expected of my idol. Tang Sanpao, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, exclaimed excitedly. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianyu and the other two heavenly emperors standing next to Tang Sanpao looked at the majestic figure in the distance with burning eyes. They were the legendary heavenly emperors of the solitary destructive heaven, invincible sword celestials. Master, I didn't expect Junior Uncle Feng to have such a side to him. Wei Qi, the bone dragon celestial emperor, stood behind Ding Fu with a shocked expression on his face. I didn't expect this as well. Ding Fu shook his head. Brother Feng has always been polite and courteous to me. Although I heard he once killed a heavenly emperor for Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, I didn't expect him to be even more domineering than me. It's true that there are new talents in every generation, and the new generation replaces the old. Ding Fu sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. In terms of age, Feng Qingyang was younger than him by more than 100,000 years. When he had recruited many disciples in his early years, Feng Qingyang had not even been born in his hometown, the mundane realm. However, Duan Lingtian, a legendary heavenly emperor who was only slightly over 10,000 years old, had already surpassed him. At this moment, the other heavenly emperors of the Devata realms were also looking at Feng Qingyang with a shocked expression on their faces. Did Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang really become a god? Zhou Bingguo, the Qi Hongtian Emperor, said with an unsightly expression on his face. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, everyone says you've become a god. Today, I'd like to see how strong you really are. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Bingguo had already soared into the air. The flames around his body quickly condensed and finally gathered around his body. It was like a dazzling sun, making it difficult for people to look at him directly. A terrifying heat wave surged out and shrouded the entire place, causing everyone to feel as though they were in the middle of a scorching summer. At this moment, everyone could feel the terrifying flames around Zhou Bingguo. With the temperature of the flames around Zhou Bingguo, there was not much in the world that could not be smelted by them. I've told you, you're not worthy. Feng Qingyang shook his head. Then, without any movement, a khaki-colored energy shot up into the sky above his head. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into a gigantic sword that continued to expand. That's the law of Earth? Isn't Feng Qingyang's forte the law of destruction? He's going to use the law of earth to deal with Qi Hongtian's heavenly emperor Zhou Bingguo. An uproar broke out among the crowd when they saw this. Not only were the young geniuses shocked, but even the titled celestial emperors present on the scene were shocked as well. Chapter 3456. Even before Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was trapped in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, his destruction sword Dao was well known in the Devata realms. Everyone knew that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was skilled in the law of destruction. However, most people did not expect Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, would use the law of earth instead of the law of earth. How could he be a match for Zhou Bingguo, the Qi Hongtian emperor, if he used the law of earth? After all, Zhou Bingguo was ranked 5th on the heavenly emperor ranking in the Devata realms. He was much stronger than the other 76 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Naturally, some people were shocked by this news as well. It seems like the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven has most likely attained godhood. Even Zhou Bingguo, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, felt the same way. Zhou Bingguo's expression changed drastically when Feng Qingyang's yellow great sword shone brightly and emitted a terrifying aura. This was because he could sense the terrifying aura contained within the great sword at this critical moment. Although this was the second time he had sensed the aura, it was unforgettable. It was the aura of divine energy. Divine energy. The energy of a god. It seemed like Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had attained godhood. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, please show mercy. Now Zhou Bingguo was terrified. Although he had faintly touched the threshold of a god and could be called a demigod, he knew that compared to a real god, the difference was like heaven and earth. A true god did not even need to fuse the profundities of laws to suppress him. After all, divine energy was much stronger than celestial origin energy. As a demigod, he knew the difference between divine energy and divine energy. Boom! Rumble! A loud explosion interrupted Zhou Bingguo's words. When Zhou Bingguo sensed Feng Qingyang's irresistible will, he no longer dared to be careless. His body shone brightly like a dazzling sun that illuminated heaven and earth. However, after defeating Zhou Bingguo's all-out defense, when that enormous sword descended, the power on his body was completely defeated. Then he was crushed to the ground, his body sinking into the earth. Boom! With a loud bang, the giant sword disappeared. When Zhou Bingguo stood up in a sorry state, his face was already ashen. His eyes and face were filled with terror and fear. God! This was the power of a god. He was powerless of the heavenly emperor of heaven. Heavenly emperor of the heavenly emperor of the heavens. Heavens! Heavenly emperor of the heavenly emperor of heaven realm. That's too terrifying. His strength is too terrifying. Qi Hongtian emperor is ranked 5th on the heavenly emperor ranking. It's said that he's close to becoming a demigod. However, he can't even withstand a single blow from heavenly emperor of heaven realm Feng Qingyang. Most importantly, heavenly emperor of heaven Feng Qingyang didn't use the law of destruction. He only used the law of earth. In the past, I've never heard of heavenly emperor of heaven Feng Qingyang using the law of earth. Me too. This was the first time Feng Qingyang had displayed the power of a god in front of everyone. Everyone knew the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was not just a rumor, he had really become a god. The rumors were not groundless. Brother Feng. Although Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, knew that Feng Qingyang had become a god, he was still shocked when he saw Feng Qingyang easily defeating Qi Hongtian and Zhou Bingguo. Then he smiled bitterly. He knew that when he challenged Feng Qingyang in the past, Feng Qingyang had shown him mercy. Otherwise, he would not have been defeated so easily. He had been puzzled at first. Was it not said that the celestial origin energy of a celestial being was not comparable to the divine energy of a god? Why was he able to barely withstand it? Now that the truth was out, he knew Feng Qingyang had held back when he challenged him. He's too strong. Is this the power of a god? Tang Sanpao, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, stared at Feng Qingyang from afar. The fervent look in his eyes grew even more intense and uncontrollable. Among the people present on the scene, only Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun remained calm. Duan Lingtian had learned from Feng Qingyang about the difference in strength between a celestial and a god. Even the servant of the Yun clan who had forced Feng Qingyang into the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, was only a demigod. Ling Juyun, on the other hand, had been around a group of gods since he was young. Naturally, he knew how powerful gods were. Naturally, the palace masters of the Tidal Temple sub-palaces who were present on the scene were also aware that Feng Qingyang had become a god. Otherwise, they would not have placed Feng Qingyang in the top 3 on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. Only a god would be able to walk out alive from the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Based on this, the Tidal Temple had concluded that Feng Qingyang had become a god. How domineering! He managed to injure the Qi Hongtian Emperor with just a single sword strike. No wonder the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven said the Qi Hongtian Emperor wasn't worthy of fighting him. Now, it seems like he really isn't worthy of fighting him. Everyone's eyes were trained on Feng Qingyang. Soon after, many heavenly emperors and palace masters of the Tidal Temple's sub-palaces arrived. However, not many people paid attention to them since everyone's attention was on Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang's strength was shocking. Feng Qingyang's strength was terrifying. From today onward, if you, the Qi Hongtian Emperor, dare to interfere in the matter between me and Situ Zhuqing, you'll die. Feng Qingyang stared at Zhou Binggu, the heavenly emperor of Qi Hongtian. His tone was cold and resolute. No one dared to doubt his words. However, Feng Qingyang's words confused everyone, including Duan Lingtian. Was the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven not going to die soon? Once the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven died, even if the Qi Hongtian emperor wanted to interfere in the matter between Situ Zhuqing and Feng Qingyang, he would not be able to do anything about it, right? However, when Feng Qingyang spoke, they found out the reason behind Situ Zhuqing's words. Situ Zhuqing. After suppressing the heavenly emperor Qihong, Feng Qingyang turned to look at Situ Zhuqing, who had an unsightly expression on her face as he said, "Do you think I won't make a move on you just because your subsoul is residing in the immortal compliant tree?" Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, finally understood what was going on. No wonder Feng Qingyang said that earlier. As it turned out, Situ Zhuqing was not in her true form. Instead, she was in the immortal compliant wood. Many people exclaimed in surprise. I've long heard that the immortal compliant wood can contain celestial souls and form clones. Although it's not as strong as a clone, it's still very lifelike. If one doesn't examine it with their divine consciousness, they won't be able to see through it. Seems like the rumors are true. As it turns out, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven is not in her true form, but a clone of the immortal compliant wood. The immortal compliant wood is a precious treasure even in the Devata realms. However, it's only normal for the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven to have a divine compliant wood. At this moment, Situ Zhuqing rose to her feet and looked at Feng Qingyang grimly as she said, "Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, even if you've attained godhood, you're not invincible. I'm not afraid to tell you that my man is a god from the realms of gods. When the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms opens in 300 years, he'll be able to descend to the Devata realms. He is no ordinary deity. If you insist on fighting me to the death, my man won't let you get away with it." Situ Zhuqing sneered. Situ Zhuqing knew it was useless for her to back down now, so she decided to use force. She brought up her man, a god from the realms of gods. As soon as Situ Zhuqing finished speaking, an uproar broke out among the crowd. None of them had expected her to say such a thing. The man of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven was a god from the realms of gods? Although most people knew Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, had a daughter, they did not know the father of her daughter. Moreover, the father of her daughter had always been a mystery. Some people even speculated that the heavenly emperor of another Devata realm or a reclusive powerhouse had an affair with the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven and had given birth to her daughter. Naturally, everyone knew the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven had two daughters. The other daughter had been killed by Duan Lingtian, the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, Feng Qingyang. My daughter, who was killed by your true disciple, Duan Lingtian, is his biological daughter, Situ Zhuqing said threateningly. Upon hearing Situ Zhuqing's words, everyone turned to look at Feng Qingyang again. Although Feng Qingyang has become a god, he has only recently ascended to godhood. Since the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven's man is from the realms of gods, he must be a god. I'm afraid heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang might not be a match for him. I didn't expect the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven's man to be a god from the realms of gods. The true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, Feng Qingyang, killed the daughter of a god? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. He did not expect the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven would have a god who was her husband. Many people thought Feng Qingyang would be intimidated after hearing the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven's words. However, Feng Qingyang merely looked at Situ Zhuqing indifferently and said, "So what?" As soon as Feng Qingyang finished speaking, tens of thousands of sword rays shot out of his body and engulfed Situ Zhuqing. The immortal compliant wood was instantly destroyed. Many people felt their hearts ache when they saw this scene. Although the immortal compliant wood was precious, it was nothing to Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Perhaps the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had immortal compliant wood as well. Generally, immortal compliant wood would only grow in places with supreme-grade celestial crystal veins. The heavenly palace of a Devata realm was a heaven-grade force that had a supreme-grade celestial crystal vein. Chapter 34:57. In the heavenly palace of Qi Hongtian. Damn it! Situ Zhuqing's true body had always been in the Qi Hongtian Emperor's palace. She had come here because the Qi Hongtian Emperor knew her man was a god in a realm of gods. Back then, the Qi Hongtian Emperor had witnessed her man's strength. Naturally, at that time, her man was obsessed with her. However, after her man left, he never returned. After all, her man had a family in a realm of gods. She was, at most, just a lover he had met while he was roaming the realms of gods. For this reason, the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Binggu, had taken her in because he knew she had a relationship with a god. However, she did not expect her man would not give her any face even though she had used the divine wishful wood to appear in front of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He had destroyed her divine wishful wood clone as soon as he made a move. Feng Qingyang, you forced me to do this. You forced me to do this. At this moment, Situ Zhuqing's eyes were crimson red, as if she had gone mad. The hairpin on her head had been broken at some point in time, and a terrifying power was wreaking havoc around her body. Her robes fluttered without any wind, creating a mighty momentum. At this moment, Situ Zhuqing no longer had the slightest bit of grace and elegance. She looked like a complete madwoman. I'll look for him when the spatial tunnel connecting the realms of gods to the Devata realms is opened. I'm sure he'll avenge our daughter even if he doesn't care about our relationship. Situ Zhuqing's eyes were filled with hatred and anger. However, very quickly, she calmed down again. She raised her hand and took out another hairpin and tied it into her hair. Then, she regained her calm and collected appearance. Where was the crazy appearance from before? In the next instant, Situ Zhuqing contacted her eldest daughter, Feng Jianyu, who was also the former holy maiden of the Luo River sect. Let's immediately leave the Qi Hongtian Emperor Palace. We can't stay here any longer. Since Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, knew she was close to Qi Hongtian, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, after the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses ended, he might come looking for her in the heavenly palace of Qihongtian. Once her real body was targeted by Feng Qingyang, she didn't think that she would be able to survive. In just 400 years, I can wait. Feng Qingyang, I only hope that after 400 years, you can still be as unyielding as you are today. When Situ Zhuqing brought Feng Jianyu out of Qihongtian's heavenly emperor palace, she didn't greet anyone. Although she looked calm on the surface, her eyes were filled with extreme hatred. As the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, she was not the kind of person who was willing to live in seclusion. If she was willing to live in seclusion, she wouldn't have competed for the position of heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. However, due to the existence of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, not only was it impossible for her to return to the Luo River Heaven, but she also did not dare to reveal her whereabouts for fear of being targeted. In the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, at the venue of the Devata realm's genius battle, even though Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, had threatened him, Feng Qingyang remained calm and composed as he casually destroyed Situ Zhuqing's immortal wishful wood clone. This scene caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble. The heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms were impressed by Feng Qingyang's courage. As expected of someone who came from the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. He's fearless even in the face of godly spirits from the realms of gods, even though he has just become a god. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's heart is truly admirable. Perhaps it's because of his fearless heart that he's able to achieve so much in such a short time. It was easy to say that one was fearless, but very few people were capable of doing so. Back then, when Feng Qingyang was being hunted down in the Azura Hell, if it were any other celestial emperor, they would have fought with their lives on the line instead of fleeing to the Azura Hell. After all, if one did not become a god, one would definitely die in the Azura Hell. This was an ironclad rule. Even a godly being would not dare to enter the Azura Hell for fear of death. Legend had it that only supreme powerhouses could enter the Azura Hell as they wished. Naturally, these were only legends. Only the supreme powerhouses knew the truth. After killing Situ Zhuqing's clone, Feng Qingyang led Meng Luo, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, to the small floating island where the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven was seated. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, did not invite the heavenly emperors of the other Devata realms to sit with him. Based on this, one could see how much he valued Feng Qingyang. When Celestial Emperor, I, Ding Fu, rarely admire anyone in my life. Today, I admire you, Ding Fu said as he gave Feng Qingyang a thumbs up. If he were in Situ Zhuqing's shoes, he would not dare to offend her after learning she had a godly being in a realm of gods. After all, the spatial tunnel between the Devata realms and the realms of gods was not always closed. Every 10,000 years, the spatial tunnel would be closed for 1,000 years. The passage had been closed for almost 600 years. In another 400 years, the passage between the realms of gods and the Devata realms would reopen. At that time, the gods from the realms of gods would be able to descend to the Devata realms, and the people from the Devata realms would be able to travel to the realms of gods. Naturally, godly beings and celestials from the Devata realms rarely traveled to the realms of gods. After all, celestials from the Devata realms would not be noticed in the realms of gods, and they might even encounter danger. On the other hand, godly beings from the realms of gods were not allowed to kill indiscriminately in the Devata realms, especially the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms and the people from the Tidal Temple. This was a rule set by the supreme powerhouses. If a godly being from the realms of gods dared to make a move, they would be punished by the supreme powerhouses. In the past, the servant of the Yun clan from the realms of gods dared to make a move on Feng Qingyang because he was only a demigod and had yet to become a god. Therefore, he did not violate the rule set by the supreme powerhouses. For example, Yun Qingyan, the great young master of the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land, did not dare to make a move on Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang smiled faintly and shook his head in response to Ding Fu's flattery. You flatter me, old brother Ding. At this moment, Feng Qingyang was still the center of attention. Duan Lingtian, Senior Feng Qingyang is really powerful. You're really lucky to be his true disciple. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, Tang Sanpao, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, looked at Feng Qingyang with a burning gaze. Even Su Li was no longer as calm as before. Moreover, he had spent some time with Feng Qingyang. With Feng Qingyang's guidance, he had learned a lot about the sword Dao, and his strength had improved a lot. All he had to do now was wait for the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses to begin. When the next Heavenly Emperor, who was ranked in the top 10 on the Heavenly Emperor ranking, appeared, everyone's attention finally shifted away from Feng Qingyang. It's Yu Hao Tian, the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. The person who attracted everyone's attention was none other than Yu Hao Tian, the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. Many people in the Jade Emperor Heaven addressed him as the Jade Emperor. He's the Jade Emperor? Duan Lingtian turned to look in the direction of the Jade Emperor Heaven's Heavenly Emperor's gaze. With just a glance, he saw Yu Hao Tian, the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. The Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven was a tall and well-built middle-aged man. His face was as fair as jade, and his eyebrows were as sharp as swords. Emperor Yu Hao Tian of the Jade Emperor Heaven was ranked 8th on the All Heavens Emperor ranking. The Jade Emperor was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. He was a figure from the ancient myths and legends on Earth where he lived in his past life. However, in some of the ancient myths and legends, the Jade Emperor did not seem to have any dermic powers. For example, in Journey to the West, the Jade Emperor did not make a move when Sun Wukong wreaked havoc in the Heavenly Palace. However, Duan Lingtian had a feeling the Jade Emperor was more than just an embroidered pillow, since he was able to become the master of the Heavenly Court. Now that the Jade Emperor was ranked 8th on the Heavenly Emperor ranking, it was clear he was stronger than Sun Wukong, the Heaven's equal Celestial Emperor. The man with 3 eyes behind the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven must be the famous 3-eyed Celestial Emperor, Yang Jian. Soon after, someone noticed the young man standing behind Yu Hao Tian. The young man had a cold expression on his face. He was dressed in silver armor, and his eyes were sharp. There was a vertical eye between his eyebrows, making him look rather strange. Erlangshin Yang Jian. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. He did not expect to meet the 2 legendary figures from his previous life's hometown, Earth. I wonder if Sun Wukong will come? Normally he wouldn't come, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. While Duan Lingtian was still in a daze, a cry rang in the air. His eyes widened in shock. Look, it's Tathagata, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the Xian Yuan Heaven. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard the voice. When he looked over again, he saw a tall and sturdy young monk dressed in a purple-gold kasaya leading a few old monks in the air. The people around him addressed him as Tathagata. He's Tathagata? Is he Tathagata Buddha? Duan Lingtian was filled with questions. Soon after, someone answered his question. I heard Tathagata, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the Xian Yuan Heaven, used to be a powerful figure in the Jade Emperor Heaven. He was invited by the Tidal Temple to be the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the Xian Yuan Heaven. I've heard about that as well. It's said he was invited to be the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple in the Xian Yuan Heaven because he's good friends with the Heavenly Emperor of the Xian Yuan Heaven. Chapter 3458. It's said that the Great Sun Celestial Emperor, Tathagata, the Heavenly Emperor of the Shenyuan Heaven, and the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven came from the same mundane realm. If that's true, then isn't the mundane realm there in 2 heaven-defying? Of course, it's one of the legendary mundane realms in the Devata realms. I think it's called the Yen Huang realm. Yen Huang realm. If there's a chance, I'll have to go and take a look. You can go and take a look, but don't cause any trouble. If you dare to make a move on Yen Huang realm like the Luo River Heaven's Emperor did, you'll definitely die. Although the discussions of the surrounding people were not loud, with Duan Lingtian's hearing, he could still hear them clearly. It was also because of this that he was completely certain. The Hall Master of the Shenyuan Heaven Tidal Temple's branch, the Great Sun Celestial Emperor Tathagata, was the same Tathagata that he knew. Soon, the Heavenly Emperor of Shenyuan arrived as well. It was obvious that the Jade Emperor, Heaven's Emperor, the Great Sun Celestial Emperor Tathagata, and the Shenyuan Heavenly Emperor had come together. Otherwise, they wouldn't have shown up one after another. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the three of them gathered on the same floating island. Gong Sun Shenyuan. Duan Lingtian's gaze quickly fell on the Heavenly Emperor of the Shenyuan Heaven. He was also looking forward to meeting this former opponent of his master, a legendary figure from the ancient myths and legends of his previous life on Earth. Now he finally saw it. After the three Heavenly Emperors of the Jade Emperor Heaven arrived, more Heavenly Emperors arrived one after another. However, since the Heavenly Emperors ranked in the top 10 on the Heavenly Emperor ranking of Devata realms were present, the arrival of ordinary Heavenly Emperors did not attract much attention until another Heavenly Emperor ranked in the top 10 on the Heavenly Emperor ranking of Devata realms arrived. It's the Heavenly Emperor of the Wanshou Heaven. Ranked 6th on the Heavenly Emperor ranking, Di Huang. This Heavenly Emperor Di Huang is from the Qilin clan. He's a divine beast, the Chaos Qilin. Furthermore, he was born with the primal Chaos Divine Flame, one of the 5 divine elements. I've seen the man behind Heavenly Emperor Di Huang once. He's the patriarch of the Qilin clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, Di Huang. The one who attracted everyone's attention was none other than the 10,000 Beast Heaven's Heavenly Emperor, the primal Chaos Qilin of the Qilin clan, Di Huang. Di Huang was ranked 6th on the Heavenly Monarch ranking. Moreover, he was one of the few people in the Devata realms who possessed the 5 divine elements. Even the gods in the realms of gods would be tempted by the 5 divine elements, let alone the people in the Devata realms. There were many people who were stronger than Di Huang in the Devata realms, but none of them dared to snatch the Chaos Divine Flame from her body. It was all because the Kirin clan had a supreme expert. Once something happened to Di Huang, that supreme expert would definitely intervene. It was said that there was a mark left behind by that supreme expert on Di Huang's body. No matter who it was that tried to kill Di Huang, that supreme expert would know. Because of this, even though Di Huang had the primal divine flame, one of the 5 divine elements, no one dared to snatch it from him because they were all afraid of the supreme expert from the Qilin clan behind him. Supreme beings were existences above the realms of gods. Even the most powerful gods would be killed with just a flick of his finger, let alone people from the Devata realms. No matter how powerful a titled celestial emperor was, even a 9-star god of war could be killed by a supreme expert with just a flick of his finger. The Chaos Kirin possesses the Chaos Divine Flame, one of the 5 divine elements. A hint of dread could be seen in Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he looked at Di Huang. Fortunately, he had sealed his little world to conceal the aura of the 5 divine elements. Otherwise, he would have been discovered by Di Huang. Even if Di Huang could not snatch the 5 divine elements from Duan Ling Tian, who knew if Di Huang would contact the supreme expert from the Qilin clan to snatch the 5 divine elements from Duan Ling Tian? Although Duan Ling Tian's master was strong, he would not be a match for the supreme expert if he made a move. Nobody knew what Duan Ling Tian was thinking at this moment. If someone knew about it, they would definitely laugh their heads off. This was because it was common knowledge that a supreme powerhouse might protect a descendant that he valued or even the inheritance of his clan, but he would not care too much about other things. As long as the Qilin clan was not destroyed and a descendant of his or her clan was not killed, he would not care even if more people died. Take the Qilin clan for example. If Di Huang, the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, died, the supreme expert from the Qilin clan would definitely intervene. However, if the patriarch of the Qilin clan was the only one who died, the supreme expert would not interfere. Naturally, even if the supreme expert did not interfere, Di Huang, the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, would definitely interfere. Everyone was wary of Di Huang since it was highly likely that he would provoke the supreme expert. Although the supreme expert from the Qilin clan cared about Di Huang's safety, he would not interfere with Di Huang's growth, let alone help him snatch the 5 divine elements from others. After all, the supreme expert would not do such a thing. After all, the supreme experts were too powerful. Even if they had selfish motives, they still had a bottom line for some things. After the arrival of the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven, there were also heavenly emperors who were ranked in the top 10 on the heavenly emperor ranking. Naturally, among the heavenly emperors who were ranked in the top 10 of the heavenly emperor ranking, the most eye-catching ones were the two heavenly emperors who were ranked first and second on the heavenly emperor ranking. Both of them were ranked higher than Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. If the person ranked second on the heavenly emperor ranking in the Devata realms doesn't display his godlike strength, the legendary heavenly emperor from the solitary destructive heaven will replace him. That's right. Whether it's the second-ranked heavenly emperor or Feng Qingyang, both of them are suspected to have attained godhood. Now that heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang has shown his strength as a god, it's clear that he's a god. If the heavenly emperor of the Great Desolation can't prove that he's a god, he'll be replaced by heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang. You're wrong. Even if the second-ranked heavenly emperor of the Great Desolation heaven proves his strength, he'll still be ranked third on the heavenly emperor ranking since he's ranked behind Feng Qingyang. There's only one way for him to return to the second-ranked heavenly emperor of the Great Desolation heaven, and that's to defeat Feng Qingyang. When Heaven Emperor Ji Fantian, who was ranked first on the heavenly monarch ranking, and Heaven Emperor Ji Fantian, who was ranked second on the heavenly monarch ranking, arrived, the atmosphere reached its climax. The heavenly emperor of the Great Desolation heaven was a tall and burly middle-aged man with a square face. He looked at Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, and said with a smile, "Heavenly Emperor Feng, it seems like you'll replace me on the heavenly emperor ranking after today. Heavenly Emperor Kong, if you want the ranking, you can take it back at any time." Feng Qingyang said with a faint smile on his face. The eyes of the others lit up when they heard the conversation between the two heavenly emperors. Could it be that these two heavenly emperors were still preparing to have a world-shocking showdown? Haha, I don't really care. Kong Ji, the heavenly emperor of the Great Desolation heaven, laughed nonchalantly. After he finished speaking, he looked at Feng Qingyang meaningfully before he said, "Heavenly Emperor Feng, I'm afraid the title temple is going to interfere with your promotion to the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven now that you've revealed your god-level cultivation base." After he finished speaking, he glanced at the hall masters of the title temple who were more powerful and had a higher status in the title temple. A mocking expression appeared on his face. Upon hearing Kong Ji's words, Feng Qingyang said nonchalantly, "In that case, I'm looking forward to the powerhouses from the title temple coming to drag me down." The title temple did not allow a god to become the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. However, if they wanted to drag a god down, they would usually send a god-level powerhouse to compete with them. After that, the god-level powerhouse would become the heavenly emperor of the Devata realm. After that, the god-level powerhouse would step down and allow other titled celestial emperors to compete for the position. Naturally, the condition was that the god-level powerhouse sent by the title temple was stronger than the original heavenly emperor of the Devata realm who had already become a god. It seems like heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang is very confident. I'll wait and see. Feng Qingyang's words stunned Kong Ji for a moment before he regained his senses. However, if one were to take a closer look, one would be able to see that there was a look of shock in the depths of Kong Ji's eyes. It was clear he did not expect Feng Qingyang or Duan Lingtian to be so confident. Many of the palace masters from the title temple's branches in the Devata realms frowned as they looked at Feng Qingyang coldly. The legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had become a god not long ago, and yet he was so arrogant. It seemed like it was time to teach him a lesson. Amitba. A sonorous voice rang in the air as Tathagata, the great sun celestial emperor, rose to his feet. He joined his palms together as he looked at Feng Qingyang and said, "After the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses ends, I'll head to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to fight the wind heavenly emperor." Upon hearing Tathagata's words, an uproar broke out among the crowd. Even Duan Lingtian was shocked by Tathagata's words. Almost everyone present understood the meaning behind Tathagata's words. Palace Master Tathagata from the Title Temple's branch in the Xian Yuan heaven has also become a god? It's obvious. Otherwise, where did Palace Master Tathagata get the courage to challenge the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Heavens! Another god-level powerhouse. Everyone was shocked. Haha! At this moment, the heavenly emperor of the G Brahma heaven, who was ranked first on the heavenly emperor ranking of the all heavens, laughed as he looked at Feng Qingyang and Tathagata. Gentlemen, please let me know when you're going to fight. I want to witness your battle. The heavenly emperor of the G Brahma heaven had been confirmed to have become a god several thousand years ago. Chapter 34:59. There were only a few gods in the Devata realms who had ascended to godhood. Before today, the only person who was confirmed to have become a god was Jiyu, the heavenly emperor of the G Brahma heaven, who was ranked first on the Devata heavenly ranking. However, from today onward, Jiyu, the heavenly emperor of the G Brahma heaven, and Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, were confirmed to have become gods as well. Apart from the heavenly emperor ranking, many people had long speculated that there was more than one god in the Tidal Temple. Otherwise, how could the Tidal Temple be able to keep the records of all the Devata realms in the long history of the Devata realms? Today, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had revealed his strength as a god. Therefore, the great Sun Celestial Emperor, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the Shen Yuan heaven, had challenged Feng Qingyang to a duel. According to the rules of the Tidal Temple, Feng Qingyang was determined to kill Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was expelled from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After all, the Tidal Temple did not allow gods to occupy the heavenly palaces of Devata realms. To a certain extent, gods were above the Devata realms. Such existences should go to the realms of gods instead of staying in the Devata realms. Even if they were to stay in the Devata realms, they would have to keep a low profile. This was something that the Tidal Temple had always done. The Tidal Temple is trying to expel Feng Qingyang from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. It's said that it's one of the Tidal Temple's duties to expel gods from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Many of the young geniuses present on the scene knew about the Tidal Temple. Naturally, most of them were unaware of this. If that's the case, why didn't the Tidal Temple expel the heavenly emperor of the G Brahma heaven from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, since he's also a god? Moreover, why is he ranked first on the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? That's right, Jiyu, the heavenly emperor of the G Brahma heaven, has long become a god. Why is he still the heavenly emperor of the G Brahma heaven? Celestial Emperor Feng Qingyang has been exposed as a god, and he's about to be dragged down. Why is this so unfair? Well, it's not unfair. According to my seniors, Jiyu, the heavenly emperor of the G Fanteon, was challenged by more than one god from the Tidal Temple. However, none of those gods were able to defeat Jiyu at all. In you, the heavenly emperor of the heavenly palace of G Brahma heaven. You secret, heavenly secret, heavenly secret. This is a huge secret. And you actually know about it? Who are you? Heavenly heavens, heavenly heaven. You heavens master, heavenly master, famous heavenly celestial you heavens. Of course, apart from such discussions, there was also another type of discussion. I've heard that the reason why the heavenly emperor of the G Brahma heavenly emperor is able to remain as the heavenly emperor of the G Brahma heavenly emperor is because he has a powerful background. There is such a thing? If that's the case, it's only natural that he's still the heavenly emperor of the G-Fan celestial race after becoming a god. If the heavenly emperor of the Wansho heaven becomes a god, I'm sure the Tidal Temple won't dare to make a move on him. It's no secret that the Qilin clan has a supreme expert. Someone revealed a different secret. But, no matter what, one thing was certain. Although Jiyu, the heavenly emperor of the G Brahma heaven, had become a god, no one, not even the Tidal Temple, could remove him from his position. Let's see if the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven can create another legend and secure his position as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Unfortunately, I don't think anyone will be allowed to watch the battle between him and Pavilion Master Rulai. If I could witness their battle with my own eyes, I would be willing even if I had to cripple 100 years of my cultivation. If my cultivation is gone, I can cultivate it back. But if I can't witness this battle, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Although I'm more than 800 years old, I'm willing to sacrifice 200 or even 300 years of my cultivation base to watch their battle. Similar discussions could be heard among the spectators in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. The group of young geniuses wanted to personally witness the battle between the two gods. Even if they were there, they might not be able to clearly see the movements of the two gods. However, they still wanted to see the final result. They wanted to see who would win and who would lose, and whether or not someone would die. Whether it was the battle between the two gods or the death of a god, it was enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. Master. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a deep frown on his face. Although he was confident in his master, Feng Qingyang, the great Sun Celestial Emperor, Tathagata, was not someone to be trifled with since he dared to challenge his master. Tathagata Buddha, in the ancient myths and legends of my previous life on earth, he was an almost invincible existence. Moreover, when he challenged Master, his expression was as calm as an ancient well. There was neither joy nor sorrow, and he appeared to be extremely calm. To a certain extent, this is a display of confidence. Duan Lingtian thought about many things in just a blink of an eye. The Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses was bound to be a topic of discussion for a long time to come. Before the battle began, a heavenly emperor who had revealed his god-level cultivation base had defeated the person who was ranked 5th on the heavenly emperor ranking in just one move had shocked everyone. Then, he killed another heavenly emperor's immortal wishful would clone. Then, the hall master of the title temple's Xian Yuan Tian's branch, who was unknown to many, had announced that he would challenge the heavenly emperor who had revealed his god-level cultivation base. The heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. The great Sun Celestial Emperor, Tathagata. Before the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses began, Tathagata Buddha stole the limelight. Young geniuses from the various Devata realms, please calm down. The Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses will begin in an hour. The person in charge of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses was none other than the Vice Hall Master of the Title Temple. Naturally, the Vice Hall Master of the main temple was not one of the Vice Hall Masters of the Title Temple. Nobody knew where the Title Temple's main hall was. Some said it was in a Devata realm, some said it was hidden in a mundane realm, some said it was in a realm of gods, and some said it was in an independent realm created by a supreme powerhouse outside of the Devata realms. In the Devata realms, the Title Temple's branch was the only thing that people knew about. Nobody knew where the Title Temple's main temple was. In fact, it was said that even the Vice Hall Masters of the Title Temple did not know where the main temple was located. Although they had been to the main temple, they had been sent there through the transporting formations in the branch palaces. I'm Su Kong Hai, the Vice Hall Master of the Title Temple's main temple. Su Kong Hai, the Vice Hall Master of the Title Temple's main temple, was a white-haired young man with a youthful complexion. He had a pair of long, straight eyebrows that reached his temples, and he looked valiant. He was tall and muscular. When he looked around, it was obvious he was looking down on everyone. The Vice Hall Master of the Title Temple's main temple? The rumor is true. The main temple will send someone to preside over the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. It's said that the Title Temple's main hall is filled with gods. Let alone the Vice Palace Masters. Even the elders in the main hall are as strong as the Palace Masters of the Title Temple's branches in the Devata Realms. Vice Hall Master Su must be a god as well. The group of young geniuses looked at Su Kong Hai with a burning gaze. Most of the people present on the scene, including the heavenly emperors of the Devata Realms, had only seen this mysterious Vice Palace Master of the main hall before. Most of the people present on the scene, including the heavenly emperors of the various Devata Realms, had not seen this mysterious Vice Palace Master before. Most of them were heavenly emperors who had lived for a long time. However, When they thought about the Devata realm's battle of geniuses that would begin in an hour, they withdrew their gazes from Sukonghai, the vice hall master of the Title Temple's main temple. Many young geniuses closed their eyes to meditate and calm down. Their opponents in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses were all geniuses from different Devata realms. Even the slightest change in their emotions could cause them to be defeated and eliminated. Naturally, there were also some young geniuses who were chatting with the people around them. Duan Lingtian, in the past Devata realm's battles of geniuses, more than 1,000 people would be eliminated in the first round, and the remaining 1,000 people would enter the second round. Su Li was familiar with the Devata realm's battles of geniuses in the past. After the remaining 1,000 people enter the second round, they'll fight until only 300 people enter the third round. Although 300 people have entered the third round, the 700 people who were eliminated will have 3 chances to challenge any one of the 300 people. That round is the most intense part of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. After all, the 700 people who are eliminated might not be eliminated because they're weaker than the other 300 people. Some of the 300 people must have relied on others to enter the third round. The purpose of the third round of challenges is to eliminate those opportunistic people, Su Li said. Yes, I've heard about it. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had heard about this from his master, Feng Qingyang. So he knew the third round would determine the top 300 people in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. The top 300 people would enter the fourth round and fight fiercely. The ranking of the top 300 people would be determined. After all, the rewards for the top 300 people were different. The higher the ranking, the better the rewards. As for the remaining 1,000 or so people who were eliminated, there was no reward. This was because even if there was a reward for them, it would not be anything good. Moreover, they might not be interested in it. An hour passed in just a blink of an eye. Now, I hereby announce the start of the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Title Temple's main hall, who was presiding over the Devata realm's battle of geniuses, announced loudly. His voice was not loud, but it was deafening to the young geniuses. Chapter 3460. Now, all young geniuses who are participating in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses are to rise 10 meters into the air. Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the main hall of the Title Temple, said, "After 10 breaths, those who don't rise into the air will be disqualified." As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, the young geniuses in the spectator seats rose into the air one after another. From the spectator stands, a total of more than 2,000 people stepped into the air. Looking from afar, they looked like locusts that had woken up from a deep slumber. They were densely packed. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Ling Juyun, who were standing next to Duan Lingtian, also rose to a height of 10 meters. We're going to start the first round of elimination? Although Duan Lingtian knew they were going to eliminate more than 1,000 people in the first round, he did not expect they would be asked to rise into the air. Initially, he thought they would have to enter a spacious area before the first round of elimination would begin. It's similar to the test to enter the Heavenly Pool Palace. Duan Lingtian remembered that when he and Huaner went to the Heavenly Pool Palace in the Boundless Heaven, one of the tests was similar to this one as well. At that time, Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, was in charge of overseeing the test to enter the Heavenly Pool Palace. 10 breaths later, all the young geniuses in the auditorium had stepped into the air and reached a height of 10 meters. Su Konghai's eyes suddenly narrowed as he continued in a clear voice. "Next, I'll be exerting pressure on you. Anyone who falls to the ground will be eliminated. When there are 1,000 people left, I'll stop exerting pressure on all of you. Now you have 10 breaths to prepare." As soon as Su Konghai's words came out, the faces of most of the young geniuses in the void became extremely solemn. On their bodies, energies of various colors revolved around the surface of their bodies. Clearly, they were all beginning to accumulate power, preparing to resist the incoming pressure. The pressure came from Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the main hall of the Title Temple, who was suspected to be a god. Of course, they knew that Su Konghai would not use his full strength against them. At most, he would exert some pressure on them. If a powerhouse of this level were to go all out, the pressure would envelop them. Even if they didn't die, they would be crippled. 10 breaths were gone in the blink of an eye. At this moment, most of the young geniuses present held their breaths. There were only a few hundred people who were still able to maintain their composure. These hundreds of people included Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Ling Juiyun, Tang Sanpao, and Zhang Tianyu. Most titled celestial emperors were calm at this moment, because they all knew that they would not be eliminated in the first round. With their strength, there was no suspense in passing the first round. Those who were not titled celestial emperors would be eliminated in the first round. For example, Wang Ting and He Jianyi, who were beside Zhang Tianyu, both of their expressions were extremely grave, as if they were facing a great enemy. Whoosh! Crash! Su Konghai didn't seem to have made any movements, but an invisible pressure suddenly extended from his body, enveloping the more than 2,000 young geniuses present. More than half of the young geniuses' bodies trembled. Many of them began to vomit blood or bleed from their 7 orifices. Although they tried their best to withstand the pressure, their bodies were still on the verge of collapsing. Due to Su Konghai's pressure, a few hundred people were injured in the second round of the second round. Whoosh! The third round of the second round arrived as expected. This time, more than 100 people could not withstand the pressure and fell from the sky. A few hundred people were injured, and their bodies were on the verge of collapsing. Whoosh! In the fourth round of the second round, hundreds of people fell from the sky like dumplings being dropped into a pot. I'm still eliminated. Many people who fell from the sky smiled bitterly. I was willing to pass the first round, but I didn't expect to be eliminated in the first round. My strength is close to that of a titled celestial emperor. I didn't expect to be eliminated so easily. I was too careless. I thought I had hidden my strength, but I didn't expect to be eliminated because of it. Palace Master Su's fourth round of the second round eliminated more than 500 people. Isn't the speed of elimination a little too fast? At this moment, those who were eliminated, including Duan Lingtian and the other titled celestial emperors, discovered that more than half of the people who were still standing in the sky were on the verge of collapsing. Some of them had pale faces. It was obvious they had just suffered a great deal of pressure. After the fifth round, I'm afraid the first round will end. A heavenly emperor from a Devata realm said as he looked at the scene before him. Another heavenly emperor from a Devata realm nodded in agreement. Based on the current situation, that's indeed the case. As soon as the 2 heavenly emperors finished speaking, Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple and the person in charge of presiding over the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, launched the 5th round of the second round. At this moment, even the young titled celestial emperors who were standing in the sky had a solemn expression on their faces. Some people's bodies trembled slightly. It was obvious the 5th round of the second round was even stronger. Naturally, there were also those who were not affected by the 5th round, such as Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Ling Juiyun, and Tang Sanpao. Even Yu Dongfang, the 3rd true disciple of the heavenly emperor Shen Yuan, who was seated opposite Duan Lingtian, was not affected by the 5th round of the second round. On the other hand, Tong Tu, the 4th true disciple of the heavenly emperor Shen Yuan, had a tense expression on his face. Junior brother, it seems like Duan Lingtian, the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, is indeed stronger than you. Yu Dongfang glanced at Duan Lingtian in the distance. With his eyes, it was not difficult for him to see Duan Lingtian's current calm expression. With Yu Dongfang's reminder, Tong Tu looked over and saw that Duan Lingtian had ignored the 5th wave just like his 3rd senior brother. At this moment, no matter how unwilling he was to admit it, he had no choice but to admit that Duan Lingtian was not weaker than him. Of course, he didn't want to admit it. 3rd senior brother, this doesn't mean anything. Maybe he's good at defense or good at resisting this kind of pressure. Yu Dongfang only shook his head when he heard this. He didn't say anything because he knew his junior brother very well. Unlike the young geniuses who were titled celestial emperors, they were either unaffected or only slightly affected. On the other hand, the young geniuses who had yet to become titled celestial emperors were not in a good situation. Wow! PFFF. Hundreds of young geniuses spat out mouthfuls of blood at the same time. Many fell from the sky, while some were still hanging on. Those who were hanging on began to fall from the sky one after another. It was as though they were queuing up to land. The number of young geniuses in the sky continued to dwindle. Wang Ting, I can't hold on any longer. You hang in there. He Jenny, who was standing behind Duan Ling Tian, looked wretched. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He could not hold on any longer and fell from the sky. At the same time, he did not forget to use the last of his strength to encourage Wang Ting, who was on the verge of collapsing. Among the three people from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi, Zhang Tianyu was the strongest. Zhang Tianyu was a titled celestial emperor. Although his face was slightly red and his body trembled slightly, he did not seem to be affected by the fifth wave. On the other hand, Wang Ting, who was standing next to Zhang Tianyu, looked as though she would fall at any moment. However, when Wang Ting heard He Jianyi's words, she seemed to have regained her strength. Although she was on the verge of collapsing, she stubbornly held on. Wang Ting, just hang in there for a little longer and you'll be able to pass the first round. Zhang Tianyu looked at his surroundings and saw there were only slightly more than 1,000 young geniuses left. You'll be able to pass the second round if less than 100 people are eliminated. Upon hearing Zhang Tianyu's words, Wang Ting took a deep breath and continued to hold on. At this moment, she had completely unleashed her potential. Swoosh! A soft sound rang in the air as the two profundities from the law of water merged and spread out. Wang Ting seemed to have calmed down a lot. In the next moment, Wang Ting's pale face gradually returned to normal. Her eyes glinted sharply as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. She broke through? Zhang Tianyu's eyes widened in shock. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to see that Wang Ting had broken through the last hurdle and entered the realm of titled celestial emperors. Currently, Wang Ting's strength was comparable to that of an ordinary titled celestial emperor. Most importantly, her profundities from the law of water had merged. She broke through? These two brats actually managed to break through and become titled celestial emperors under such circumstances. While Wang Ting was breaking through, a young man who was hovering in the air above the spectator area had also broken through and attracted the attention of many heavenly emperors. Wang Ting was the granddaughter of Meng Luo's friend. Meng Luo, who was standing behind Feng Qingyang, could not help but smile when he saw Wang Ting breaking through. Brother Feng, this little girl from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven is not bad. It's rare for someone to break through under such circumstances. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, said to Feng Qingyang with a smile on his face. Feng Qingyang nodded. A hint of surprise could be seen in his eyes. After Wang Ting and the young man broke through, the pressure on them was lifted. They sighed in relief as they looked at the people around them. One by one, people fell from the sky. They finally broke through. Soon after, another young man broke through. After about a dozen breaths, there were only 1,000 people left. At this moment, Su Konghai, who was supporting the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, withdrew his aura and said, "Congratulations on passing the first round of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses." At this moment, those who were not as strong as titled celestial emperors heaved a sigh of relief. Joy could be seen on their faces. Chapter 3461. In fact, most of the young geniuses who had come to participate in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses were already mentally prepared to face the Celestial Emperor realm. After all, they were here to serve as foils. They were here to serve as foils for the young geniuses who had the strength of a titled Celestial Emperor. Naturally, many of them were here to seek a breakthrough. After all, they had heard that many geniuses would break through during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses in the past. Although they did not receive any substantial rewards in the end, being able to break through was already the best reward they could get. For this reason, they could not help but feel envious when they saw Wang Ting and the other two young geniuses who had the strength of a titled Celestial Emperor realm. I thought I'd be able to break through. In the end, I was so close to breaking through. Me too. I was so close to breaking through, but I didn't make it. These three young geniuses are really lucky. They managed to break through at the most critical moment and possess strength comparable to a titled Celestial Emperor. If they didn't participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, it would be extremely difficult for them to break through before they reached the age of 1000. Many people who had been eliminated and those who had the strength of a titled Celestial Emperor could not help but sigh. Some people looked at Wang Ting and the other two young geniuses enviously. So what if they've broken through? Since they passed the first round, even if they pass the second round, there's still a chance they'll be eliminated in the third round. At most, they'll make it to the fourth round. Naturally, these people were jealous of Wang Ting and the other three young geniuses. Not many people paid them any attention. If they were given a choice, they would still choose to break through or not. They were merely jealous of Wang Ting and the other two young geniuses. I hereby announce the end of the first round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. At this moment, Su Konghai, one of the vice palace masters of the main hall of the Title Temple, announced loudly, "Now, the 1000 people who passed the first round will have 2 hours to rest. After that, the second round will begin." As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, the crowd returned to their seats one after another. None of them were worried that they would be mixed up with those who had been eliminated. Because those who were eliminated absolutely didn't have the guts to participate in the second round of selection after the first round. This kind of small method of fishing in troubled waters would only cause the lucky ones to lose their lives. In the history of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, there were always people who tried to take advantage of the situation. However, all of them were killed by the people from the Title Temple who were in charge of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Even the disciples of heavenly emperors were killed. If anyone tried to take advantage of the situation, the Title Temple would view it as a challenge to its authority. Furthermore, it was only 1000 people, so it was easy to remember them. Even if an ordinary person wanted to, it would be very difficult for them to remember 1000 people. However, would it be difficult for a god who was above the 10 directions celestial emperors to remember 1000 people? Apart from that, the vice palace masters of the Title Temple's branches in the Devata realms had already recorded the names of the young geniuses who had advanced to the Devata realms. Even the names of the young geniuses from the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the Devata realms had been recorded in the Title Temple's branches. For example, before the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, the Vice Palace Masters of the Title Temple's branch in the Solitary Destructive Heaven had gone to look for Meng Luo and asked for their information so that they could keep tabs on the names of Duan Lingtian, Zhang Tianyu, and Wang Ting. Currently, the Vice Palace Masters of the Title Temple's branch in the Solitary Destructive Heaven had recorded the names of the young geniuses who had advanced to the Devata realms. Including the 4 people from the Heavenly Emperor Palace, we have a total of 23 people from the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Currently, 13 of them have advanced to the Devata realms. That's not bad. The Vice Palace Master of the Title Temple's branch in the Solitary Destructive Heaven said with a smile. The Vice Palace Master nodded. Yes, that's not bad. However, what surprised me the most is the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Earlier, when he faced the 5th wave of pressure from Vice Palace Master Su, he remained calm. He doesn't seem like an ordinary titled Celestial Emperor. Upon hearing the Vice Palace Master's words, the Vice Palace Master's expression turned solemn. It seems like the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is at least a 2-star god of war. How shocking! He's only slightly over 600 years old, but he's already a 2-star god of war. Upon hearing the Vice Palace Master's words, the Vice Palace Master turned to look at the young man standing next to Duan Lingtian. That young man's name is Su Li from the Jade Emperor Heaven. He's about the same age as Duan Lingtian. He's at least a 2-star god of war. Both of them are monstrous geniuses in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. 2 hours passed by in the blink of an eye. It did not take long for the 2 hours to pass by. As for those young geniuses who had been exhausted in the first round, they had all recovered in these 2 hours. After all, what they had just experienced was not a battle of life and death. They had only consumed a certain amount of celestial core power and some mental energy. If they wanted to recover, they would only need a few hours. 2 hours was more than enough. Many of them even chatted for more than half an hour after they had recovered. The 1,000 people who passed the first round will now enter the arena. As soon as Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the main hall of the title temple, who was in charge of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, spoke, the 1,000 young geniuses who had survived until the end of the first round flew into the arena in the middle of the spectator area. 1,000 young geniuses, no more, no less. As soon as they entered the arena, Su Konghai raised his hand and sent a wave of energy into the vast arena. The arena immediately lit up. First, a translucent beam of light rose into the air before a white light shrouded the arena. At the same time, the light shrouded Duan Lingtian and the others as well. Due to the large size of the arena, it did not seem crowded even if 1,000 people were to enter the arena. At the same time, Su Konghai's voice rang again. I'm sure most of you know the rules of the second round of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. I'll repeat it now. 1,000 people will fight without discrimination. 700 people will be eliminated, and the second round will end when 300 people are left. Each person will have 1 jade token. If you crush it at a critical moment, it'll send you out of the formation's light shield. When he spoke up to here, Su Konghai raised his hand and 1,000 jade tokens descended from the horizon like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, and they accurately descended towards the group of young geniuses including Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, the 1,000 young geniuses firmly held onto their jade tokens in their hands. The jade tokens were life-saving treasures at critical moments. Although the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses was not a battle of life and death, it was not unusual for one to kill the young geniuses. Naturally, you'll be eliminated if you crush your jade token. Apart from that, you'll also be eliminated if you leave the area covered by the formation's light shield on your own. You'll also be eliminated if you're eliminated, Su Konghai said. For a time, Duan Lingtian and the others glanced at the formation light shield to determine the specific gap between them so that they would not accidentally create their own formation light shield during the battle and be eliminated miserably. Isn't this place too small? 1,000 people won't be able to fight freely in such a small place. Many people began to complain. However, it was the same for everyone. It was useless even if they complained. It did not mean that everyone was treated differently. You have 15 minutes to prepare. Su Konghai's voice rang again, shocking Duan Lingtian and the others. After 15 minutes, I'll announce the start of the battle of the geniuses. You'll be able to eliminate the others. As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, an uproar broke out among the 1,000 participants. Some of them knew each other, and some of them did not know each other, and they began to look for someone to work with so they would not be eliminated in the second round. I don't care anymore. No matter how high the price is, I'll pass the second round and enter the third round even if I'll be eliminated in the third round. A young man dressed in brocade robes said through gritted teeth, I'll find someone who's a titled celestial emperor to help me pass the second round. Once I pass the second round and enter the third round, I'll be able to boast to everyone that I've advanced to the third round of the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. Being eliminated in the second round and being eliminated in the third round are two completely different things. Quite a few people had similar thoughts. For this reason, they were willing to work with someone who could help them enter the third round. Although these people were willing to pay the price, none of them came looking for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel puzzled. What's wrong with these people? Put aside the question of whether he would agree to work with them, these people should at least ask him, right? Tong Tu, the fourth true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Shenyuan heaven, had been defeated by Duan Lingtian, and yet, Many people had approached him to ask if he was willing to work with them. Duan Lingtian knew most of the people who came to look for Tong Tu were after Tong Tu's senior brother, Yu Dongfang. He was certain Yu Dongfang would help Tong Tu enter the third round. Duan Lingtian, it seems like they don't have high hopes for us. Su Li shook his head with a wry smile on his face. He could see those who were weaker than titled celestial emperors did not approach them even though they were all titled celestial emperors. It was as though they would be in danger if they followed them. In the end, someone stepped forward to ask Ling Juiyun. It was Feng Qing Tian's young prodigy. He had come here with Feng Qing Tian's title temple's branch, so he was aware of Ling Juiyun's strength. However, after Ling Juiyun rejected the young prodigy's offer, 15 minutes had passed. No one was interested in Duan Lingtian and the others anymore. The second round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses begins now. Su Kong Hai's voice arrived as scheduled, deafening everyone's ears. Chapter 3462. The second round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses has officially begun. Before Su Konghai spoke, most of the young geniuses present on the scene had tensed up and looked at the people around them with a solemn expression on their faces. Naturally, there were also many people who remained calm. For example, apart from Zhang Tianyu and Wang Ting, Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Ling Juiyun, and even Tang Sanpao had a calm expression on their faces. As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, the scene immediately turned chaotic. Colorful energies filled the entire place in just a blink of an eye. The battle royale had officially begun. Duan Lingtian and his group stood at a corner of the arena. They did not make the first move as though they were not part of the battle. In just a blink of an eye, battles broke out in other places. Many people crushed their jade tokens in the nick of time and were sent out of the arena. In less than a dozen breaths of time, more than 20 people had already given up. Naturally, not everyone had the chance to give up. Some people were too greedy and were too slow to react. Due to that, they were killed immediately. In the beginning, only one person had died. Soon after, a few more people died. Seemingly affected by the deaths of these few people, no one dared to be careless or greedy anymore. When they felt something was amiss, they immediately crushed their jade tokens and left. Under such circumstances, the number of people who died decreased. Someone's watching us. Zhang Tianyu, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, suddenly said as he looked to the right in front of him cautiously. Although Zhang Tianyu and Wang Ting did not say anything to Duan Lingtian, when they saw the two of them following Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian did not say anything, they heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they wanted to perform well. Both of them were constantly on guard. Now that there was a situation, Zhang Tianyu immediately warned them. Just as Zhang Tianyu finished speaking, a group of 7 people flew towards Duan Lingtian's group of 6. The person in the lead was the person who had just killed one person. His ability was not as simple as a 1-star war god. He was at least a 2-star war god or even stronger. The only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. If I can eliminate you in the second round, I'll be able to brag about it for the rest of my life. The leader was an ordinary-looking young man with a medium build. He was surrounded by lightning, as if he was a god of thunder and lightning bathed in lightning. He came with a vast amount of lightning. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. His momentum was mighty and intimidating. From his words, it was obvious that he wanted to eliminate Duan Lingtian. The other 6 people standing behind him were all young prodigies with strength comparable to titled celestial emperors. 2 of them exuded the aura of laws and profundity, which was enough to prove that they were not weak. The disciple of the heavenly emperor is only slightly over 600 years old, but you're already as strong as a titled celestial emperor. Today I, Lin Wei, shall witness your strength. The young man who called himself Lin Wei raised his hand and brought out a gigantic hammer that was surrounded by lightning bolts. The hammer seemed to carry an unparalleled divine might as it swept toward Duan Lingtian and the others. As the hammer fell, heaven and earth changed color. It seemed as though it could destroy everything. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered that the young man's profundities were glowing even more brightly than before. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could tell that the young man's prodigy was not weak at all. At the very least, the young man was one of the strongest among the two-star war gods. Most likely, he was the strongest among the 7 people standing before him. Based on this, it was obvious the young man wanted to make a name for himself by eliminating Duan Lingtian in the second round. At this moment, even if Duan Lingtian's heart was like an ancient well without ripples, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a helpless arc. When did I, Duan Lingtian, become a soft persimmon in the eyes of others? Humph! Before Lin Wei could get close to Duan Lingtian, Ling Juyun, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, scoffed. Then, his eyes turned cold as another Ling Juyun appeared in his body. This was the law of death's death clone profundity. The other Ling Juyun's eyes were crimson red. As soon as he flew out of his body, he shot toward Lin Wei and the others like a blood-red meteor in the night sky. A terrifying murderous aura surged out of his body as he charged toward Lin Wei and the others. "You're seeking death," Lin Wei sneered. His target was Duan Lingtian. No matter who it was, he would mercilessly destroy anyone who stood in his way. "So what if you have a death clone? I can crush you with a single strike of my hammer." The gigantic hammer in Lin Wei's hand seemed to have transformed into a meteor as it fell on Ling Juyun's death clone profundity. Dazzling lightning bolts flashed in the air as though it was a punishment from the 9 heavens. Boom! Rumble! The gigantic hammer was extremely fast. As it flew through the air around it exploded like thunder. Just as the gigantic hammer was about to land on Ling Juyun's death clone profundity, Ling Juyun's death clone profundity suddenly surged. Then, its speed more than doubled and it easily dodged the gigantic hammer. Like a ghost, it instantly closed in on Lin Wei, who had just regained his senses. With one hand on Lin Wei's head and the other on Lin Wei's shoulder, the death clone profundity's eyes flashed with an extremely cold light. No! Just as Lin Wei let out a shrill scream of terror, a jade tablet appeared in his hand, and he was about to crush it. Rip! The sound of something being torn apart rang out. It was Ling Juyun's death clone profundity tearing Lin Wei's body apart with its bare hands. In an instant, his head was separated from his body. Blood splattered everywhere, dazzling to the eye. At this moment, even the people who were fighting in the vicinity were shocked by the commotion. They stopped fighting and looked at Ling Juyun warily. "Sir, we won't fight with you anymore. We'll leave now." When the 6 people behind Lin Wei saw that the strongest among them, Lin Wei, was torn in half, they were naturally terrified. After hurriedly opening their mouths, they wanted to shift the target elsewhere. However, Ling Juyun ignored them. His death clone profundity closed in on them again. 2 more ripping sounds rang in the air as 2 more people were torn apart. Blood and flesh splattered all over the place. The remaining 4 people's expressions changed drastically when they saw this. They no longer dared to take any chances. They quickly crushed the jade pendants they had taken out earlier and fled. Naturally, before they left, their faces were filled with reluctance. After all, they were all titled celestial emperors, and yet they were forced to flee by Ling Juyun. However, when they thought about their 3 temporary partners who were killed, they were relieved that Ling Juyun did not attack them first. Otherwise, they would have been killed instead of the other 2. After the 4 people escaped, they looked at the gray-clad young man standing next to Duan Lingtian, the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Their eyes were filled with fear when they looked at the gray-clad young man standing next to Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to have such a powerful person by his side. Based on the strength he displayed earlier, he's at least a 3-star god of war. Ling Juyun could be said to be the most powerful person among those who had fought so far. Naturally, there were other 4-star gods of war and 5-star gods of war as well. However, most of them held back when they attacked. Unlike Duan Lingtian, Duan Ling Tian had killed 3 young prodigies who were titled celestial emperors as soon as he attacked. This did not seem like an ordinary battle. It seemed more like a battle between enemies. He's so powerful. Zhang Tianyu and Wang Ting, who were standing behind Ling Juyun, felt chills running up their spines when they saw Ling Juyun killing 3 titled celestial emperors of war who were on par with them. They looked at Ling Juyun warily. Who's Duan Lingtian's friend? He's at least a 3-star god of war, right? It's impossible for an ordinary 3-star god of war to possess such strength. Apart from Duan Lingtian and Su Li, who had heard about Ling Juyun's strength from Duan Lingtian's words, everyone who had been paying attention to Ling Juyun's battle instinctively turned to look at him. Who's he? I've never heard of him. His mastery of the law of death is profound. His law of war is extraordinary, and he's decisive in killing. It's fine if he's only a 3-star god of war or a 4-star god of war. However, if he's a 5-star god of war, he might be able to kill a 3-star god of war or a 4-star god of war. Many people thought Ling Juyun was a bloodthirsty person. Otherwise, why would he not give others a chance to kill him? Naturally, those who were killed in such a situation could only blame themselves for being unlucky. After all, everyone knew the rules. If they knew they were no match for Duan Lingtian, they should leave as soon as possible. Naturally, the heavenly emperors from the various Devata realms merely glanced at Ling Juyun before they looked away. Based on Ling Juyun's current strength, they did not pay much attention to him. Moreover, many heavenly emperors were disgusted by Ling Juyun's ruthlessness. In the arena, the number of people who were eliminated and those who would be killed added up to more than 200 people. There were only about 700 people left, and the battle was still going on. However, after Ling Juyun's ruthless act, no one dared to provoke Duan Lingtian and the others anymore. They only cared about killing each other, treating Duan Lingtian and the others as though they were invisible. In fact, some of them even brushed past Duan Lingtian and the others as they fought. Chi, 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 chi. When the sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh rang in the air, a young man dressed in blood-red robes who wielded a saber made his move. The young man had a medium build and a cold expression on his face. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Upon closer inspection, one could see his robes were not blood-red. Instead, they were dark gray. Due to the excessive amount of blood, his robes were dyed red. Naturally, this was because he did not intentionally avoid the blood that spurted out from the bodies of the people he killed. It was as though he intentionally allowed the blood to stain his robes as a badge of honor for killing geniuses. Chapter 3463. Ling Juyun and the red-clad young man's ferocious actions had frightened the other geniuses. As soon as they sensed danger, they hurriedly crushed their jade tokens. As long as the situation wasn't right, they would crush their jade tokens and leave. Being eliminated was better than dying. Most of the young geniuses present on the scene were elites in their respective regions. Although the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses would make them famous, they would still be famous in their respective regions. We can't afford to offend them. I'll take my leave first. It's too dangerous. I'll wait until the 3rd round to see if there's anyone I can defeat. Are you shameless? 3 against 1? Alright, I'll take my leave first. If any one of you makes it to the 3rd round, I'll challenge that person to a duel and defeat him or even kill him. Regardless of whether they were young geniuses with limited strength or titled celestial emperors, all of them crushed their jade tokens and left. However, due to Ling Juyun and the red-clad young man's actions, the 2nd round of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses ended in less than 4 hours. 300 people emerged from the 2nd round of the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. Among the 300 people, more than 90% of them were young geniuses with strength comparable to titled celestial emperors. Most of them were 2-star gods of war or stronger. There were also a small number of people who had paid a hefty price for other young geniuses to help them pass the 2nd round. Although these people's strength was only close to that of a titled celestial emperor, they were from prominent clans and had strong foundations. Even young geniuses who were stronger than them were tempted by the things they offered. Naturally, these people knew they were only able to pass the second round because they were protected by other people. They were destined to be eliminated in the third round. After the third round, the top 300 participants in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses would be determined. The second round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses has ended. The third round will begin in a month's time. Su Konghai, the Vice Palace Master of the Title Temple, said in a clear voice, "In 3 days, the Title Temple will compile a list of the 300 people who made it to the next round and announce it here. After the list is announced, the 700 people who were eliminated today can spend some time to learn more about the 300 people who made it to the next round. Then, you can choose your opponent to challenge in a month. Cherish your challenge opportunities. Everyone only has 3 challenges. In the second round, the 700 people who were eliminated had a chance to revive in the third round. As long as they succeeded in challenging one of the 300 people who advanced today and successfully defeated the challenger, they would be able to advance to the fourth round." 1 month? Su Li was surprised. "I didn't expect that the third round would be held in a month. I feel like they are taking care of the 700 people who were eliminated today so that they can understand the 300 people who advanced today." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "Duan Lingtian, thank you." At this moment, no matter if it was Zhang Tianyu or Wang Ting, both of them took the initiative to express their gratitude to Duan Lingtian. If it were not for Duan Lingtian, with their strength, they might not have been able to advance today. Naturally, they were under a lot of pressure now. After all, there would be many people who would challenge them in a month. At that time, it would be difficult for them to advance to the fourth round. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. "There's still a month left. Both of you should prepare yourselves. You'll be challenged in a month's time." Zhang Tianyu and Wang Ting smiled wryly when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. After the formation disappeared, they left the venue and returned to their rooms to cultivate. It was as though they did not want to waste any time. Like the two of them, there were many others who left in a hurry as well. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave with Su Li and Ling Jueyun, his master, Feng Qingyang, sent a voice transmission to him. "Little Tian, stay for a while. An old friend of mine wants to see you." Upon hearing the voice transmission, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Su Li and Ling Jueyun before he left for Feng Qingyang. At this moment, Feng Qingyang was still with Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. "Master, Senior Uncle Ding." After greeting Feng Qingyang and Ding Fu, Duan Lingtian looked at Wei Qi, who was standing behind Ding Fu, and greeted him with a smile. "Senior brother Wei Qi, we meet again." Wei Qi smiled in response. On the other hand, Ding Fu looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Junior nephew Duan, your friend is too ruthless. I wanted to see your performance, but I didn't get to see it. It seems like I'll have to wait until the third round to see your performance." The Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses would begin in a month's time. The 700 people who were eliminated today would each have 3 chances to challenge their opponents. Duan Lingtian was the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. One could only imagine how many challenges he would face on that day. Even if others were wary of him, they would send someone to test his strength. Based on the current situation, one thing was certain. Duan Lingtian was at least a 2-star god of war. Even Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, could not help but feel shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian was a 2-star god of war who was more than 600 years old. Even a 5-star god of war who was more than 900 years old would not have such strength when they were more than 600 years old. Only a 6-star god of war who was less than 1,000 years old would be able to possess the strength of a 2-star god of war when they were more than 600 years old. "Junior nephew Duan, I'll be back to see your performance in a month's time." Ding Fu knew Feng Qingyang would be staying to see the others, so he smiled at Duan Lingtian. After bidding farewell to Feng Qingyang, he left with Wei Qi. The others also left one after another. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In next to no time, 3 figures tore through the sky from afar and appeared before Duan Lingtian. One of them was someone Duan Lingtian had fought before. To be more precise, he had injured Duan Lingtian and sent him flying with a single blow. Although this was his first time meeting the other two at such a close distance, he knew who they were. They were none other than Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Yellow the Arch-Heaven. The third person was Yu Dongfang, the fourth true disciple of Gongsun Shenyuan. Yu Dongfang had a medium build, so he appeared short when he stood next to the tall and burly Tong Tuesday. However, the aura he exuded made up for his lack of height. He gave off an otherworldly and refined aura. Heavenly Emperor Feng, your clones from the Law of Earth are even stronger now that I've seen you fight. Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Shen Yuan Heaven, was a refined middle-aged man dressed in a golden dragon robe. His face was as fair as jade, and his eyebrows were slanted to his temples. At this moment, he was looking at Feng Qingyang and sighing emotionally. Previously, when Feng Qingyang came out of the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, it was rumored that he had attained godhood. Therefore, Gongsun Shenyuan had personally paid him a visit. Although the two of them did not officially spar, Gongsun Shenyuan could tell the difference between him and Feng Qingyang from their exchange of blows. Just the Law of Earth alone was enough to suppress him. In the past, Gongsun Shenyuan could fight Feng Qingyang to a standstill even if he used the Law of Destruction. However, at that time, Feng Qingyang's clones from the Law of Earth easily suppressed him. The strength of a god's divine energy was beyond imagination. Heavenly Emperor Shenyuan, you flatter me. It's just that I've fused an additional profundity. Feng Qingyang shook his head and smiled as he gestured for Gongsun Shenyuan to take a seat. At this moment, the two men standing behind Gongsun Shenyuan, Yu Dongfang and Tong Tu, bowed at Feng Qingyang. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor Feng. Duan Lingtian bowed at Gongsun Shenyuan as well. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor Shenyuan. I'm Duan Lingtian. Although Gongsun Xuanyuan's surname was Gongsun, not many people addressed him as Heavenly Emperor Gongsun. Most people referred to him as Heavenly Emperor Shenyuan. Naturally, Duan Lingtian addressed him as his master, Feng Qingyang. Martial nephew Duan, you're only slightly over 600 years old. It's amazing that you've achieved so much. Gongsun Shenyuan was very friendly to Duan Lingtian. I'm afraid your future achievements won't be lower than your master, Heavenly Emperor Feng. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Gongsun Shenyuan looked at Feng Qingyang. Heavenly Emperor Feng, what do you think? Feng Qingyang smiled and said, I believe he'll surpass his master. This short sentence revealed Feng Qingyang's confidence in Duan Lingtian. Even Gongsun Shenyuan was shocked by Feng Qingyang's direct words. One had to know that before Feng Qingyang spoke, he thought that Feng Qingyang would be humble. However, he didn't expect Gongsun Shenyuan to be so straightforward and believe that his only true disciple would surpass him. Tong Tuesday, at this moment, Gongsun Shenyuan called out indifferently. Tong Tu stepped forward immediately. A hint of unwillingness flashed in his eyes before he cupped his fists and apologized to Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Duan, I apologize for my rudeness that day. Although Tong Tu was apologizing, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to see his unwillingness. It was obvious he was afraid of the Heavenly Emperor Shenyuan. There's no need for you to apologize. Duan Lingtian shook his head and looked at Tong Tu meaningfully. After all, I wasn't injured that day. You. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words and seeing Duan Lingtian's meaningful gaze, Tong Tu's expression turned unsightly. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body before it was withdrawn in just a blink of an eye. Based on Duan Lingtian's performance in the first round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, Tong Tu was certain Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. Duan Lingtian ignored Tong Tu's dissatisfaction. He shifted his gaze to Gongsun Shenyuan, and his heart trembled. Heavens! This was Gongsun Shenyuan, the Yellow Emperor, one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. However, the Yellow Emperor was sitting right in front of him. Chapter 3464. Duan Lingtian stared at Gongsun Shenyuan with a hint of uncontrollable excitement in his eyes. When Gongsun Shenyuan saw this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned. "Martial nephew Duan, could it be that you've seen me before?" The purple-clad young man did not look at him as though he was looking at a stranger. Instead, it looked more like he was looking at a long-lost acquaintance. That was why Gongsun Shenyuan asked this question. However, there was one thing he was certain about. He had no recollection of this young man. It was more like he had never seen him before. Heavenly Emperor Shenyuan. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he said, "It might sound exaggerated, but it's true. The mundane realm where I'm currently from is the same mundane realm where my master is from. However, my soul is from the Yen Huang planet in the Yen Huang realm. I grew up listening to legends about you." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, not only the heavenly Emperor Shenyuan, but even his two disciples and his master, Feng Qingyang, were taken aback. This was especially true for Feng Qingyang. He did not expect his disciple to have such a past. It wasn't that he hadn't heard of a soul traveling from one mundane realm to another mundane realm and transmigrating into the body of a dying person. However, most of them were just rumors and he didn't really believe that they were true. However, he knew since his disciple had said it, it had to be true. "Were you an outstanding person when you were on the Yen Huang planet?" Gongsun Shenyuan asked with a solemn expression on his face. There was no hint of shock in his eyes. Instead, it was filled with astonishment. It was as though he could understand what Duan Lingtian meant. An outstanding person? Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before he recalled his time on Earth in his previous life. Based on his strength and achievements at that time, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was an outstanding person. However, despite his thoughts, Duan Lingtian still asked Gongsun Shenyuan, "Heavenly Emperor Shenyuan, what do you mean by outstanding person?" "It's outstanding in certain aspects," Gongsun Shenyuan replied. Gongsun Shenyuan said, "I don't know if I count as..." As Duan Lingtian spoke, he explained the background of his era on Earth. At the same time, he also revealed his identity at that time and what he had done before his death in his previous life. "If what you said is true, your achievements in that era can no longer be described as a hero. You can be called a peerless hero." Gongsun Shenyuan sighed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "I thought you died in the divine land, and your soul traveled to another mundane realm. I didn't expect your soul to travel to an island far away from the divine land. This kind of situation can only happen to the unparalleled world hero." Duan Lingtian was even more dumbfounded by Gongsun Shenyuan's words. He had no idea why Gongsun Shenyuan would say such a thing. "Shenyuan Tian, Senior Shenyuan, could it be that you know the reason why my soul transmigrated? It shouldn't be too different from what I've imagined." Gongsun Shenyuan looked at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. Uncontrollable excitement could be seen in the depths of his eyes. "Do you have 99 heavenly veins in your body?" 99 heavenly veins. Not only were his two true disciples stunned by Gongsun Shenyuan's words, but even Feng Qingyang's eyes narrowed slightly. He instinctively looked at Duan Lingtian. He had only found out about Duan Lingtian's 99 heavenly veins after meeting Duan Lingtian. "Senior, how did you know?" Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. As long as the person inside his body was not a god, even if he was surrounded by divine consciousness, he would be able to block the person's divine consciousness from entering his body. Could it be that a divine spirit had probed him and told Gongsun Shenyuan about this? However, that was not very likely. After all, his master had left a divine spirit mark on him. If a divine spirit probed him with their divine spirit, his master would be able to inform him immediately. He might even be able to block the divine spirit for a short period of time. Naturally, he would only be able to block the divine spirit for a short period of time to warn the divine spirit. If the divine spirit insisted on probing him, his master's divine spirit mark would not be able to stop it. "Ha ha ha ha!" Gongsun Shenyuan laughed heartily. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Junior nephew Duan, please wait for a moment." I'll call the two old fellows over. I'll tell you why I guessed you have 99 heavenly veins when I heard about your soul transmigration. Soon after, two figures appeared in front of Duanling Tian after Gongsun Shen Yuan sent out the voice transmissions. One of them was the Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, Yu Hao Tian. The other person was the Grandson Celestial Emperor, Tathagata, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the Shen Yuan Heaven. The Jade Emperor, Tathagata. Naturally, Duanling Tian was no stranger to these two people. Naturally, this was his first time meeting them in person. Hao Tian Sakyamune. After everyone greeted them, Gongsun Shenyuan looked at Duanling Tian and said bluntly, "The Wind Celestial Emperor's only true disciple should have the flaming yellow physique on planet Yanhuang." Tathagata was also known as Sakyamuni. Before Gongsun Shenyuan ascended, he had been calling him Sakyamuni, and he still called him Sakyamuni. Perhaps the only people who knew Tathagata's other name were those from planet Yanhuang in the Yanhuang realm. Flaming yellow physique. Upon hearing Gongsun Xuanyuan's words, Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang were not the only ones who were confused. Even Yu Dongfang and Tong Tu, Gongsun Xuanyuan's true disciples, were confused. At this moment, Yu Hao Tian and Rulai's gazes landed on Duanling Tian in unison. There was a hint of surprise in their eyes. They had received a message from Gongsun Shenyuan. In the message, Gongsun Shenyuan had only said that he had something important to tell them, but he did not mention that he had discovered the flaming yellow physique. "Shenyuan, are you sure?" Yu Hao Tian asked solemnly as he looked at Gongsun Shenyuan. "There's no mistake," Gongsun Shenyuan replied. Gongsun Shenyuan said, "His experience is exactly the same as the flaming yellow physique. Furthermore, he admitted that he has 99 heavenly veins in his body. I didn't expect to see the flaming yellow physique again after so many years. Moreover, he has even become a titled celestial emperor." When Gongsun Shenyuan had confirmed that Duanling Tian had 99 heavenly veins, he had looked at Duanling Tian with glowing eyes, as though he was looking at a rare treasure instead of a living person. Upon seeing this, Duanling Tian felt goosebumps rising on his skin. He even regretted revealing that his soul came from planet Yanhuang in the Yanhuang realm. The reason why he said it was because it was no longer a secret to him, and no one would care about it. In the Devata realms, there were many strange people and strange things. Among them, there was no lack of strange things that happened to Duanling Tian. However, it did not cross Duanling Tian's mind that not only was the heavenly emperor of the Shen Yuan Heaven shocked, but even the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven and Tathagata, the palace master of the Tidal Temple Subhall of the Shen Yuan Heaven, were shocked as well. Flaming yellow physique. At this moment, Tathagata shifted his gaze from Duanling Tian to Feng Qingyang and said, "Wind Heavenly Emperor, I've had many disciples in my life, but none of them were true disciples. Since you're my only true disciple, I wonder if you're willing to let me take you as my last disciple?" Upon hearing Tathagata's words, Feng Qingyang glanced at Tathagata indifferently and said, "You should ask my disciple, not me." At the same time, Feng Qingyang sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian. "Although I don't know what the flaming yellow physique is, I'm sure there's a secret behind it since they're so concerned about it. However, since Tathagata is already a god, it's best for you to stay away from him to avoid any danger. There are many unique physiques in the Devata realms, but this is the first time I've heard of the flaming yellow physique. Many titled celestial emperors and even heavenly emperors would want to possess the bodies of celestial emperors and heavenly emperors. As long as they don't die prematurely, it's almost certain that they'll be able to attain godhood. I've also heard a rumor in the past, but I'm not sure if it's true or not. A human with 99 heavenly veins who possesses a unique physique has a potential that's not inferior to a divine beast," Feng Qingyang said. In the past, Feng Qingyang did not tell Duanling Tian about this because he was worried it would cause Duanling Tian to slack off on his cultivation. Everyone knew that they had 99 heavenly veins, and if nothing unexpected happened, they would definitely become gods. Under such circumstances, many people would no longer cultivate as hard as they did before, because they subconsciously felt that they were the seeds of gods. I didn't tell you about this because I was worried it would affect your cultivation. In the end, Feng Qingyang still explained. I understand, master. After listening to Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian looked at Tathagata, who had shifted his gaze from Feng Qingyang to him. Before Tathagata could speak, he said, Pavilion Master Tathagata, I, Duan Lingtian, will only acknowledge one master in my life. That's my current master, Feng Qingyang. From now on, no matter how powerful a god or a supreme expert is, I will never acknowledge him as my master. Duan Lingtian's words killed Tathagata's thoughts. Upon hearing this, Tathagata's eyes flashed. However, his expression remained calm as he said, Since you've made up your mind, I won't force you. After he finished speaking, he looked at Feng Qingyang and said, Wind Heavenly Emperor, 10 years after the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, I'll head to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven and have a battle with you. If you lose, you'll step down from your position as Heavenly Emperor. A hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of Tathagata's eyes when he finished speaking. Chapter 3465. Anytime. Upon hearing Tathagata's words, Feng Qingyang lifted his head lazily and glanced at Tathagata. Farewell. Tathagata glanced at Feng Qingyang before he nodded at Duan Lingtian and turned to leave. As soon as he turned around to leave, Duan Lingtian felt a powerful divine consciousness sweeping toward him and shrouding his entire body. It made him feel as though he was a lone boat in the vast ocean, drifting aimlessly. However, Duan Lingtian suddenly felt a burning sensation between his eyebrows. It was the divine consciousness mark left behind by his master, Feng Qingyang. It was a gray sword mark. As soon as it appeared, it turned into countless divine consciousness sword chi that swept out in all directions. Alas, it was still too late. The divine consciousness that shrouded Duan Lingtian seemed to have intentionally avoided Duan Lingtian's glabella. When the divine consciousness mark appeared between Duan Lingtian's eyebrows, it had already scanned Duan Lingtian's body. Although it was only a rough scan, it was not difficult for it to find out how many heavenly veins Duan Lingtian had in his body. It's the flaming emperor physique. Tathagata's voice echoed in the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Tathagata's sudden scan caused Duan Lingtian's expression to darken. Even Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Shenyuan heaven, and Yu Haotian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor heaven, felt awkward. They did not expect Tathagata to be so brazen. Did he forget that the flaming emperor physique's master was Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Humph! As soon as Gongsun Shenyuan and Yu Haotian thought about it, Feng Qingyang snorted coldly. Then, a gray divine consciousness shot out from between his eyebrows and turned into a sword in the blink of an eye. It whistled as it shot toward Tathagata's divine consciousness. Whoosh! The divine will sword appeared as if it could destroy everything. In just a blink of an eye, Tathagata's voice rang in the air. Feng Qingyang, I'll meet you in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in 100 years. 100 years. Duan Lingtian was stunned by Tathagata's words. Didn't Tathagata, the great Sun Celestial Emperor, say he would challenge his master 10 years after the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses? Why did it become 100 years now? Hiss! Hiss! At the same time, both Gongsun Shenyuan and Yu Haotian sucked in a mouthful of cold air. To be able to make Tathagata change his words, it meant that Feng Qingyang's spiritual sense attack had injured Tathagata badly. At the very least, his divine soul was severely injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't have delayed the battle 10 years later to 100 years later. 100 years later, if you dare to come, I will definitely kill you. This was Feng Qingyang's response to Tathagata. His expression was calm, without joy or sorrow. After Tathagata left, no one spoke. After Tathagata left, Feng Qingyang looked at Gongsun Shenyuan and asked, Heavenly Emperor Shenyuan, can you tell us about the Yen Huang physique? Gongsun Shenyuan smiled wryly. He could see the displeasure in Feng Qingyang's eyes. Heavenly Emperor Feng, I didn't expect Tathagata to be like this. If I knew, I wouldn't have allowed him to come. Feng Qingyang's expression eased slightly when he heard Gongsun Shenyuan's words. At this moment, Gongsun Shenyuan continued to say, as for the Yan Huang physique, it's a crazy idea that the powerhouses of the Yan Huang progeny came up with after many years of research on the unique physiques in the Devata realms. We discovered many similarities between the unique physiques and the unique physiques. Based on our research, there were traces of human activity. Most of it was due to the influence of formations. After many years of research, we returned to our hometown, the mundane realm, Yan Huang realm, and set up the formation that gave birth to the Yan Huang physique in our hometown, planet Yan Huang. However, we only know a little about the formation. We basically copied it from others. For this reason, we don't know how the Yan Huang physique would be born on planet Yan Huang. It's not like there haven't been any Yan Huang physiques over the years. However, those with the Yan Huang physique were born through other methods. Their souls were powerful, but they were stuck at the great overarching golden celestial stage after ascending to the Devata realms. We allowed a few Yan Huang physiques to ascend on their own, but they died in the celestial ascension pool as soon as they ascended. Nobody attacked them. It's as though the energy of the celestial ascension pool caused their souls and bodies to explode. They couldn't coexist with each other, so they died instantly. As for those who didn't ascend to the Devata realms, they died the moment they broke through to the great overarching golden celestial stage, just like those who had ascended to the Devata realms. Gongsun Shenyuan paused for a moment before he looked at Duanling Tian and said, those people with the Yan Huang physique have extremely high innate talent and comprehension ability. They also have 99 heavenly veins in their bodies. However, all of them died before they could break through to the great overarching golden celestial stage. We knew there must be a problem with the formation we set up. However, it was an imitation of a formation. It was extremely complicated, and we couldn't figure it out. In the end, we gave up and stopped caring about the Yan Huang physique. In just a blink of an eye, thousands of years have passed. I didn't expect to meet someone with the Yan Huang physique here. Gongsun Shenyuan continued to look at Duanling Tian as he said, the formation we imitated isn't just for show. Otherwise, it wouldn't have given birth to so many people with the Yan Huang physique. However, we didn't encounter anyone with the Yan Huang physique whose soul had transmigrated to another mundane realm. Even if he did, we wouldn't have known if he didn't say he was a transmigrator. Perhaps they died when they were growing up, or perhaps they're currently in some Devata realm. It's also possible that they're somewhere in the Jade Emperor heaven right now. Gongsun Shenyuan glanced at Yu Hao Tian instinctively. The heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor heaven was one of the people who had participated in the creation of the Yan Huang physique. Naturally, Tathagata was one of them as well. Soul transmigrated? Duanling Tian tried to suppress the shock in his heart. For a long time, he had been wondering how his soul had transmigrated from Earth to another mundane realm. He had been searching for an answer, but he had not been able to find it. However, after listening to Gongsun Shenyuan's explanation, Duanling Tian felt he had found the answer. The formation you imitated to create a special physique. Is there someone like me among them who transmigrated? Duanling Tian asked. Yes. Gongsun Shenyuan nodded. However, their souls didn't transmigrate to other realms. They seemed to have set up a series of formations in the formation, allowing their souls to transmigrate to their targets with the special physique they obtained through transmigration. This is completely different from your situation. The reason why your soul transmigrated indiscriminately should be because the formation we set up isn't complete. It's caused by a flaw in the formation. Gongsun Shenyuan's words were laced with embarrassment. Duanling Tian was rendered speechless by Gongsun Shenyuan's words. As it turned out, it was not an accident that his soul had transmigrated. It was caused by the formation Gongsun Shenyuan and the others had set up. It was an accident that his soul had transmigrated to another mundane realm. I only thought of the formation we set up back then when I heard you talk about your transmigration experience. I asked you if you have 99 heavenly veins because I wanted to confirm your identity and see if you have the flaming yellow physique that we created. Gongsun Shenyuan continued to explain. The corner of Duanling Tian's mouth twitched. He did not expect Gongsun Shenyuan and the others to transmigrate his soul to another mundane realm. Gongsun Shenyuan and the others had set up an immature formation to imitate others. However, it's a blessing in disguise for you. Gongsun Shenyuan looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a sigh, since you have the Yen Huang physique, as long as you don't slack off, you'll definitely become a god in the future. In fact, it's difficult for ordinary celestials to become a god. However, it won't be the same for you. As long as you become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor and continue to cultivate, you'll definitely become a god. Perhaps you might even become a god before Hao Tian and I do. As Gongsun Shenyuan spoke, he looked at Yu Hao Tian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. A hint of envy could be seen in Yu Hao Tian's eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. As for Tong Tu, Gongsun Xuanyuan's fourth true disciple, he was green with envy. Although Yu Dongfang's expression was calm, he could not hide the shock in the depths of his eyes. Duan Lingtian. A hint of fear flashed in Gongsun Xuanyuan's eyes as though he had recalled something. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, although you're considered to have the Yen Huang physique to a certain extent, we won't demand anything from you because of this. After all, you're only as strong as you are today because of your own efforts. I only hope that if we need a favor from you one day, you'll give it to us. A hint of worry flashed in Gongsun Xuanyuan's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. Of course, that's not a problem. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although he was considered to be a test subject of Gongsun Shenyuan and the others to a certain extent, it was because of Gongsun Shenyuan and the others that he was able to survive in his previous life. Since Gongsun Shenyuan had asked for a favor, he naturally had to return it. After all, Duan Lingtian did not like owing people favors. Thank you. After thanking Duan Lingtian, the heavenly emperor of the Shenyuan heaven bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang before he left. At this moment, Yu Hao Tian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, left as well. After Yu Dongfang and Tong Tu left, Duan Lingtian's lips twitched again as he looked at Gongsun Shenyuan and Yu Hao Tian's backs. These people stand at the peak of the Devata realms, and yet, they're willing to conduct such an experiment for the sake of a special physique. They really know how to have fun. On the other side, Yu Dongfang and Tong Tu returned to their wooden houses. Naturally, they had to part ways with their master and the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. After the duo left, Yu Hao Tian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, looked at Gongsun Shenyuan and asked, Shenyuan, why did you ask for a favor from him? Are you worried that old bald donkey would suffer a loss? Chapter 3466. Or are you worried that he'll be defeated by the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Yu Hao Tian asked. Both. Gongsun Shenyuan sighed. A complicated expression could be seen on his face as he said, both of us know that the current Tathagata is only half a Tathagata. His will is mostly controlled by the old monk we encountered in the undead world, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. That old monk is evil by nature. After he forcefully merged his soul with Tathagata's soul, Tathagata's temperament became much more ruthless. Earlier, he checked Duan Lingtian's body to see if Duan Lingtian has the flaming yellow physique. I suspect he wants to possess Duan Lingtian's body. Although most of his will is controlled by Tathagata's will, at least not all of it. I can sense he'll try to escape from Tathagata's body if he has the chance. After all, he doesn't have 100% autonomy in Tathagata's body. He only has 60% autonomy at most. Gongsun Shenyuan said. It seems like the flaming yellow physique we created is very tempting. Even that old bald donkey who seems to be a god has his eyes on Duan Lingtian's body. Yu Hao Tian said as he sighed. Then, as though he had recalled something, he asked, if that old bald donkey leaves Tathagata's body, will Tathagata's soul recover? Gongsun Shenyuan nodded. Yes, but it'll take at least 10,000 years for him to recover. After all, Tathagata's soul has been severely injured. That's because his soul is also a god's soul. Otherwise, it'll take at least 10,000 years for him to recover. Gongsun Shenyuan said. Why didn't you warn them earlier? Why didn't you tell them the situation and ask them to show mercy? Yu Hao Tian asked. How should I warn them? Gongsun Shenyuan shook his head. I can't possibly tell them that Tathagata is no longer the Tathagata of the past. If that old monk succeeds in seizing Duan Lingtian's body, Tathagata will regain his freedom. But if that old monk fails, he will be in danger, which is equivalent to bringing Tathagata into danger. Unless a supreme expert makes a move, otherwise no one can destroy that old monk without harming Tathagata. Tathagata had been friends with Gongsun Shenyuan for many years. Naturally, he wouldn't let anything happen to his good friend. It was also because of this that he held back his words in front of Feng Qingyang and Duan Lingtian. Although he had some friendship with Feng Qingyang, it was naturally incomparable to his friendship with Tathagata. As for Duan Lingtian, it was his first day meeting him. On one hand, you asked for a favor from Duan Lingtian so that you could save Tathagata's life at a critical moment. But on the other hand, you also hoped that Tathagata could regain his freedom, so you didn't remind them. The current Tathagata is no longer the Tathagata of the past, and he most likely has his eyes set on Duan Lingtian's body. Yu Haoyan could see everything clearly now. Of course, he could understand Gongsun Xuanyuan's decision. If he were in Gongsun Xuanyuan's shoes, he would have made the same choice. I have no intention of harming the innocent. However, when there's no way to get the best of both worlds, I had no choice but to make this choice. When Gongsun Shenyuan said these words, a hint of guilt flashed in the depths of his eyes. Naturally, this guilt was because of Duan Lingtian. Let nature take its course. If that old monk fails, we'll ask Duan Lingtian for a favor and ask him to spare his life. After all, his life and death are tied together with Tathagata's life and death. Yu Haoyan sighed and said, if there's a second time, we won't ask again. After all, when we first met Tathagata as his friends, we've already done our best to help him. If that old monk takes Duan Lingtian's body, we'll do our best to protect his family, so that his family can live a life without worries. This will show our guilt. Gongsun Shenyuan agreed with Yu Haoyan's words. I agree. Duan Lingtian, naturally, was unaware of the private conversation between Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Yellow Origin Heaven, and Yu Haoyan, the Jade Emperor Heaven. After Gongsun Shenyuan and the others left, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang stayed for a while before leaving. Duan Lingtian stayed because his master, Feng Qingyang, wanted to replant the divine spirit mark between his eyebrows. The divine spirit mark he had planted earlier had already been used. I have a feeling Tathagata is plotting something against you. However, don't worry and return. With my divine spirit mark, I'll be notified immediately if he makes a move on you. I'll be able to protect you as soon as possible. Feng Qingyang said to Duan Lingtian. Moreover, I don't think he'll make a move in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. If the title temple masters make a move on the young geniuses during the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, he'll be severely injured even if he doesn't die. A cold glint flashed across Feng Qingyang's eyes as he continued. Furthermore, I've severely injured his divine soul earlier. Even with the help of a rare treasure, it'll take at least 100 years for him to fully recover. As long as I'm nearby, I don't think he'll make a move on you. The divine spirit mark is just a precaution. After parting ways with Feng Qingyang, Duan Lingtian returned to his wooden hut in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven where the young geniuses who were participating in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses were staying. At this moment, many young geniuses were gathered outside the wooden huts, discussing something in groups of 3 to 5. The eyes of the young geniuses brightened when they saw Duan Lingtian. How strong do you think this disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven is? Rumor has it that he's as strong as a 2-star god of war. I'm not too sure about his strength, but the gray-clad young man next to him who's skilled in the law of death is at least a 3-star god of war. The gray-clad young man is Ling Jueyun. He came here with the people from Feng Qingtian's title temple. According to the people from Feng Qingtian's title temple, Ling Jueyun is definitely stronger than a 3-star god of war. Does this mean Ling Jueyun is most likely a 4-star god of war? After Duan Ling Tian made his appearance, the atmosphere in the square became livelier. Even after Duan Ling Tian returned to his wooden hut, many people were still discussing him. I'm sure many people will challenge this disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven in the 3rd round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. At that time, we'll be able to see how strong he is. Based on what I know, there are even 3-star gods of war who want to challenge him. I can't wait to see the battle between a 3-star god of war and Duan Ling Tian. Will Duan Ling Tian be a match for him? 3 days later, the list of names that Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the main hall of the Title Temple, who was in charge of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, appeared in the sky above the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. At this moment, many people were looking at the words on the list. The names of the 300 people who advanced to the 2nd round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses are as follows. After that, a list of names appeared on the list. At the end of each name, there was at least some information about the Devata realm, indicating that the young genius was from a certain Devata realm. As for those whose identities were clear, they even indicated their identities. Even the strength they had displayed so far was indicated. For example, there was a line of information after Duan Lingtian's name. He's from the solitary destructive heaven, the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He's only slightly over 600 years old. He's not affected by the 1st round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. His strength is suspected to be at least a 2-star god of war. For example, Su Li. He's from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven. He's only slightly over 600 years old. He's not affected by the 1st round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. His strength is suspected to be at least a 2-star god of war. For example, there was a line of information after Ling Jueyun's name. He's from Feng Qingtian. He's suspected to be at least a 3-star god of war in the 2nd round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. There were more than 300 names, which meant that there were more than 300 lines. Some people's introductions were even longer. Even those with a photographic memory would have to look at it for a while. It's really detailed. Duan Lingtian was called over by Su Li. When Su Li saw the information about him and Duan Lingtian, he couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. It seems like the Title Temple intentionally recorded this information. It's obvious. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian, look at that. Under Su Li's guidance, Duan Lingtian saw a line of words introducing the 3rd true disciple of Gongsun Shenyuan, Yu Dongfang. Yu Dongfang was from the Yellow Yuan Heaven. He was the 3rd true disciple of Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Yellow Yuan Heaven. He had killed a 3-star god of war and was suspected to be at least a 4-star god of war. Up until now, he had only revealed the strength of a 2-star god of war. Under Yu Dongfang's name was Tong Tu, the 4th true disciple of Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Yellow Yuan Heaven. Tong Tu was from the Yellow Yuan Heaven. He was the 4th true disciple of Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Yellow Yuan Heaven. He had been injured by Duan Lingtian when he was caught off guard. His strength was close to that of a 2-star god of war, but he was not a 2-star god of war yet. The Title Temple is clearly trying to draw hatred to you, Duan Lingtian said with a frown on his face. Su Li smiled mockingly. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He did not expect the people from the Title Temple would be so senseless. Soon after, many people in the surroundings saw Tong Tu's introduction and couldn't help but laugh. Their laughter was filled with ridicule. In the crowd, Duan Lingtian noticed an icy cold gaze that was filled with hatred, and he instinctively raised his head to look over. With a glance, he saw the robust young man staring at him from afar with an extremely unsightly expression. It was none other than Tong Tuesday. Tong Tu was the 4th true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Yellow Yuan Heaven. Yu Dongfang stood next to Tong Tu with a calm expression on his face. When he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, he smiled and nodded at him. Yes, Chapter 3467. Tang Sanpao is from the mysterious Wonder Heaven? Su Li exclaimed in surprise. Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze away from the two true disciples of the Heavenly Emperor of the Shenyuan Heavenly Emperor. He followed Su Li's gaze and saw Tang Sanpao's name. He was from the mysterious Wonder Heaven, and based on his performance in the first round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses, he was suspected to be a two-star god of war. There was no other information about him. Just like the others, he seemed rather mysterious among the 300 names. It did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that the young man who approached him, as if they were close the first time they met, actually had such extraordinary strength. He did not have the demeanor of an expert at all. Duan Lingtian noticed that when he swept his gaze over the 300 names, there were a dozen or so people who said they were suspected to have the strength of a 4-star god of war or above, but none of them said they were suspected to have the strength of a 5-star god of war or above. None of them are suspected to be 5-star gods of war, Su Li speculated. However, there must be 5-star gods of war among the people who are suspected to be 4-star gods of war or stronger. It's just that they haven't revealed their strength yet. Perhaps, there's no one in the same generation who's worthy of them making a move. Duan Lingtian nodded. Of course, it's possible that someone has seen them display their strength. But that person is either dead or didn't spread the news. That's why no one knows their strength. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Su Li brought up this topic, the sky above the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses became lively. Many people began to discuss this matter. As more and more people gathered, Duan Lingtian called out to Su Li before the two of them left quietly. On their way back, they bumped into Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao said with a sullen expression on his face, "Why didn't you call me when you went to look at the name list? That's too much, right? You didn't ask us to call you either." Su Li smiled. Tang Sanpao glared at Su Li angrily. Then he said goodbye and left. Duan Lingtian and Su Li returned to their respective wooden houses and waited for the third round of the Devata Realms Genius Battle to begin 27 days later. Compared to the first and second rounds of the Devata Realms Genius Battle, the third round of the Devata Realms Genius Battle would take a long time. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The third round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was about to begin. In this round, the 300 people who advanced in the previous round would be challenged by the 700 people who were eliminated in the previous round. Apart from the 700 people who had been eliminated, many of the 300 people who had advanced to the next round were also looking through the list compiled by the Title Temple to see if there was anyone they could deal with. These people either didn't have much confidence in themselves or were worried that someone stronger would eliminate them. Since they were prepared in advance, even if they were eliminated, they still had a chance to turn things around. In the third round of the Devata Realms Genius Battle, not only would the 700 people who were eliminated in the previous round have a chance to challenge someone else, but even the 300 people who were eliminated today would also have a chance to challenge someone else. In short, the number of people was fixed, but the number of people would change constantly. This would continue until no one challenged anyone else. Although the third round of the Devata Realms Genius Battle is divided into 10 battles at the same time, I'm afraid it'll take a few days. Tang Sanpao muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian and the others were still sitting in the same seats they had been sitting in a month ago. Apart from them, even He Jianni, who was eliminated in the second round, had come. In fact, He Jianni was already mentally prepared for his elimination in the second round. In fact, he knew he would not be able to go far in the Devata Realms Genius Battle. He had only come because he wanted to see the best young geniuses from the various Devata realms. Moreover, such an opportunity was hard to come by. Ordinary people would not be able to come and watch the battles. In fact, He Jianni was not the only one who had such thoughts. At this moment, there were still more than 2,000 young geniuses present. Whether it was the 1,000 people who were eliminated or the 1,000 people who were eliminated today, all of them were present. Swoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Title Temple's main hall, appeared in the sky above the Devata Realms Genius Battle like a ghost. After a few moments, he turned around and looked at the crowd. Today, the third round of the Devata Realms Genius Battle will begin. The 300 people who have advanced to the fourth round will be confirmed. This round is different from the previous round. You can only rely on yourself and not others. Those who relied on others in the second round won't be able to rely on luck in this round, since it's a one-on-one battle. I'm sure all of you have already heard about the rules, so I won't waste my breath. At the same time, Su Konghai raised his hand. Suddenly, rows of densely packed words appeared in the air above him. They were the 300 names that had disappeared a few days ago, as well as the introductions behind the names. This formation mirror image is controlled by a person from the title temple. It can erase the names of those who have been defeated and replace them with the names of those who have succeeded. Everyone has 3 chances to challenge the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. If you're unable to challenge the fourth round after 3 times, you won't be able to advance to the fourth round. As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, many young geniuses turned to look at the rows of names. The heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the various Devata realms who had not seen the list before were also looking at it. There's no one who seems to be a 5-star god of war? It seems like all the young geniuses have hidden their strength well this time. Based on past experiences, the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses is always the most exciting. Many young geniuses who haven't had the chance to show off their skills will be able to do so this time. I'm looking forward to it. Most of the heavenly emperors present on the scene had participated in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. It was obvious they were looking forward to the upcoming Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. At this moment, Su Konghai's voice rang in the air again. Now, the 10 of you, state your target. As soon as Su Konghai said this, a person immediately flew out and arrived in the sky above the arena. He looked directly at the 3 people sitting together in the spectator seats and sneered. I, Huangbin of Spirit Overarching Heaven, challenge Qiu Yunjin of Langji Heaven. The 3 people's expressions darkened when they heard Huangbin's words. What? The 3 of you defeated me in the previous round, but you don't dare to challenge me now? Huangbin sneered when he saw the person he had targeted did not make a move. I remember them. At this moment, a young genius among the spectators recognized Huangbin and the 3 men. Among the 3 men, one of them is almost as strong as a titled Celestial Emperor, while the other 2 are titled Celestial Emperors. However, based on the strength Huangbin displayed earlier, it's clear he's one of the strongest 1-star gods of war. I remember him as well. A month ago, his opponents defeated him in a 3-on-1 battle. His revenge came so quickly. Is he challenging the non-titled Celestial Emperor or one of the other 2 Celestial Emperors? If I were him, I'd definitely send the non-titled Celestial Emperor to challenge him. Amidst the commotion, Su Konghai's voice resounded in the air. After being challenged, if you don't enter the ring within 10 breaths, you'll be deemed to have admitted defeat. Now, you have 5 breaths to consider. Humph! One of the young men who was targeted by Huangbin scoffed. You're a titled Celestial Emperor, but you dare to challenge me? I'm not even a titled Celestial Emperor. How shameless of you! Huangbin said nonchalantly. What a joke! If you're so shameless, why did you join forces to eliminate me in the previous round? The challenge ended when the person who was challenged did not dare to challenge Huangbin. Huangbin successfully advanced to the next round. His name also replaced that person's name and hung in the air, clearly appearing before everyone's eyes. If I could challenge only one person, I'd have defeated all 3 of you. Huangbin looked at the 3 people coldly before he left the arena and said coldly, Of course, if you have the guts, you can challenge me again after you're eliminated. I'll welcome you with open arms. As soon as he finished speaking, he left the arena. The 3 people were, naturally, infuriated by Huangbin's words. After Huangbin left the stage, he didn't forget to say to the audience in a clear voice, Everyone, if you want to challenge someone, you can choose one of those 2 people. Choose as you wish. Their strength is only at the level of a normal 1-star war god. Huangbin's words infuriated the 3 people even more. After Huangbin left the arena, there were indeed people who challenged the other 2 out of the 3. They successfully defeated them and replaced them. Thank you, Brother Huang Bin. Haha, thank you, brother. The two people who successfully challenged Huang Bin smiled and thanked him from afar. Naturally, this was only a small interlude. The number of people in the arena remained at 10. 10 people would challenge the other 10 people. After the battle ended, 2 people would leave the arena and another person would challenge the others. After about 15 minutes, a young man dressed in a brown-yellow long robe stood in the air. His gaze landed on Duan Lingtian and the others before he finally locked his gaze on one person. I, Sikong Yufeng, Qing Qi Tian, challenge Wang Ting of the solitary destructive heaven. Wang Ting sat behind Duan Lingtian, and although her expression didn't change when faced with the challenge, her gaze became slightly more serious. It was obvious she was mentally prepared for this. Isn't this Wang Ting the woman who had a breakthrough in the first round? It's her. As soon as Wang Ting stood up and stepped into the air, many people recognized her. Chapter 3468. During the first round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, there were a few people who had broken through during the battle. Therefore, most of the young geniuses present at that time had paid attention to them. Why didn't I think of challenging those who had just broken through? A young genius who had just broken through said regretfully, if I had challenged one of them, I wouldn't have had to fight so hard earlier. Even if they have the strength of a titled celestial emperor, there must be a limit to their strength. That guy is really smart. He actually chose to challenge the only woman among the few who had just broken through. It's obvious that Wang Ting is a pushover in his eyes. Similar discussions could be heard in the spectator seats. The people who had just broken through during the first round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses had also attracted a lot of attention. Some people even began to inquire about their names and origins. Naturally, there were also some people who had heard about the names and origins of the few people who had just broken through during the first round of the Devata realm. Swoosh! Following the defeat of one person and the successful advancement of another person, a ghost-like figure flashed out from the eastern spectator stands and quickly called out a challenge. And the person he challenged was also the person who had made a breakthrough in the first round. The latter's expression changed slightly when he heard his name was called out. However, he still stepped forward. Damn it, he's really fast. Now there's one less person. Many young geniuses cursed. Just as Wang Ting entered the arena, and before she could even fight with the person who challenged her, another person in the arena was defeated, and another person advanced. Then, dozens of figures flashed out from the spectator seats like lightning, and went straight to the arena. What a joke! Currently, 2 people who had just broken through during the first round of the Devata realm were being challenged. If they did not hurry up, they would not be able to defeat the last person. However, out of the dozens of figures, only the fastest person entered the arena. The rest were sent flying by Chen Konghai's sleeve, but they were not hurt. They felt as if they were slowly being pushed back to the top of the spectator seats by waves that were neither fast nor slow. Damn it! He beat us to it. How's that brat so fast? The group of young geniuses who were pushed back had unsightly expressions on their faces. The young genius who entered the arena first, a young man in blue, had a complacent smile on his face. He immediately opened his mouth and said that he wanted to challenge the last person who had made a breakthrough in the first round and had not yet entered the arena. Meanwhile, bang! A loud noise rang in the air, attracting everyone's attention. In just a blink of an eye, the young genius who had challenged Wang Ting was heavily injured and sent flying after exchanging dozens of blows with Wang Ting. Damn it! You didn't use your full strength earlier. Wang Ting the Devata defeated Wang Ting a Wang Devata battle. SSSS Wang's SS had been defeated. SSS Wang had Wang. S had Hats Kong's right? How sinister! The young man glared hatefully at Wang Ting before he left the scene. Wang Ting wasn't infuriated when she heard this, and she slowly walked away by herself before returning to the seat behind Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Many people who had regained their senses looked at Wang Ting and sighed. Wang Ting has just broken through a month ago and she has such strength? She's not simple. She's not simple indeed. Her strength, even among the one-star war gods, is considered to be above average. I thought she was a pushover, but it looks like we underestimated her. However, that Situ Yufang from before was also injured by her because he was careless. If he didn't care, he would at least be able to fight to a draw with Wang Ting. Wang Ting's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. Even Duan Lingtian did not expect Wang Ting to have such strength when she had just broken through. She was much stronger than the average one-star gods of war. Aha! Wang Ting, you're amazing. Jenny laughed. He was happy for Wang Ting. I didn't expect you to have such strength when you've just broken through. It seems like you'll be able to enter the 4th round. I think it'll be difficult. Although Wang Ting had won a battle and was not challenged, she was not very confident. She knew the geniuses in the Devata realms were all crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Even if her strength was not bad among the one-star gods of war, it would still be difficult for her to enter the 4th round. Wang Ting, I didn't expect your strength to be on par with mine when you've just broken through. At this moment, Zhang Tianyu, who was sitting on the other side of Wang Ting, could not help but sigh. Based on Wang Ting's battle earlier, he could see her strength was on par with him. If they really fought, it would most likely end in a tie. Look, since Wang Ting showed her strength earlier, the other two who had broken through with her in the 1st round did not hold back at all. After Tang Sanpao finished speaking, Duan Lingtian and the others saw the other two who had broken through in the 1st round did not dare to be careless. They attacked with all their might. In the end, one of them defeated his opponent in 10 moves while the other defeated his opponent in 30 moves. Both of them had successfully challenged their opponents. Among the 3 who had broken through in the 1st round, only Wang Ting had passed the challenge. Naturally, this was only the 1st challenge to Wang Ting. One could imagine there would be others who would challenge Wang Ting in the future. Sima Zhongjing from the heaven of Wave Trace challenged Duan Lingtian from the solitary destructive heaven. After a few more rounds, a young man dressed like a scholar stood in the middle of the field and looked at Duan Lingtian from afar before he issued a challenge to Duan Lingtian. For a moment, the group of young geniuses who were originally paying attention to the battle between the other 18 people shifted their gazes. To them, Duan Lingtian being challenged was more attractive. Currently, among the other 18 people who were fighting, the strongest one was only an outstanding 1-star god of war. None of the 2-star gods of war had made a move yet. Therefore, there was not much to see. Someone actually dares to challenge Duan Lingtian? Since this person dares to challenge Duan Lingtian, it means he's at least a 2-star god of war. Finally, a 2-star god of war has made a move. The 1st round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was enough to determine the strength of a titled Celestial Emperor. Only a 2-star god of war would be able to maintain a calm expression throughout the entire battle. Even the name list released by the Title Temple showed Duan Lingtian's strength was suspected to be at least a 2-star god of war. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you'd be the first one to be challenged. Luo Sanpao laughed heartily. Up until now, most of the geniuses from the Devata realms and high-ranking officials from the branches of the Devata realms did not pay much attention to the challenges and duels. Most of them were chatting with the people around them and occasionally glancing at the duel. This was because they did not think there was anything worth paying attention to. At the very least, that was the case for the time being. Now that someone had challenged Duan Lingtian, the heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the Title Temple's branches stopped chatting and shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had become the center of attention. Brother Feng, I didn't expect someone to challenge junior nephew Duan so soon. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, looked at Feng Qingyang who was sitting opposite him and said with a smile, based on the current situation, it seems like this person is here to test junior nephew Duan. All right. Feng Qingyang nodded. At the same time, he withdrew his gaze and picked up the fragrant tea on the table. After taking a sip, He put down the teacup and lowered his head, as if he was thinking about something else. Ding Fu did not disturb him. His eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian as he watched Duan Lingtian leave the spectator seat and enter the battle. Make your move. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian looked at Sima Zhongjing, who was dressed like a scholar, and said indifferently, Duan Lingtian is a 2-star god of war. Duan Lingtian, I know you're also a 2-star god of war. The reason I challenged you today is because I'm curious about the true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. As soon as Sima Zhongjing finished speaking, flames burst out of his body. It was clear he had comprehended the law of fire. Boom! Sima Zhongjing seemed to have transformed into a fireball as he shot toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he merged his celestial origin energy with the fusion profundity and cast the fusion profundity. It transformed into a dragon that opened its mouth and charged toward Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! Just as Sima Zhongjing's attack was about to land on Duan Lingtian vanished from his spot. Teleportation. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian reappeared behind Sima Zhongjing. Swoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian appeared before everyone's eyes, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. After that, everyone saw a streak of blood spurting out from the back of Sima Zhongjing's neck. Sima Zhongjing broke out in cold sweat as he froze on the spot. After a moment, he was certain it was only a superficial wound. He hurriedly stopped the bleeding and turned around. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of joy could be seen in his eyes. He bowed and thanked Duan Lingtian. Thank you for showing mercy. Thank you for showing mercy. Sima Zhongjing's voice was trembling at this moment. After all, killing was not prohibited in the battle of the geniuses of the Devata realms. Even if Duan Lingtian had beheaded Sima Zhongjing, no one would blame him for it. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently, and then he returned to his seat in the spectating area under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Chapter 3469. As soon as Duan Lingtian returned to his seat, the spectator seats that were originally deathly silent burst into an uproar again. What a fast sword! I only heard the sound of the sword whistling through the air, but I couldn't see any trace of the sword. Isn't this sword too ridiculously fast? I'm a 2-star god of war, but I couldn't see any trace of the sword at all. All the young geniuses were shocked. Even Yu Dongfang, the third true disciple of Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Shenyuan heaven, had a grave expression on his face. He did not see the sword either. As for Tong Tu, who was standing next to Yu Dongfang, he was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. He knew Duan Lingtian had already shown him mercy. If Duan Lingtian wanted to kill him, he could have killed him with just one strike, even if he did not catch him off guard. Tong Tu could not even see through Duan Lingtian's instantaneous movement, let alone see through Tong Tu's sword strike. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was higher than his. Based on the celestial origin energy Duan Lingtian had used to teleport earlier, Tong Tu estimated that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at least an 8 trigram celestial emperor or even a 9 palaces celestial emperor like his third senior brother. However, Tong Tu was only a 6 combinations celestial emperor. He didn't use the fused profundity from the law of space. Yu Dongfang muttered. Tong Tu's expression changed. What? Tong Tu's expression changed drastically when he heard Yu Dongfang's words. He could see and feel Duan Lingtian's opponent had used the fused profundity from the law of fire earlier. However, his third senior brother was telling him that Duan Lingtian's opponent had used the fused profundity. Duan Lingtian did not use the fused profundity from the law of space earlier? How was that possible? Although the law of space was powerful and was one of the 4 supreme laws, it was not as heaven-defying as this. How could Duan Lingtian defeat his opponent without using the fused profundity? Was the difference in their cultivation bases that great? Is it because of the difference in their cultivation bases? Tong Tu's expression turned solemn. If I'm not mistaken, Duan Lingtian is already a 9 palaces celestial emperor. As for that person, he's also an 8 trigrams celestial emperor. He's only one level away from the 8 trigrams celestial emperor. Ordinary people who are skilled in the law of space won't be able to defeat him without fusing their profundities. Yu Dongfang judged. Then what right does he have? Tong Tu was a little puzzled. He racked his brains but still couldn't figure out what was going on. Have you forgotten what Master admires the most when he talks about Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang in the solitary destructive heaven? Yu Dongfang took a deep look at Tong Tu and asked. Tong Tu's eyes widened when he heard Yu Dongfang's words. Third senior brother, do you mean Duan Lingtian has mastered the same sword Dao as Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang? Even after the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven became a god, his master, Gongsun Shenyuan, had not admired Duan Lingtian the most. Instead, he admired Duan Lingtian for creating his own Dao that was independent of the profundities of the law and greatly enhanced his combat prowess. That kind of Dao was what his master, Gongsun Shenyuan, dreamed of, and he had already touched the threshold. However, the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had already mastered this Dao. Master said that if he mastered this Dao, it would only be a matter of time before he became a god. Yu Dongfang's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It said that Duan Lingtian only met Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang 100 years ago. I didn't expect his attainments in the Sword Dao to be so high. It feels like his attainments in the Sword Dao are on par with Master's attainments in the Sword Dao. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is truly a prodigy. Naturally, it was not difficult for Yu Dongfang to guess that Duan Lingtian's Sword Dao, which was independent of the profundities of the law, was imparted to him by Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. Although Duan Lingtian had only met Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang for 100 years, he had obtained Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's legacy in the mundane realm and had built a foundation for his Sword Dao. However, even if he had started building a foundation in the mundane realm, it was still shocking for him to achieve such a feat in just a few hundred years. As expected, it was important to walk the right path. For example, although his master was also a prodigy in the Sword Dao, he had wasted a lot of time because he had taken the wrong path several times. Duan Lingtian was certain his master would be able to comprehend his own Sword Dao as long as he had enough time. Similar to Yu Dongfang, other heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the Tidal Temple's branches in the Devata realms had also noticed Duan Lingtian's Sword Dao. It's Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's Destruction Sword Dao. No, wait. It doesn't seem like the Destruction Sword Dao. Although it feels like the Destruction Sword Dao, it contains the law of space. Moreover, it's cast with the law of space's transportation profundity. Now I understand why Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang accepted him as his disciple. He's a genius in the Sword Dao. He's so young, but he's already able to sense the Space Sword Dao from Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's Destruction Sword Dao. If he masters the Space Sword Dao, he'll be another Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. No! If he masters the Space Sword Dao, he'll surpass Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's Destruction Sword Dao in both strength and strangeness. The Heavenly Emperors discussed among themselves. At the same time, they looked at Duan Lingtian with burning gazes. This was especially true for Tathagata. Feng Qingyang actually passed the Destruction Sword Dao to him. Does this mean that if I can fuse with his soul and receive his memories while I possess his body, I'll be able to master Feng Qingyang's Sword Dao as well? He's just a puny celestial emperor. It'll be a piece of cake for me to deal with him. Moreover, his strength is far inferior to Tathagata. I can't destroy Tathagata's soul, but I can destroy his soul. My own Sword Dao, that's the only way to become a supreme powerhouse. Tathagata's eyes shone brightly. Celestial Emperor Feng, Ding Fu, the Heavenly Emperor of the primeval heaven, looked at Feng Qingyang in shock. You passed your Destruction Sword Dao to him? Moreover, he has already grasped its essence and has begun to comprehend his own Space Sword Dao. A complicated expression appeared on Ding Fu's face. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded before a faint smile appeared on his face. The space sword Dao is barely satisfactory for now. That's barely satisfactory? Ding Fu almost vomited blood when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. At the same time, he glared at Wei Qi, who was standing next to him. Do you see that? This is your junior Uncle Feng's disciple. When you were his age, with your cultivation base, you wouldn't even be able to withstand a single move from him. Wei Qi smiled bitterly. Was he, the great celestial Emperor Gulong, really that weak? He wanted to refute Ding Fu's words, but he did not dare to do so. After all, his master was like a father to him. Naturally, he also knew that although his master's words were unpleasant to the ears, what he said was the truth. If he were to fight the current Duanling Tian when he was Duanling Tian's age, not to mention one move, he would not even be able to withstand half a move. Based on Feng Qingyang's destruction sword Dao, he has already comprehended his space sword Dao. Moreover, he has even mastered it. Duanling Tian is truly monstrous. The high-ranking officials from the tidal temples in the Devata realms whispered among themselves with a hint of shock in their eyes. If he's given a few thousand years, he might be able to catch up to Feng Qingyang. That's not necessarily true. If he can grow stronger, why can't Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang? After all, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang has already attained godhood. He still has a long way to go. At the very least, if he's given a few thousand years, he'll definitely catch up to Feng Qingyang. As the saying went, the connoisseur appreciates the skill while the layman appreciates the excitement. The heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the tidal temples in the Devata realms discussed Duanling Tian's mastery of the space sword Dao, which was derived from Feng Qingyang's destruction sword Dao. However, 99% of the young geniuses in the spectator seats could not figure out what was going on. Only a few people seemed to have guessed what was going on, and their expressions turned grim. Most people were at a loss and puzzled. Since when did the law of space become so heaven-defying? My friend has also comprehended the law of space. However, his comprehension of the law of space is only slightly stronger than mine. Isn't this a little too exaggerated? What kind of technique is that? He defeated a two-star god of war without fusing the law of space? Heavens, that's a two-star god of war, not a nobody. The group of young geniuses could not figure out what was going on. After Duanling Tian returned to the spectator seats, more than half of the people around him saw how terrifying his final sword strike was. I didn't expect you to have already come into contact with your own Dao. Naturally, Ling Juyun was the most shocked among the people around Duanling Tian. He was from a powerful clan in the divine offering land in the realms of gods. When he was young, he had heard from his elders that the laws and profundities were the same for everyone. However, not everyone had their own Dao. The 5 divine elements that others would not be able to obtain were all paths to becoming a supreme powerhouse. Of course, regardless of whether it was one's own Dao or the divine elements, not everyone who possessed them would be able to become a supreme being. Either one had not comprehended their Dao to the point where it was sufficient to become a supreme powerhouse, or the 5 divine elements had yet to transform into their final forms. Under such circumstances, one would not be able to become a supreme powerhouse. Did you comprehend your Dao on your own? Ling Juyun asked solemnly. At the same time, a strange light flashed in his eyes. If Duanling Tian had comprehended his own Dao at such a young age, he could be considered a peerless genius even in the realms of gods. If a supreme powerhouse wanted to recruit someone like him as a disciple, he would be given priority. Chapter 3470. Half. Duanling Tian replied to Ling Juyun. Ling Juyun was taken aback by Duanling Tian's reply. Half. My space sword Dao is based on the destruction sword Dao that my master taught me. If it weren't for my master's destruction sword Dao, I wouldn't have been able to comprehend my own space sword Dao. Duanling Tian did not hide anything from Ling Juyun. Your master, he's not bad. Ling Juyun sighed in relief. He instinctively glanced at Feng Qingyang, who was sitting next to Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. A hint of admiration could be seen in his eyes as he said, It's rare to find someone who can comprehend their own Tao in a Devata realm. In fact, even in the realms of gods, such people are extremely rare. If such people don't die prematurely, they'll have a chance to become a supreme powerhouse. Among the utmost powerful ones, close to half are such people. After all, Ling Juyun was a native of the realm of gods, and the divine offering land, and he was the only one who knew more about the realms of gods than anyone else. He had come here to seek refuge. If your master can survive until the end, he'll have a bright future ahead of him. Ling Juyun said. I think so too. Duan Lingtian glanced at his master, Feng Qingyang. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, when he was in the mundane realm, he had received his master's legacy. He had been shocked by the sovereign heart sword that Feng Qingyang had left behind. To a certain extent, the sovereign heart sword was superior to the celestial methods and divine abilities in the Devata realms. For this reason, when he was in the mundane realm, he had always been invincible with the sovereign heart sword. Unless he encountered someone whose cultivation was far superior to his, he could deal with them. In the mundane plane, it was nothing to be invincible with the sovereign heart sword, but it was the sovereign heart sword that was so domineering and terrifying that it could surpass a few levels. Even now, his cultivation in the Swordscar Canyon was only a small part of the reason why he was able to comprehend the space sword principle. The main reason was the sovereign heart sword that he had mastered in the past. The sovereign heart sword was created by his master, Feng Qingyang. Even his master's current destruction sword Dao was based on the sovereign heart sword. Due to this reason, after Feng Qingyang picked up the sovereign heart sword that had been abandoned for a long time, he was able to comprehend his master's destruction sword Dao as though he was blessed by the gods. On top of that, he had the supreme powerhouse's godhead left behind by a supreme powerhouse who was proficient in the law of space, which had allowed him to comprehend the law of space without fail. Coupled with his comprehension of the destruction sword Dao, he had finally grasped the basics of the space sword Dao. Now, he was able to integrate the many profundities of the law of space into his sword moves. It was far more powerful than 1 + 1 = 2. I originally thought that your current strength would be inferior to mine. However, based on the current situation, I'm looking forward to it. Ling Juyun looked at Duan Lingtian with fighting spirit in his eyes. He did not cower because Duan Lingtian had grasped the basics of the space sword Dao. He did not think that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit. It seems like your strength has improved a lot over the years. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he sensed Ling Juyun's confidence. It seems like I'll have to have a good fight with you later. Bring it on. A rare bright smile appeared on Ling Juyun's cold face. It was rare for Tang Sanpao, who was usually eloquent, to remain silent at this moment. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian's back in a daze. A hint of fighting spirit could be seen in the depths of his eyes as well. It was obvious this was because of Duan Lingtian's earlier attack. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the voice of Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple's main hall, rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Su Konghai was also the host of this year's Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. Share the destruction sword Dao that Feng Qingyang taught you with the Tidal Temple. The Tidal Temple will do our best to nurture you, so you'll be able to go even further. Su Konghai said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Apart from that, I can guarantee that the Tidal Temple's law chamber will be open to you as long as it's open to the vice palace masters of the main hall. Su Konghai's voice transmission came so suddenly that Duan Lingtian was taken aback. When he clearly heard the contents of Su Konghai's sound transmission, not only was he not tempted, his face even became slightly gloomy. He then bluntly replied with a sound transmission. Hall Master Su, from this moment on, please do not mention such words. Even if I, Duan Lingtian, die, I won't share my master's destruction sword Dao with anyone. Every sword technique in the destruction sword Dao was refined by his master, Feng Qingyang. Although ordinary people might not be able to comprehend the destruction sword Dao, Duan Lingtian would not share it with anyone. What a good disciple. Su Konghai sighed and said with a hint of pity in his voice, Since you're unwilling to accept it, the title temple won't force you. After that, Su Konghai shifted his attention back to the other people in the arena. About an hour later, Zhang Tianyu, who was sitting behind Duan Lingtian, was also challenged. The person who challenged him was a one-star god of war. His strength was not bad, and the battle ended in a draw. However, even if it ended in a draw, Zhang Tianyu would not be eliminated. However, this battle had undoubtedly exposed all of Zhang Tianyu's strength. 2 hours later, he was challenged a second time. He was defeated and replaced. With this, Zhang Tianyu was kicked out of the 300 people who advanced to the second round. Naturally, he still had a chance to fight his way back, but it would be difficult. After Zhang Tianyu was eliminated, Su Li was also challenged. The person who challenged Su Li was a 2-star god of war. As time passed, the number of people who went up was not limited to 1-star gods of war. 2-star gods of war began to appear more frequently. However, Su Li only used one sword technique to defeat the 2-star god of war. Of course, Su Li's sword technique contained the fused profound meaning of the law of destruction. This Su Li is at least a 3-star god of war. Although Su Li's opponent was only an ordinary 2-star god of war, many people were still guessing how Su Li defeated him. If he was only an outstanding 2-star god of war, it would be difficult for him to achieve this. Haha! Su Li, you're amazing. After Su Li returned, Tang Sanpao laughed and gave Su Li a thumbs up. Immediately after, he said with disappointment, "Why hasn't anyone challenged me yet? Maybe I'm a pushover?" After Tang Sanpao said this, Su Li couldn't help but smile. Speaking of which, among us, only you and Ling Jueyun haven't been challenged yet. Ling Jueyun hasn't been challenged yet because his strength is obvious to all. Everyone knows that with his strength, it would be easy for him to enter the 4th round. Those who have the confidence to fight with him, even if they want to fight with him, will probably wait until later. Therefore, it's normal that he hasn't been challenged yet. Moreover, those who feel that they have the ability to fight with Ling Jueyun wouldn't have been eliminated in the previous round. Even if someone was unlucky in the previous round, it probably wouldn't be a 3-star god of war or above. At most, it would be an ordinary 2-star god of war. In any case, you have been evaluated by the title temple as someone who is suspected to be a 2-star god of war or above. Unless they have no other choice or want to test your strength, no one would challenge you. Su Li said with a smile. Although Tang Sanpao's origin was mysterious, based on the information released by the title temple, he was only suspected to be a 2-star god of war or above. Then they should test me. So boring sitting here. Tang Sanpao shrugged. Why are these people testing you and Duan Lingtian instead of me? In the end, Tang Sanpao did not get what he wanted. The 3rd round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses lasted for more than 10 days. During these 10 days, some people who had been eliminated had successfully challenged again and returned to the list of people who had advanced. There were also some people who were eliminated from the list of people who had challenged again. After Duan Lingtian and Su Li were challenged on the first day, no one else challenged them. It was the same for Ling Jueyun. As for Tang Sanpao, no one else challenged him. It was worth mentioning that Zhang Tianyu had successfully challenged again and returned to the list of people who had advanced. However, he was eliminated in the end. It was the same for Wang Ting. She was eliminated as well. The 3rd round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses was a test of one's strength. There was no such thing as luck. The 300 people who advanced to the next round were those who were truly strong. When the results came out, the weakest amongst the 300 people were the best amongst the batch of 1-star gods of war, and their numbers accounted for less than half of them, and this was also the reason why Duan Lingtian and Su Li weren't challenged by anyone else. In the beginning, those who challenged them might have just wanted to test them. However, after testing them, they realized how strong they were. Naturally, no one dared to challenge them again. We've all been eliminated. It'll depend on your performance in a month's time. Wang Ting sighed emotionally. Her words were directed at Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Ling Jueyun, and Tang Sanpao. After spending some time together, the few of them had become familiar with each other to a certain extent. The fourth true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Yellow the Arch-Heaven didn't make it into the top 300. Zhang Tianyu glanced at the tall and sturdy young man who had just stood up and left from the spectating area and said with a smile, "I really wonder where he got the courage to spar with Duanling Tian that day." The burly young man was none other than Tong Tu, the fourth true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Yellow the Arch-Heaven. Zhang Tianyu was mocking Tong Tuesday. He seemed to have forgotten that before he came to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, he had also underestimated Duanling Tian. He had even said in front of Wang Ting that he wanted to challenge Duanling Tian to a duel. Chapter 3471. After the third round of the Devata Realm Battle of the Geniuses ended, the participants would rest for a month before the fourth round of the Devata Realm Battle of the Geniuses began. In the fourth round of the Devata Realm Battle of the Geniuses, the top 100 participants would be determined from the top 300 participants. However, even those who ranked in the top 100 of the Devata Realm's Genius Battle were not allowed to enter the secret room. Only those who ranked in the top 30 of the Devata Realm's Genius Battle were allowed to enter the secret room. Naturally, those who ranked in the top 100 would still be rewarded by the title temple. At the very least, those who ranked in the top 100 would receive better rewards than those who ranked in the 101st to 300th places. The top 30 of the Devata Realm's Genius Battle would be decided in the fifth round. The top 10 participants would be determined in the sixth round. The top 10 participants would be determined in the seventh round. There were 7 rounds in every Devata Realm Battle of the Geniuses. As time went on, the participants would progress faster since there would be fewer and fewer participants. Unlike now, there were a total of 300 people who had advanced to the third round. Many of them were injured in the third round, so they needed time to recuperate. For this reason, Su Konghai, the Vice Palace Master of the main hall of the Title Temple, who was in charge of the Devata Realm Battle of the Geniuses, gave them a month to recuperate. After the third round ended, the participants left one after another. Although Feng Qingyang did not allow Duanling Tian to stay behind, Duanling Tian still decided to stay behind. After informing Su Li and Ling Juyun, he asked them to return first before he went to look for Feng Qingyang. Since Duanling Tian had sent a voice transmission to Feng Qingyang did not leave with Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. Instead, he waited for Duanling Tian to leave with him. Master, Su Konghai, the Vice Palace Master of the main hall of the Title Temple, asked me to share your destruction sword Dao with the Title Temple. Duanling Tian thought about it for a moment. Although he felt it was a sensitive topic, he still told Feng Qingyang about it. To him, he wouldn't be where he was today without Feng Qingyang. No one knew what hidden dangers were behind this matter, so it was better to say it out loud. However, what surprised Duanling Tian was that after hearing his sound transmission, Feng Qingyang's expression was still extremely calm, as if he was not surprised at all. What did he promise you? He promised me that the Title Temple's secret chamber of laws will be open to me at the same time as the vice hall masters of the main hall and above. Duanling Tian said. That's really generous of him. A faint smile appeared on Feng Qingyang's calm face. Master, you don't seem surprised at all? Duanling Tian asked curiously. There's nothing to be surprised about. Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, if this was before I entered the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, I might have been surprised. However, after entering the Azura Hell, I've gained a deeper understanding of the Title Temple. Duanling Tian looked at Feng Qingyang in confusion. He did not know what Feng Qingyang meant. Let's talk at my place. As Feng Qingyang spoke, he led Duanling Tian to the residence the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven had arranged for him. It was a courtyard located halfway up a mountain in a secluded valley. It was very quiet, and only the faint chirping of birds could be heard. After a while, Duanling Tian sat across from Feng Qingyang at the stone table in the courtyard and looked at him quietly. I'm sure you've already guessed that I had a fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell. The place where I had my fortuitous encounter happened to contain the last words of someone who had just comprehended his Tao. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. The Azura Hell was indeed dangerous. Even someone who had just comprehended his Tao had perished there. Duan Lingtian wondered what the person's cultivation base was. If the person was a demigod or a 9-star god of war, then the Azura Hell was too terrifying. He said he was chased into the Azura Hell by the gods of the Tidal Temple. Feng Qingyang continued to say, "In fact, the gods were different from the person who chased after me in the past. That person was only a demigod. He only dared to chase after me outside the Azura Hell. He didn't dare to enter the Azura Hell. However, the gods of the Tidal Temple chased after me in the Azura Hell. They even searched for me outside the Azura Hell. What the Tidal Temple wants to do is to control that person and force him to hand over the Tao he has mastered. Since then, I've known that the Tidal Temple covets the Tao that others have comprehended. They want to obtain it so that they can use it as a foundation to comprehend their own Tao." Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood why his master was so indifferent. As it turned out, his master had long known that the Tidal Temple coveted Tao. At the same time, Feng Qingyang continued to say, "Normally, Tao belongs to a person. Even if the same Tao is imparted to another person, that person won't be able to surpass the person who imparted it. At most, that person can only comprehend their own Tao based on the Tao. It's just like the space sword Tao that you're cultivating now. Your space sword Tao has traces of my destruction sword Tao. Those who have seen me fight today, or those who have seen me fight through the floating image pearl, will be able to tell. Naturally, they can also see that you've comprehended your own Tao based on my Tao. Moreover, you've only just grasped it. In fact, even the destruction sword Tao that I've mastered isn't as attractive as your space sword Tao in their eyes." Duan Lingtian said with a hint of disbelief in Duan Lingtian's eyes, "I've comprehended my Tao on my own, and it's very mature. It's very difficult to replicate it. On the other hand, since your Tao is based on my Tao, it's only in its infancy. It's much easier for you to replicate it. For this reason, the Tidal Temple isn't interested in my destruction sword Tao, but your space sword Tao. To be more precise, they are interested in the space sword principle that you have comprehended based on my destruction sword principle. If your space sword Tao is as mature as my destruction sword Tao, it won't be as tempting to the Tidal Temple as it is now." Duan Lingtian broke out in cold sweat when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. He had thought the vice-temple master of the Tidal Temple, Su Konghai, was interested in his master Feng Qingyang's destruction sword Tao. He did not expect Su Konghai to be interested in his space sword Tao instead. Moreover, Su Konghai did not even warn him. Although Duan Lingtian knew he would not betray his master, he could not help but break out in cold sweat when he thought about the consequences of betraying his master. At that time, not only would his master betray him, but the Tidal Temple would not let him off so easily as well. After all, they coveted his space sword Tao. Without his master, Feng Qingyang, as his backer, it was easy to imagine how he would fare if he fell into the hands of the Tidal Temple. "The Tidal Temple won't give up on you so easily." Feng Qingyang raised an eyebrow slightly. "If you're able to enter the law chamber, I'll personally accompany you. If you go alone, you might not be able to return. At that time, they'll be able to imprison you and torture you to force you to share your space sword Tao. If you're unwilling to share your space sword Tao, they won't let you off easily even if they don't kill you." Feng Qingyang glanced at Duan Lingtian as he said, "Once they obtain the space sword Tao, they'll immediately kill you and spread the news that you've spread my destruction sword Tao to the outside world, and the Tidal Temple will clean up the mess for me. Then, they'll push out someone who has mastered your space sword Tao and force him to display it in front of everyone to prove that they're not lying." In fact, Duan Lingtian had already thought about what Feng Qingyang had said. He was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. The Tidal Temple, how could they do such a thing? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed fiercely. "What do you think a force has relied on since it first existed in the Devata realms? If they were merciful, they wouldn't have survived until now." Feng Qingyang said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Based on his knowledge, the title temple had the longest history in all the Devata realms. It was comparable to the history of the Devata realms. In all the Devata realms, there was no force that could compare with the title temple in terms of history. There is a saying that says it well: the history of the title temple was the history of the Devata realms. This was not a lie. This time, the title temple must have nurtured a young prodigy who's quite strong. Since the title temple is willing to share the exploding element celestial fruit with you, it means he's at least a 6-star god of war. Feng Qingyang changed the topic and mentioned the young prodigy who was given the exploding element celestial fruit by the title temple. However, I don't know who he is. After all, up until now, apart from you, Ling Jueyun, and a few others, very few people have displayed the strength of a 3-star god of war during the Battle of Geniuses. Even Yu Dongfang, the third true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Xian Yuan heaven, has only displayed the strength of a 2-star god of war. Naturally, he's a famous young prodigy in all the Devata realms. He's suspected to be at least a 4-star god of war. I mentioned him mainly because many people have only revealed the tip of the iceberg of their true strength. Although you're strong, you can't be careless. Otherwise, you might fail miserably. When Feng Qingyang reached the end of his sentence, he began to advise Duan Lingtian earnestly. He was confident in his disciple, but he was worried that Duan Lingtian would be careless and suffer a loss. I understand, Master. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. He felt as though his blood was boiling at this moment. A young prodigy from the title temple who was suspected to be a 6-star god of war. Chapter 3472. On his way back, Duan Lingtian, who had gained a certain level of understanding about the title temple, could not help but feel agitated when he recalled Feng Qingyang's words. Now that he thought about it, Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the title temple, had only promised him a temporary solution. Su Konghai's goal was to trick him into going to the title temple. Once he revealed his master Feng Qingyang's destruction sword Dao and his space sword Dao, Su Konghai would kill him. Then, Su Konghai would punish Feng Qingyang, who claimed to be his master. At that time, as long as someone who had mastered Feng Qingyang's destruction sword Dao walked out of the title temple, even if he died, his master would not be able to say anything. Even if he did not say anything, the title temple would still imprison him and prevent him from sending any messages. The title temple was a supreme force that had a similar history as the Devata realms. It was only natural that they had a way to prevent communication. At that time, even if his master, Feng Qingyang, wanted to find him, he would not be able to do so. Even if he suspected that Zhang Xian was in the title temple, he could go to the title temple to look for Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian's master would not do anything to the title temple unless he was certain that Zhang Xian was in the title temple. Unless I'm strong enough or my master is accompanying me, I won't be able to enter the title temple. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. During the next month, Duan Lingtian did not stay in his residence. Instead, he sent a message to Wei Qi, the disciple of Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, and asked for Wei Qi's help to find a secluded place where he could practice his space sword Dao. Junior brother Duan, no one will disturb you here. After Wei Qi brought Duan Lingtian to a secluded place, he said with a smile, I'll take my leave first. If there's anything you need, just send me a message. Thank you, senior brother Wei Qi. Duan Lingtian thanked him profusely. Duan Lingtian had greeted his master, Feng Qingyang, while he was cultivating. Although he had Feng Qingyang's god's spiritual imprint on him, he did not know if the people from the title temple had any way to suppress the god's spiritual imprint. However, Feng Qingyang chuckled when he heard his thoughts. You're thinking too much. The god's spiritual imprint is something I injected into your body with my own spiritual energy. If there's any movement, I'll be the first to know. This is something that even the utmost powerful beings have no way of interfering with. Of course, there are some ancient spirit formations or even divine spirit formations from the realms of gods that can interfere with communication celestial talismans. However, they won't be able to interfere with the communication between the Godchild Communication Stone and the Godchild Communication Stone. Before they left, Feng Qingyang had given Duan Ling Tian a black stone that was the size of a thumb. It was engraved with densely packed veined patterns and patterns that gave off an unfathomable aura. At that time, his master had only told him that the Godchild Communication Stone was a communication stone that did not require the soul imprint on the soul pearl to communicate. Mother-Child Divine Messaging Stone, this name was not simple at all. The Godchild Communication Stone. Master, I'm afraid it's not simple, right? Duan Ling Tian asked as he took out the stone. I took this from the Azura Hell. It belonged to a divine being who died there. He only had one Mother-Child Divine Message Stone that could be used as a pair. He only had 2 pairs of Godchild Communication Stones, but he had no use for them. Feng Qingyang replied. 2 pairs of Godchild Communication Stones? Duan Ling Tian's gaze lit up. Doesn't that mean I can contact his friends and family through the Mother Stone and Child Stone in his possession? That should be possible. Feng Qingyang nodded. The Godchild Communication Stones are similar to communication celestial talismans. They can only be contacted when they're in the same realm. If you want to contact his family and friends, you'll have to go to their realms as well. However, I have no intention of contacting his family and friends. Even though it's possible to form ties with a group of deity stage experts because of this, it's also possible to bring calamity to oneself. It's better for a person to be down to earth and walk forward step by step. If one always thinks of ascending to the heavens in a single step, one will sooner or later fall to pieces. Feng Qingyang said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Naturally, he understood Duan Ling Tian's words. Duan Ling Tian had only asked the question out of curiosity. Even if he obtained the Mother Stone or Child Stone of the individual Messenger Stone, it was impossible to use them to contact the person holding the corresponding Child Stone or Mother Stone. No one knew what kind of person was on the other side. It would be fine if it was an easygoing person, but if it was a ruthless person, they might be enraged because they touched the relics of their relatives or friends. Thank you, Master. Duan Ling Tian was touched by Feng Qingyang's explanation of the Godchild Communication Stones, and the fact that Feng Qingyang only had 1 pair of Godchild Communication Stones. Take your time to comprehend your Space Sword Dao. I hope you'll improve significantly in the upcoming Devata Realms battles of geniuses. After saying these words, Feng Qingyang left. After Feng Qingyang left, Duan Ling Tian calmed down and began to comprehend his Space Sword Dao. Occasionally, he would move around like a gust of wind as he practiced his sword techniques. Most of the time, he would lie down on the grass and sleep. Through the supreme powerhouse divinity, he was able to comprehend the profundities from the law of space and the Space Sword Dao. Duan Ling Tian did not know why he had improved so much over the past month compared to when he was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Is it because the tidal temple is giving me too much pressure? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. However, no matter what, improvement was a good thing. Tomorrow is the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. It's time for me to return. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian returned to his wooden house where the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven had arranged for the young geniuses. After he returned to his wooden house, he did not continue to comprehend the Space Sword Dao. Instead, he took out a formation compass and set up a formation to conceal his aura. Then, he opened his little world to communicate with the world-cleansing divine water. Sister Water, I can fuse the profundities of the law with my sword techniques to form my own sword Dao. I wonder if the profundities of the law can form their own sword Dao as well. During this month, Duan Ling Tian discovered his comprehension of the law of space had deepened. Although there were no signs of him fusing the profundities of the law with the profundities of the law, he had a strange feeling. It felt as though he was in control of space. For a moment, he felt as though the space around him was under his control. He felt as though he had become the absolute ruler of space. Of course, Duan Lingtian asked about the world-cleansing divine water because the world-cleansing divine water was the most knowledgeable of the 5 divine elements in his body. After all, its previous host was the divine tree of life in a realm of gods. If the realm of gods had not fallen, it would not have ended up in such a sorry state. There are many types of sword Dao. It's not limited to the sword Dao, saber Dao, spear Dao, and other weapons Dao. In the history of the Devata realms and even the realms of gods, there are many types of Dao. The weapon Dao is only one of them. Apart from the weapon Dao, there's also the control Dao, the limitless Dao, and the devouring Dao. The world-cleansing divine water said, "These 4 Dao are called the 4 Dao of heaven and earth." The 4 Dao of heaven and earth? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. This was the first time he had heard of this. He instinctively asked, "What's the devouring Dao?" At this moment, he recalled the elementary devouring tactic and the grand devouring tactic that Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, was skilled in. According to his master, Feng Qingyang, the grand devouring tactic could not only devour heaven and earth spirit energy, but it could also devour one's opponent's celestial origin energy and profundities. The devouring Dao can devour anything and everything. It's extremely domineering, the world-cleansing divine water said. The world-cleansing divine water said, "Those who have mastered this kind of Dao are very powerful. You must be careful when fighting against them. If you are not careful, your power will be devoured by them and turned into their power to deal a destructive blow to you. This Dao is extremely domineering, but it's also extremely difficult to master." Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian thought about Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, again. What about the limitless Dao? Duan Lingtian asked again. The limitless Dao is the path of limitless energy. When facing an enemy, it's not only the celestial origin energy, but even the soul energy is almost limitless. It's as though the opponent's energy is endless like the ocean. The limitless Dao allows one's energy to grow limitlessly. It gives one an oppressive aura, causing one's opponent to crumble. That's how one can take advantage of the situation. Of course, these are all illusions. However, even if one knows it's an illusion, one will still be affected during a fight. This is far more terrifying than any illusory formation. Otherwise, the limitless Dao wouldn't be listed as one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. The world-cleansing divine water said solemnly. Duan Lingtian nodded. After listening to the world-cleansing divine water's explanation, he roughly understood what kind of Dao the limitless Dao was. To put it bluntly, it was a Dao of deception. However, even if one knew it was a deception, one would still be affected. What about the Dao of control? At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt his heart throbbing. He had a feeling the state he was in was the Dao of control. After all, at that time, he felt as though he was in control of the space around him. It felt as though he could control the space around him and use all kinds of techniques as he pleased. The Dao of control is all-encompassing. It's inseparable from the laws of heaven and earth. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian was even more certain that he had come into contact with the Dao of control. Chapter 3473. To make sure, Duan Lingtian asked the world-cleansing divine water. "Do you really feel like you're in control?" The world-cleansing divine water asked. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, the world-cleansing divine water said to him, "Now, try to control the space around you. I'll take a look at it for you. If you can really control the space around you, your future will be smooth sailing even after you become a god." The world-cleansing divine water's voice sounded urgent at this moment. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian immediately calmed down. At the same time, his celestial origin energy surged and merged with the space profundity to form a mini tornado around him. Duan Lingtian suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, swoosh, swoosh, the mini tornado disintegrated in just a blink of an eye. When Duan Lingtian punched out, the space in front of him began to distort and fold as though it would shatter at any moment. Swoosh! When Duan Lingtian retracted his fist and clenched it again, the space that was distorting and folding a moment ago became calm again. It was as though nothing had happened at all. Then, Duan Lingtian suddenly stretched his arms out like a rock spreading its wings. In the next moment, the space behind him folded and distorted like waves in the sea. Wave after wave, it looked vast and mighty, and the spatial laws contained within it were strange and unfathomable. Now, I can hide in the turbulent space. After Duan Lingtian spoke to the world-cleansing divine water, the space behind him began to distort and fold before it engulfed him. Initially, he did not move at all. However, when the space energy engulfed him, he disappeared without a trace. It was as though he was not there at all. After a few moments, the space around him calmed down, and Duan Lingtian's figure reappeared. How was it? Duan Lingtian asked the world-cleansing divine water. Although he had fused the law of space with the space profundity earlier, he had relied more on his control over the law of space. At that moment, he felt as though he had merged with the space around him. He was the master of this space. With just a thought, he could manipulate the space around him. When Duan Lingtian asked the world-cleansing divine water, the space above his head began to distort again. This time, it took the form of a tiger cub. It descended from the void and landed on Duan Lingtian's palm. Duan Lingtian withdrew his palm, and the tiger cub disappeared without a trace. It's the Tao of control. Duan Lingtian could hear the world-cleansing divine water's trembling voice as he asked, "Sister Water, you seem a little emotional? I've lost my composure." The world-cleansing divine water finally calmed down. You've indeed come into contact with the Tao of control. Moreover, you've even gained a basic understanding of it. In fact, your attainments in the Tao of control are no less than your attainments in the Space Sword Tao. If your mastery of the Space Sword principle hasn't improved recently, before coming to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, the world-cleansing divine water had only learned about Duan Lingtian's mastery of the Space Sword principle. Although Duan Lingtian's mastery of the Space Sword principle had improved recently, it was not obvious. However, Duan Lingtian was still shocked when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Unknowingly, his attainments in the way of control were actually on par with his attainments in the Space Sword principle. After all, the reason he was able to achieve his current mastery of the Space Sword principle was because he had a good master and had a strong foundation in the mundane realm. However, the world-cleansing divine water was telling him that his mastery of the Tao of control was comparable to his mastery of the Space Sword principle. Duan Lingtian was truly dumbfounded. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, "In fact, whether it's a supreme powerhouse who has mastered the 4 supreme laws or a supreme powerhouse who has obtained one of the 5 divine elements and transformed it to its final form, it's only because they're skilled in one of the Tao. The reason why the 4 supreme laws are called supreme laws is because when one comprehends them to the extreme and fuses all their profundities into one, a Tao other than the Tao of weapons will appear. It could be the devouring Tao, the limitless Tao, or the Tao of control. When the 5 divine elements transforms into their final forms, they will also help their host in the same way. They will help their host comprehend the Tao and become an ultimate powerhouse. The prerequisite for becoming a supreme powerhouse is mastering one of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Only when one has mastered one of the 4 Tao will heaven and earth send a supreme divine tribulation to baptize the person and help them become a supreme powerhouse. The world-cleansing divine water's words gave Duan Lingtian a deeper understanding of supreme powerhouses. In the past, he only knew those who were skilled in the 4 supreme laws and possessed the 5 divine elements had a chance of becoming a celestial being. However, after meeting Feng Qingyang, he learned that those who had mastered their own Tao had a chance of becoming a celestial being as well. Now, he finally realized that whether it was the 4 supreme laws or the 5 divine elements, the key to becoming a supreme powerhouse was the Tao. How did you come into contact with the Tao of control? The world-cleansing divine water asked. Even if you have the supreme divinity, It's impossible for you to come into contact with the Tao of control now. Normally, the Supreme Divinity will only help you comprehend the Tao of control, the limitless Tao, or the devouring Tao after you've combined all the profundities from the law of space. I don't know what's going on. However, I'm certain that the Supreme Divinity is the reason I'm able to come into contact with the Tao of control. Although Duan Ling Tian was puzzled by this, he was certain it was the Supreme Powerhouse's divinity that had brought him such benefits. Normally speaking, it shouldn't be possible. As far as I know, even if it's a Supreme Powerhouse who's proficient in 2 Daos, the Supreme Divinity will only help him comprehend one of the Daos after he becomes a god. After he's combined all the profundities from the law of space, the Supreme Divinity will only help him comprehend the other Tao. However, you've already come into contact with the Tao of control before you even become a god. Unless, the world-cleansing divine water hesitated for a moment before she stopped speaking. However, Duan Ling Tian interrupted her. Unless the Supreme Powerhouse who left behind the Supreme Divinity that I obtained is proficient in 3 Daos? That's right. The world-cleansing divine water's voice was solemn and proud as she said, "However, that's impossible. As far as I know, some supreme powerhouses who are proficient in 2 Daos are already invincible existences who can create their own realms of gods. However, there are only a handful of supreme powerhouses who are proficient in 3 Daos. If they want to, they can destroy a realm of gods and create their own realms of gods." Duan Ling Tian could understand what the world-cleansing divine water was saying. After all, there were only a limited number of realms of gods. If a supreme powerhouse wanted to create their own realms of gods, they would have to destroy one of the realms of gods first. For example, the ruins of the realms of gods that Duan Ling Tian had visited previously were destroyed by other supreme powerhouses. Do you think a supreme powerhouse like that would die and leave behind the supreme divinity? The world-cleansing divine water asked Duan Ling Tian. Impossible. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally understood why the world-cleansing divine water had hesitated earlier. As it turned out, there were only a handful of supreme powerhouses who were proficient in 3 Daos in this world. Such a supreme powerhouse was invincible in this world. There were only a handful of people who were capable of fighting a supreme powerhouse on par with him. However, that's the only explanation for what happened to you. The world-cleansing divine water was slightly puzzled when she thought about this. Let alone her, no one in this world would be able to figure out how a supreme powerhouse who was proficient in 3 Daos died. Is it possible for a supreme powerhouse who is proficient in 4 Daos to exist in this world? If there is, he should be able to kill a supreme powerhouse who is proficient in 3 Daos, right? Duan Ling Tian asked. Proficient in 4 Daos? The world-cleansing divine water was stunned for a moment before she said confidently, "As far as I know, there has never been a supreme powerhouse who is proficient in 4 Daos in this world. Naturally, that's the ultimate goal of a supreme powerhouse who is proficient in 3 Daos. However, for countless years, no one has ever taken that step. Some people even say that if a supreme powerhouse can master 4 Daos, he'll be able to surpass all living beings and even transcend heaven and earth. However, there has never been such a person before." The world-cleansing divine water said confidently, "Moreover, there's a legend in the realms of gods. It said that if a supreme powerhouse who is proficient in 4 Daos appears in this world, he'll be able to break the rules of heaven and earth. The number of realms of gods will no longer be limited. At that time, the number of realms of gods will no longer be limited. At that time, the number of realms of gods will no longer be limited." Duan Ling Tian inhaled sharply when he heard this. Dozens of realms of gods? Hundreds of realms of gods? Coexistence? Heavens! If that were to happen, heaven and earth would enter an unprecedented era of celestials and gods. At that time, celestial emperors and deities would be as common as dogs. For a day and a night, Duan Ling Tian continued to talk to the world-cleansing divine water. At the same time, he asked about the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. If Duan Ling Tian did not receive Su Li's message that the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was about to begin, He would have many questions for the world-cleansing divine water. In the end, he could only close his little world and isolate the world-cleansing divine water. Let's go. Duan Lingtian walked out of the wooden house and saw Su Li waiting for him outside. He called out to Su Li before the duo made their way to the venue of the Devata Realms of Geniuses battle. The fourth round of the Devata Realms of Geniuses battle was about to begin. Chapter 3474. In the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, the top 100 participants would be determined. This round was the beginning of the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata Realms. Among the 300 participants, none of them were mediocre. Even the weakest among them was a one-star god of war. Such a person could be considered one of the strongest powerhouses in an ordinary heaven-grade force in a Devata realm. He could even be considered one of the pillars of a heaven-grade force. For example, the Heavenly Pool Palace had 9 titled celestial emperors. The weakest titled celestial emperor was only a one-star god of war. Most of the titled celestial emperors were from the older generation. The participants of the Battle of the Geniuses in the 81 Devata realms were young geniuses below the age of 1,000. The 300 participants were divided into 81 Devata realms, and each Devata realm had 4 participants. Furthermore, the people mentioned here were not only humans, but also demonic beasts and even other living beings that had taken human form. For example, demonic beasts, plants, trees, or even psychic stones that gave birth to life and so on. In a Devata realm, there were 4 strongest people below the age of 1,000. Naturally, they were not ordinary people. The 300 participants are divided into 81 Devata realms, and each Devata realm has 4 participants. Today, the top 100 participants will be determined. The 100 participants are divided into 81 Devata realms, and each Devata realm will only have 1 participant. Duan Lingtian and Su Li heard someone say this when they arrived at the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment. Indeed, it seemed like this was the case. Su Li, are you confident? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile as he looked at Su Li. In the fourth round of the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata Realms, the weakest one is a 2-star god of war, and most of them are 3-star gods of war. It shouldn't be a problem for me to make it to the top 100, but I'm not confident I'll make it to the top 30. Su Li shook his head and smiled wryly. Sometimes, I can't help but wish the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses was held 200 to 300 years later. At that time, not to mention the top 30, even the top 10 or top 3 will be within my grasp. If you don't participate, I dare to fight for first place. Su Li said. If I participate, you can also fight for first place. Duan Lingtian smiled. Forget it. Su Li shook his head. You're a freak. You've always been like this ever since you came from the mundane realm. Tell me, when have you ever not suppressed me? From the genius camp of the Iron Blood County in the mundane realm, to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and in the mystic realm of the Nandu Weave, when have you ever not suppressed me? Now, I have no intention of competing with you. A bitter smile appeared on Su Li's face when he reached the end of his sentence. In fact, whether it was luck or other aspects, he was considered lucky in his life. When he was with Duan Lingtian in the Iron Blood Army's genius camp in the mundane realm, they were the only ones of the same age who had made it this far. In fact, it was rare for him and Duan Lingtian to make it out of a corner of the mundane realm. Before he met Duan Lingtian again in the Nanda Weave and realized Duan Lingtian's achievements were greater than his, he had always thought Duan Lingtian was inferior to him and that he had caught up to Duan Lingtian and left Duan Lingtian in the dust. However, every time, Duan Lingtian would appear and crush him mercilessly when he was at his proudest. At this moment, he had completely lost his temper. He no longer treated Duan Lingtian as a person. He felt that Duan Lingtian was a monster that could not be compared to. Only Su Li himself knew the bitterness in his heart. When Duan Lingtian heard Su Li's words, he could not help but feel a little embarrassed. After thinking about it, it seemed to be true. He was speechless for a moment. Could it be that he could still say to Su Li now, "Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose"? Then I really did it on purpose. When Duan Lingtian and Su Li arrived, Ling Juiyun, Tang Sanpao, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jenny were already there. Duan Lingtian and Su Li's seats were empty. "You're finally here." Tang Sanpao's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian and Su Li. "You don't know how bored the four of us were when you weren't around, facing this silent ice block." The ice block that Tang Sanpao was talking about was naturally Ling Juiyun. "You're here so early." Duan Lingtian glanced at Tang Sanpao, and then his eyes fell on Ling Juiyun. The latter nodded and said, His cold face also eased a little. "Duan Lingtian, you're not having an affair with this guy, are you?" Tang Sanpao yelled. "This guy always has a cold face in front of everyone, but only in front of you. He changes his expression. You're such a handsome young man. Don't tell me you really like men?" As Tang Sanpao spoke, he widened his eyes and looked at Duan Lingtian, as if he was looking at a monster. "No one will think you're mute if you don't talk." Duan Lingtian glared at Tang Sanpao angrily. This guy really knows how to say anything. Didn't he know that he even had a wife and children? Although Duan Lingtian had not known Tang Sanpao for a long time, he could tell Tang Sanpao was a carefree person. Tang Sanpao gave Duan Lingtian the impression that he was someone who had been trapped in a remote mountain for a long time. "Tang Sanpao, don't tell me you don't know that Duan Lingtian even has a wife and children?" Su Li said with a smile. "Ah!" Tang Sanpao was stunned. I really didn't know." Then he glanced at Ling Juiyun again. Although he did not say anything, his eyes were enough to explain everything. He obviously suspected that Ling Juiyun had a hobby in that aspect and that it was unrequited love for Duan Lingtian. "Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out." Ling Juiyun's cold voice sounded as if he had eyes on his back. When Tang Sanpao heard this, he quickly retracted his gaze. If possible, he also did not want to provoke this bloodthirsty guy. Bloodthirsty and bloodthirsty. It was not only Tang Sanpao's impression of Ling Juiyun. Most people also had the same impression. "Humph, there will be plenty of opportunities to teach you a lesson," Tang Sanpao said with a low snort after retracting his gaze. Although his words were said very softly, Duan Lingtian and the others still heard it clearly. The others thought that he was just saying it casually, but Duan Lingtian had a bold idea in his heart. This Tang Sanpao, could it be that he really had the ability to fight Ling Juiyun? Until now, Tang Sanpao's background was very mysterious. No one knew where he came from, and no one knew how strong he was. All they knew was that he was at least a two-star god of war. However, he should be able to show his strength in the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, he's not the only one. Many people who have concealed their strength in the past won't be able to do so in the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Before the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, just as his master had said, only he, Ling Juiyun, and a few others had the strength of a 3-star god of war or above. The others, no matter how strong they were, only displayed the strength of a 2-star god of war at most. The heavenly emperors from various Devata realms have arrived. The 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses is about to begin. At the same time, many people discovered the heavenly emperors from various Devata realms had arrived. Apart from the heavenly emperors, there were also high-ranking officials from the Tidal Temple's branches. Duan Lingtian noticed Tathagata, the great Sun Celestial Emperor, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the Xian Yuan Heaven, was glaring at him like a predator staring at its prey. Previously, whenever Tathagata appeared, Tathagata would stare at Duan Lingtian in the same manner. Could it be that Tathagata had a fetish? Duan Lingtian instinctively thought to himself, influenced by Tang Sanpao. Soon after, Feng Qingyang appeared as well. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, appeared with him. Both of them chatted happily as though they were close friends. Apart from the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, the other 80 heavenly emperors from the Devata realms, high-ranking officials from the 81 branches of the Tidal Temple were present as well. Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple's main hall, who was in charge of presiding over the Devata realm's battle of geniuses, also made his appearance. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel suspicious. Duan Lingtian must have arrived a long time ago, but he had waited for everyone to arrive before presiding over the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. I'm sure all of you know the rules of the fourth round of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, so I won't say much about it. All I want to say is, don't be careless this time. It won't be easy for the top 100 to emerge victorious, Su Konghai said meaningfully as he looked at the spectators. In the fourth round of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, the Tidal Temple would organize a list of 300 participants and divide them into 150 groups. Those who lost would be temporarily eliminated. After that, the 150 participants who won would be divided into 75 groups and continue to fight. The winners would temporarily advance while the losers would be temporarily eliminated. After that, the 225 participants who were temporarily eliminated would continue to fight until the final 25 participants were determined. At this moment, the number of participants who were temporarily eliminated had increased to 100. Each of the 200 participants who were temporarily eliminated would be given 10 chances to challenge one of the 100 participants. This would continue until everyone had used up all their chances to challenge one of the 100 participants. As for those who were eliminated, they would be given 10 chances to challenge one of the 100 participants. In other words, apart from the Tidal Temple selection of participants, there was not much difference between the fourth round and the fourth round. The only difference was those who were temporarily eliminated would only be given 3 chances to challenge one of the 100 participants. In the fourth round, those who were temporarily eliminated would be given 10 chances to challenge one of the 100 participants. Chapter 3475. 300 people will be divided into 150 groups. The names will be decided by the Tidal Temple. After hearing Su Konghai's words, even though they were mentally prepared, many of the 300 young geniuses still frowned slightly. If the names were decided by the Tidal Temple, did this not mean the Tidal Temple could manipulate them? Of course, they knew that even if the Tidal Temple wanted to do something behind the scenes, they would have to start by arranging weaker opponents for the young geniuses of the Tidal Temple so that they would be able to advance to the end. However, if the young geniuses in the Tidal Temple were not strong enough, they would still be defeated in the end. The Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses was organized by the Tidal Temple, and the rewards for the top 300 geniuses were given out by the Tidal Temple. For this reason, even if there were people who were dissatisfied with the Tidal Temple's arrangement, no one would say anything about it. After all, the young geniuses had put in so much effort. How could they not be allowed to have some privileges? Moreover, these privileges did not affect the fairness of the battle. Those who were dissatisfied with the Tidal Temple's arrangement were ordinary young geniuses who were lucky enough to make it to the top 300. Young geniuses who were truly strong did not care about these things at all. So what if the Tidal Temple is biased toward the young geniuses in the Tidal Temple? Even if they meet me, I'll still eliminate them. This was the confidence of the young geniuses who were truly strong. Due to the large number of people, in the fourth round of the Devata realms, there will be 10 people in each group of 2 who will fight 5 rounds. As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, he waved his hand, and 5 translucent light shields appeared in the middle of the arena. The battles will take place in the area. Those who are forced out of the area will be considered to have failed. If you think you're weaker than your opponent, you can crush the jade token I'll give you later and leave. If you think you're weaker than your opponent, you should crush your jade token. Those who insist on fighting will die, and the person who kills them won't have to bear any responsibility. After he finished speaking, Su Konghai looked around and said, "Now, the 300 people who made it to the next round, please rise into the air. I'll give you the survival jade tokens." In the next moment, Duan Lingtian and the other 300 people stepped into the air and received the jade tokens from Su Konghai. Obviously, there were teleportation formations set up in the 5 areas isolated by the translucent light barrier. As long as one crushed the jade token, they would be teleported out immediately. If I want to kill him, I wonder if I can stop him from crushing the jade pendant with my spatial manipulation. After Duan Lingtian took the jade card and returned to his seat, such a thought popped up in his mind for no reason, and his eyes lit up. It seems like I can give it a try? After the 300 people received their jade tokens, Su Konghai raised his hand and 5 groups of names appeared in the air. Each group had 2 people. Now, the 10 people whose names have appeared will enter the corresponding area. As Su Konghai's voice fell, the 5 groups of names separated into 5 regions, and 2 names appeared in each region. Duan Lingtian didn't know any of the 10 people on the field. However, even if he didn't know them, it didn't mean the others didn't know them. Soon after, many people's attention was focused on one of the names in the region. Meng Fangue? Don't tell me he's the strongest person among the younger generation from the Dream Profound sect, a heaven-grade force in the Shenyuan heaven? Initially, many people wondered if it was someone else with the same name. However, when they thought about it, they remembered there was no second Meng Fangue among the participants. There's no second Meng Fangue in this Devata realm battle of the geniuses. It must be him. Meng Fangue's name instantly attracted a lot of attention. Meng Fangue? Is he famous? Tang Sanpao muttered to himself. Of course he's famous. Zhang Tianyu said solemnly. Meng Fangue is a disciple of the Dream Profound sect in the Shenyuan heaven. He's skilled in the illusory Tao. Don't underestimate his illusory Tao. He comprehended the law of darkness. The law of darkness is known for its strangeness. Coupled with his illusory Tao, he has never lost a battle among the younger generation under the age of 2000 in the Shenyuan heaven. He once killed a 3-star god of war. Many people say he's as strong as a 4-star god of war. Zhang Tianyu said, A 4-star god of war? Tang Sanpao was surprised. I didn't expect there to be a 4-star god of war in the first batch of people the Title Temple sent to Meng Fangue. I wonder who the Title Temple sent to Meng Fangue? I've never heard of this person's name. He's either a nobody or a disciple or descendant of a reclusive powerhouse. Zhang Tianyu shook his head and said after he looked at the name of Meng Fangue's opponent. However, I'm sure he's not a match for Meng Fangue. Meng Fangue was a young man dressed in a long black robe. He was tall and slender, and his handsome face had a hint of seductiveness to it. As soon as he appeared, he attracted a lot of attention. Meng Fangue is at least a 4-star god of war, and yet the Title Temple sent him to the first batch of people to fight. I really feel sorry for his opponent. If his opponent has heard of his name, he might not even have the courage to fight with him. Even if he hasn't heard of it, he must have heard of it since we're talking about it. In my opinion, Zhong Guiyu probably doesn't even have the courage to fight. Zhong Guiyu was Meng Fangue's opponent this time. After a short while, when Meng Fangue appeared on the stage, the other 9 people, including Meng Fangue and his opponent, also rose into the air and entered the stage. He's Zhong Guiyu? He actually dares to fight? Many people's attention was focused on Zhong Guiyu. They saw Zhong Guiyu was a young man dressed in a simple robe. His face was slightly pale, but his eyes were bright and full of spirit. Who's Zhong Guiyu? I've never heard of him. He seems to be a 2-star god of war or higher. That's what the Title Temple has determined. Since he dares to fight, he must be confident in his own strength, right? That's not necessarily true. Some people don't know how terrifying their opponents are. Even if others say that their opponents are terrifying, they might not be afraid. Moreover, in this kind of situation, it's not like you'll die if you lose. You can escape by crushing your jade pendant. In my opinion, he probably wants to fight and show off. That way, he'll lose in a more honorable manner. Losing without a fight is very shameful. While many people were whispering, Zhong Guiyu and Meng Fangue landed on the stage and looked at each other. The corners of Meng Fangue's mouth curled up in a smile that carried a hint of disdain. How many moves do you think you can take from me? Hearing Meng Fangue's words, Zhong Guiyu's expression didn't change. He said indifferently, "If I can't defeat you in 3 moves, I'll go down myself." Even though their voices were not loud, and the other 8 people were also looking at each other and conversing with each other. However, because more than 90% of the people's attention was on Meng Fangui and Zhong Guiyu, the conversation between the two was clearly heard by them. 3 moves? At this moment, even Duan Lingtian reevaluated Zhong Guiyu. Just now, he only casually glanced at him. Zhong Guiyu was wearing a plain dark gray robe. His face was delicate and pale. His eyes were spirited and his eyebrows were erect. He gave people a feeling of arrogance. To be able to say such words, he's either an arrogant maniac or he really has strength. Behind Duan Lingtian, Tang Sanpao muttered. However, among the people present, even more people felt that Zhong Guiyu was arrogant and conceited. This Zhong Guiyu probably doesn't know how terrifying Meng Fangui is, right? Isn't this very obvious? If he knew that Meng Fangui has the strength of a 4-star war god, would he dare to say such words? We already told him clearly just now. Could it be that he's deaf? If he's deaf, how could he hear Meng Fangui's words? Most of the young geniuses felt that Zhong Guiyu was arrogant and conceited. However, a small group of young geniuses began to take Zhong Guiyu seriously. There were no mediocre people in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. Even the group of heavenly emperors present were originally indifferent, but when they heard Zhong Guiyu's words, they also subconsciously looked at him. This kid is a little interesting. At this moment, even Meng Fangui, the person involved, frowned when he heard Zhong Guiyu's words. His expression turned solemn. Naturally, his expression was slightly unsightly. After all, Zhong Guiyu had said that he would defeat him in 3 moves. Even an outstanding 4-star war god would not dare to say such words, unless the person was a 5-star war god or above. However, was it possible that Zhong Guiyu was a 5-star war god? Faced with Zhong Guiyu's confidence, Meng Fangui's heart unknowingly became heavy. However, he did not show it on his face. "Since you're so confident, I'd like to see, how are you going to defeat me in 3 moves?" As soon as Meng Fangui finished speaking, the celestial origin energy on his body stirred. Then, it turned into a black light that enveloped Meng Fangui. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, the black light rapidly condensed and turned into a ray of light. It was like a black meteor flashing through the sunlight as it shot toward Zhong Guiyu. As for Meng Fangui himself, he had completely disappeared before everyone's eyes. Meng Fangui has used his best illusion technique. If the people present used their divine consciousness, they would naturally be able to easily detect Meng Fangui's location. Even the group of heavenly emperors present would find it difficult to detect Meng Fangui's location with their naked eyes. Apart from a few divine spirit powerhouses, their divine eyes could clearly see Meng Fangui's figure through the void. He was approaching Zhong Guiyu from another direction. It was obvious that he wanted to launch a sneak attack on him. Everyone saw Zhong Guiyu standing motionlessly in his original spot, as though he was not afraid of the attack from the law of darkness. Zhong Guiyu finally opened his mouth. Darkness will eventually be annihilated by light. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light rose from Zhong Guiyu's body. The blazing white light caused the expressions of many young geniuses with lower cultivation to change drastically. At the same time, they felt a piercing pain in their eyes. Chapter 3476. Whoosh! Whoosh! A terrifying white light instantly extended from Zhong Guiyu's thin body and spread out, enveloping the surrounding area. As the scorching white light extended out, the attack formed by the laws of darkness actually started to gradually dissipate. By the time it reached Zhong Guiyu, there was less than half of it left, and it was destroyed by the white light sword that Zhong Guiyu casually grabbed. "One move." Zhong Guiyu's voice sounded faintly. At the same time, the scorching white light on his body extended further and became more profound. It's the law of light's territory ultimacy. At least 2 ultimacies have been fused. Moreover, there are other light ultimacies mixed in. Among the young geniuses present, there was no lack of discerning people. With just a glance, they could tell that Zhong Guiyu's current means were extraordinary. The law of light's territory ultimacy had been fused with other ultimacies, as well as other ultimacies. Dark Realm. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Meng Fangui's figure gradually appeared under the scorching white light. Finally, Meng Fangui let out a violent roar. Then, a pitch-black light swept out from his body. The scorching white light and the cold black light intertwined as if to determine the winner. The second move. Zhong Guiyu took a step forward. Suddenly, the scorching white light on his body rose again. At the same time, several pairs of white wings condensed behind him. They looked very much like the angel wings in the Western myths and legends of Duan Lingtian's previous life. There were a total of 3 pairs of wings. When they flapped, Zhong Guiyu stood on the ground and floated at a low altitude. At this moment, Zhong Guiyu stared indifferently at Meng Fangui in front of him. He raised his right hand, and when it fell again, a crescent-shaped white light blade seemed to appear out of thin air and swept toward Meng Fangui. Seeing this, Meng Fangui was not to be outdone. A giant black will more than 10 feet long also appeared out of thin air. As he waved his hand, it met the white light blade. In a moment, the two collided. Boom! Rumble! The light and dark energies charged forward, causing the formation space where the two of them were located to appear as though it had descended into a black and white whirlpool, giving one a kind of visual shock. The figures of the two of them gradually became blurry within the storm. As the energy ripples scattered, they finally appeared once again. When the third move is used, everything will be over. Zhong Guiyu spoke again. Then his body bent in the air. The 3 pairs of angel wings on his back drooped down and enveloped his entire body. It was as if he had become a ball wrapped in angel wings. On the surface of the ball, the white light was getting hotter and hotter. Even the group of young geniuses who were watching could clearly feel that there was a terrifying power brewing within it. We can't let him continue. Meng Fangui's expression changed, and then his body shook. His long hair broke the headband and flew with the wind. Under the background of the dark energy, it was like a terrifying poisonous snake slithering about. At the same time, Meng Fangui's expression was grave, and a walking stick appeared in his hand. To be precise, it wasn't a crutch, but rather a crutch. It was Meng Fangui's staff. It was also an emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. In my name, I summon my compatriots in the dark world to fight for me. From Meng Fangui's mouth, cryptic syllables were uttered one after another, mixed with this sentence, which was the only sentence that most people present could understand. However, there were still some people who could understand the incomprehensible syllables. Without exception, these people were all skilled in the law of darkness. Boom! Rumble! A series of explosions rang in the void above Meng Fangui's head. It was as though thunder was rumbling in the air. Then, above his head, around him, and in the void, cracks appeared out of nowhere. The seemingly illusory cracks turned into ancient stone doors in the blink of an eye. The stone doors opened and figures walked out from within. These figures were of various sizes. The only thing they had in common was that they were formed from black energy, and their eyes shone with a bloody light. It's the summoning profundity from the law of darkness. It's said that those who are skilled in the law of darkness can summon powerful dark creatures if they cast the summoning profundity in the ancient language. Meng Fangui must be chanting the ancient language earlier, right? It must be. While many people were whispering to each other out of curiosity, Meng Fangui shook the crutch in his hand. In an instant, a blood-red figure rushed out from his crutch, and at the same time, it let out a burst of strange laughter. It's the weapon spirit of Meng Fangui's emperor-grade celestial weapon, the blood spirit staff. Many young geniuses exclaimed when they saw the blood-red figure. It was clear they knew about the weapon spirit of Meng Fangui's celestial weapon. At the same time, Zhang Tianyu, who was sitting behind Duan Ling Tian, said solemnly, "It said that the weapon spirit of Meng Fangui's emperor-grade celestial weapon was captured by Gongsun Xian Yuan, the heavenly emperor of the Xian Yuan realm, in the undead world, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. In the end, the old ancestor of the Dream Dark sect paid a huge price to obtain the weapon and forged it for Meng Fangui. Meng Fangui is the great-great-grandson of the old ancestor of the Dream Dark sect." Based on Zhang Tianyu's words, Duan Ling Tian and the others had a better understanding of Meng Fangui's emperor-grade celestial weapon. It was a celestial weapon that had merged with a blood spirit from the undead world, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Moreover, since the heavenly emperor of the Xian Yuan heaven had personally captured the dead spirit, it had to be extraordinary. Zhang Tianyu continued to say, "As long as it's not a divine artifact, no celestial weapon can compete with it. Naturally, a divine artifact with a soul is a divine artifact. A divine artifact without a soul might not be a match for Meng Fangui's celestial weapon." His eyes shone brightly as he looked at the celestial weapon in Meng Fangui's hand. In fact, when Meng Fangui took out the immortal artifact, many people already knew that the immortal artifact in his hand was extraordinary, and they revealed burning gazes. However, when they saw Meng Fangui using the law of darkness's summoning profundity to summon the dead spirit from the dark world and the weapon spirit from the celestial weapon, their hearts skipped a beat. What's Meng Fangui trying to do? Any ordinary person could tell Meng Fangui's technique was not simple. In fact, it might even be his trump card. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the weapon spirit from the celestial weapon in Meng Fangui's hand disintegrated into several rays of light and merged with the dark creatures he had summoned from the dark world. In just a blink of an eye, the dark creatures were shrouded in a layer of translucent blood-red light that exuded a bloodthirsty aura. Roar! 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 The dark creatures roared, accompanied by the eerie laughter of the blood spirit, the weapon spirit of the celestial weapon, as they flew toward Zhong Guiyu, who was curled into a ball by the angel's wings. Even the best among the 4-star gods of war would find it difficult to block Meng Fangui's attack. If Zhong Guiyu can block it, he's at least a 4-star god of war. Tang Sanpeo's expression turned solemn, which was rare for him. And now, the originally noisy spectator seats had quietened down. Everyone was watching the scene in front of them without blinking. Whoosh! 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 A group of dark creatures charged forward at an extremely fast speed and swept toward the ball that Zhong Guiyu had turned into. Bam! 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 The attacks of the dark creatures landed on the ball and produced dull thuds. Even the attacks that were infused with the law of darkness's profundity did not cause any damage to the angel's wings. "Are you tickling me?" After being beaten passively for a while, Zhong Guiyu's voice sounded at the right time. It was calm and indifferent. Hearing this voice, Meng Fangui's expression changed, and he roared, "Shui Mingzi merge!" Almost as soon as Meng Fangui's voice fell, the group of dark creatures stopped attacking. Then, under the guidance of the outer layer of bloodlight, they merged into one and finally turned into a huge figure the size of a small mountain. This was a humanoid dark creature, an existence that had merged all the dark creatures into one. The aura that it emitted made one's heart tremble. In terms of offensive power, my fusion of the blood and spirit is not much weaker than the fusion of 3 profundities of the law of darkness. Meng Fangui looked calmly at the ball that Zhong Guiyu had turned into and said in a low voice, "Now, are you going to come out and fight with the dark blood spirit that I have summoned, or are you going to continue hiding in there? Do you think I'm hiding?" When Zhong Guiyu's voice sounded again, it was strangely a little hoarser. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, the angel's wings opened and Zhong Guiyu reappeared in front of everyone. There was a layer of golden light on his body that mixed with the blazing white light, giving people a sense of holiness. In front of the light, darkness will eventually fade. Following Zhong Guiyu's words, the 2 glows on his body fused into one. Then he turned into a huge humanoid creature. He was wearing golden white armor and had an awe-inspiring appearance. He was insufferably arrogant. He was holding a giant hammer in his hand. At some point, a hammer had appeared in Zhong Guiyu's hand. Its shape was no different from the hammer in the hands of the armored giant. Arrogant. Meng Fangui's eyes were cold as he ordered indifferently, "Xue Mingzi, tear him apart." Suddenly, the dark creature that had fused into one body rushed out and charged towards Zhong Guiyu. A long spear appeared in his hand. The tip of the spear shone with a dark and bloody luster. It was like a bloodthirsty spear that had reached out from hell and killed countless creatures. The third move. As the dark creature rushed out, Zhong Guiyu's cold voice sounded. Then, the golden-armored giant smashed the hammer into the air, causing the air to stagnate and the void to vibrate. There was a deafening sound. Boom! Chapter 3477. Boom! The giant hammer let out a deafening boom in the air. The place where the hammer landed suddenly released a blinding light. It was like a blazing sun that could illuminate all darkness and purify all living things. The dark creature possessed by the blood spirit was only halfway through its journey when it was enveloped by the boundless light and let out a miserable shriek. In the next instant, a ray of light shot up into the sky. Xue Ming had abandoned the dark creature and transformed into a ray of light before he returned to Meng Fangui's emperor-grade celestial weapon, the blood spirit staff. While Meng Fangui was still in a daze, Xue Ling's voice rang in his ears. "Crush the jade token and leave. Otherwise, you'll be severely injured even if you survive." At the same time, a dignified voice that carried an unquestionable tone sounded in Meng Fangui's ears. "Crush the jade token." Meng Fangui was not surprised by Xue Ling's warning. However, when he heard Xue Ling's warning, he did not hesitate. He took out the jade token, crushed it, and left the teleportation formation. Almost at the same time that Meng Fangui crushed the jade tablet and disappeared within the light barrier of the formation, the light that was released from the huge hammer had already swept across the place where Meng Fangui was at earlier like a stormy wave, causing the space to shake as though it could shatter at any time. Boom! Rumble! When the boundless light raged and crashed into the light barrier trembled again. After the light barrier continued to vibrate, clear cracks appeared on it, as if it could collapse at any moment. Seeing this, Meng Fangui, who had been teleported out of the area covered by the light shield, paled. "What a powerful force! If it weren't for the fact that you're invincible, I wouldn't have allowed you to crush the jade token to escape." Xue Ming's voice rang from the blood spirit staff in Meng Fangui's hand. His voice was slightly trembling as he said, "If I hadn't fled in time, I would have been purified by his light energy. This brat who has comprehended the law of light is definitely a 5-star god of war." Xue Ming's voice was filled with confidence when he spoke. "If I hadn't become the artifact spirit of your celestial artifact and become much weaker, why would I, Xue Mingzi, fear him?" Xue Mingzi was from the Snow Spirit clan in the undead world, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. His strength was comparable to a 6-star god of war. If he hadn't met the heavenly emperor of Shenyuan, Gongsun Shenyuan, he wouldn't have been captured and taken out of the netherworld to become the artifact spirit of Meng Fangui's deity artifact. 5-star war god. Meng Fangui believed Xue Mingzi's words because he knew Xue Mingzi's background. He knew that Xue Mingzi had the strength of a 6-star war god in the past. It wasn't until he became the artifact spirit of the blood spirit staff that his strength was suppressed. According to his great-grandfather, if he didn't suppress Xue Mingzi's strength, he wouldn't be able to suppress the blood spirit staff with Xue Mingzi as its artifact spirit. He might even be devoured by the staff. Because of this, Xue Mingzi's great-grandfather had asked Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of Shenyuan heaven, to suppress his strength to that of a 3-star war god. He's definitely a 5-star war god. Many of the surrounding young geniuses involuntarily sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at the light barrier that seemed like it could break at any moment. Their faces and eyes were filled with shock. Heavens! What is the Title Temple doing? Not only are there 4-star war gods in the first batch, but there's even a 5-star war god among them? Are you kidding me? Since when are 4-star war gods and 5-star war gods under the age of 1000 so common? Why is the Title Temple letting a 4-star war god and a 5-star war god fight as soon as the battle begins? Are they trying to hype up the Devata Realms battle? Many of the young geniuses and heavenly emperors were in disbelief. Meanwhile, the people from the Title Temple felt helpless. They knew Meng Fangue was very strong. He was suspected to be a 4-star war god. However, they were unaware of Zhong Guiyu's strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed Zhong Guiyu and Zhong Guiyu to fight at such a time. Normally, such a battle would only be held between the top 30 and the top 100 in the Devata Realms battle. In other words, it would only be held in the 5th round. However, in the 4th round of the Devata Realms battle, a 4-star war god and a 5-star war god were already fighting in the first batch. Although we know Zhong Guiyu's strength is at least a 2-star war god, that's all we know about him. Who would have thought he's a 5-star war god? What's Zhong Guiyu's background? I don't know. I only know he's from the boundless heaven, but I don't know who he is. Initially, we only arranged for Zhong Guiyu to fight Meng Fangue because he's an expert in the law of light. None of us thought he'd be a match for Meng Fangue. We all thought he'd only be a stepping stone for Meng Fangue. Who knew he's a 5-star war god and defeated Meng Fangue in just 3 moves? At this moment, the high-ranking officials from the Title Temple sub-palaces were speechless. Their voices were filled with shock as they whispered among themselves. The Title Temple was the one who decided on the list in the 4th round of the Devata Realms through discussion among the Title Temple's members. Nobody thought Zhong Guiyu would win when they arranged for Zhong Guiyu to fight Meng Fangue. However, their jaws dropped when they saw Zhong Guiyu's result. Even Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Title Temple's main hall, who was in charge of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, was stunned when he saw Zhong Guiyu forcing Meng Fangue to flee. He only regained his senses when Zhong Guiyu's attack destroyed the formation that enveloped the area. Swoosh! Su Konghai raised his hand, and a huge translucent palm descended. It easily destroyed Zhong Guiyu's attack as though it was a mosquito. At this point, Zhong Guiyu had obtained her first victory. Moreover, she had defeated Meng Fangue, a person with the strength of a 4-star war god. From today onward, I'm afraid there won't be many people in the Devata Realms who don't know Zhong Guiyu. Zhong Guiyu seems to be from the boundless heaven. I wonder if the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven knows him? While the group of young geniuses were whispering in shock, many people's gazes fell on the boundless heaven's heavenly emperor. Even some heavenly emperors were looking at the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was the grandfather of the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, a heaven-grade force that Duan Lingtian had joined. In fact, Duan Lingtian had met the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. Initially, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven had tried to harm Duan Lingtian until he learned that Duan Lingtian was the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I don't know him. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven smiled wryly when he heard the question. He didn't come with me. He came with the palace master of the boundless heaven's Title Temple's branch. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven nodded. Since you don't know him, he must be the disciple of a hermit from the boundless heaven. That's possible. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven agreed. If Zhong Guiyu was from a force in the boundless heaven, it would be impossible for him not to have heard of him. Even the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven's Title Temple would be willing to accept such a person as his disciple. For the sake of Zhong Guiyu, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was willing to put down his pride and personally accept Duan Lingtian as his disciple. In the end, he could not help but send a voice transmission to Zhong Guiyu. Zhong Guiyu, I'm the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. I'm interested in accepting you as my disciple. Are you willing? Before Zhong Guiyu could reply, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven continued to say, If you're willing to become my disciple, you'll be able to do whatever you want in the boundless heaven. No one will dare to offend you. In the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven's opinion, Zhong Guiyu would be flattered if he, the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm, took the initiative to accept him as his disciple. However, to his surprise, Zhong Guiyu only glanced at him indifferently. Put aside the fact that I already have a master. Even if I don't, you're not worthy of being my master, heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven did not expect someone would tell him he was not worthy of being Duan Lingtian's master. At this moment, the boundless heaven's heavenly emperor even forgot about his anger. His entire being was in a daze. After regaining his senses, he angrily sent a voice transmission to Zhong Guiyu and said, "Little brat, what arrogance! Who's your master? Do you think I'm not as good as your master?" Zhong Guiyu remained calm in the face of the furious heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. "What's wrong? Heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, are you going to challenge my master to a duel? If he dares, I don't mind." The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven said in a low voice, "Are you sure? If you're sure, after I return to the boundless heaven, I'll ask my master to visit the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven." Zhong Guiyu's voice was laced with a hint of mockery. Upon hearing Zhong Guiyu's strange tone, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven calmed down and asked, "Who's your master? You won't know him even if I tell you. However, his cultivation base is above a celestial emperor. He has only become a god a few hundred years ago." Upon hearing Zhong Guiyu's words, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was frightened out of his wits. A god? Zhong Guiyu's master was a god? Moreover, he was a god in the boundless heaven? Heavens! How could there be a god in the boundless heaven? Zhong Guiyu ignored the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven and continued to fly back to the spectator area. Along the way, he looked at Duan Lingtian and sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, I've heard about you from my senior sister a long time ago. She's full of praise for you. I hope you won't disappoint me in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses." Duan Lingtian did not expect Zhong Guiyu would send him a voice transmission. Moreover, based on his words, it seemed like his senior sister knew him. "Who's your senior sister?" "Suya Sure." This was Zhong Guiyu's reply to Duan Lingtian. Chapter 3478. Su Yasi. Duan Lingtian did not expect Zhong Guiyu's reply. He did not expect Zhong Guiyu would say Su Yasi, the Heavenly Pool Palace's eldest senior sister, was his senior sister. Are you a disciple that teacher recently accepted?" Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission. Did he have a junior brother now? However, after thinking about it, Duan Lingtian did not think it was possible. After all, based on Zhong Guiyu's strength, Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the boundless heaven, was definitely stronger than his teacher. Don't misunderstand. Zhong Guiyu knew Duan Lingtian had misunderstood his words. He said, "Although I'm senior sister Su Yasi's junior brother, my master isn't the verdant prairie celestial emperor. Senior sister Su Yasi's master is someone else." Upon hearing Zhong Guiyu's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood Zhong Guiyu's words. In the past, he knew Su Yasi was not an ordinary person. The last time he saw her, even Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, was wary of her strength. After all, Yu Fengyu was a 6-star god of war. Although he was only an ordinary 6-star god of war, he was still a 6-star god of war. Even a 5-star god of war would not be a match for him. In other words, at that time, his eldest senior sister Su Yasi was at least a 6-star god of war. Now, she must be even stronger. I've heard from 3rd senior sister and 6th senior brother that eldest senior sister left the Heavenly Pool Palace a long time ago to explore the outside world. However, they don't know where she went. Duan Lingtian recalled what he had learned from Su Lang's third and sixth disciples. It was not difficult for him to figure out that Su Yasi had become the disciple of an expert after leaving the Heavenly Pool Palace. It was very likely that she was able to raise her strength to such an exaggerated level in such a short period of time because she had taken that expert as her master. Even her father, Duan Lingtian's teacher in the Heavenly Pool Palace, Su Lang, was shocked by her strength. He was well aware of this. In other words, even Su Lang might not know that his own daughter had an expert teacher outside. "Who is your master?" Duan Lingtian asked out of curiosity. When Zhong Guiyu heard this, he immediately responded to Duan Lingtian. "Our master is a reclusive master. You won't know him even if I tell you. All you need to know is that he's also a god-level master." Gods. Although Duan Lingtian had already guessed that someone who could nurture such outstanding disciples like Su Yasi and Zhong Guiyu must be a god-level master, he was still shocked when he heard Zhong Guiyu's words. As it turned out, his eldest senior sister had a god-level master. Duan Lingtian, apart from the exploding element celestial fruit, "I'm also here for you," Zhong Guiyu said bluntly. Zhong Guiyu said bluntly, "I plan to defeat you in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, so senior sister will know that I, Zhong Guiyu, am the strongest among her junior brothers. Even you, whom she always praises, are no match for me." Based on Zhong Guiyu's words, it was clear Su Yasi thought highly of him. Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe that Zhong Guiyu had repeatedly mentioned his eldest senior sister, and Su Yasi had always praised him in front of him. After all, he had only met his eldest senior sister twice, and she had always been hostile toward him. He did not expect her to praise him in front of others. It seems like eldest senior sister is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. "I await your guidance at any time." Duan Lingtian gladly accepted Zhong Guiyu's challenge. He was not discouraged by the fact that Zhong Guiyu was a 5-star god of war. After all, Zhong Guiyu, a 5-star god of war, had made a move. Although the other 4 battles were not bad, they were not as exciting as the battle between Zhong Guiyu and Meng Fangue. For this reason, many people only glanced at the battles before they turned to look at the people around them. The topic of discussion did not stray away from the battle between Zhong Guiyu and Meng Fangue. Even when another 10 people went up for the second round of battles, not many people paid attention to them. Among them, there were some who displayed the strength of a 3-star war god. However, because Zhong Guiyu and Meng Fangue were in front of them, although they displayed decent strength, they were still overshadowed. It was not until Su Li went up that he attracted everyone's attention. Although Su Li's strength was only at the level of a 2-star god of war, there was another halo around him. He was only 600 years old this year. Among the participants of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, he was one of the 2 youngest people. The other person was, naturally, Duan Lingtian. "I didn't expect to be the first one to go up." Su Li smiled. Then his robe shook, and he flew out. A sword light was faintly discernible under his feet. Then it dragged him into the arena. Su Li's opponent is Tuoba Ping. When everyone's attention was on Su Li's name, they did not pay attention to his opponent's name. This was because Su Li's name was more attractive. A 600-year-old young genius was participating in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. This was extremely rare in the long history of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Only when Su Li appeared did the crowd begin to look at the name of his opponent. Many people couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the name. Obviously, they recognized the young genius named Tuoba Ping. Tuoba Ping is the strongest person among the younger generation in the Tuoba clan, a heaven-grade force in the Hangyu heaven. It's said that he was already a 3-star god of war 20 years ago. He must be even stronger now. I'm afraid Tuoba Ping's current strength is considered strong even among 3-star gods of war. I didn't expect Su Li to encounter Tuoba Ping in his first battle. Aren't the people from the Tidal Temple afraid of being scolded for making such an arrangement? Tuoba Ping isn't a nobody. They must know about his strength. Of course, they know about Tuoba Ping's strength. Previously, Tuoba Ping's strength was said to be at least a 3-star god of war. The people from the Title Temple are purposely trying to defeat Su Li. Su Li is only 600 years old, but they actually arranged for Tuoba Ping to be his opponent. This is too much. Although Su Li's expression did not change at all when he saw Tuoba Ping's strength, many young geniuses in the spectator seats began to feel indignant for Su Li. They felt the Title Temple was being unfair. Su Li. Tuoba Ping was a tall and handsome young man who wore a sky-blue robe with silver edges. After he entered the arena, he smiled lightly at Su Li. Although I have the advantage in this battle due to my age, if it wasn't for the current me, I really wouldn't dare to say that I could defeat you. When I was your age, I wasn't even a titled celestial emperor. Tuoba Ping sighed when he finished speaking. Defeat me? Su Li smiled faintly. It won't be easy to defeat me. Is that so? Tuoba Ping's eyes lit up. It seems like you're very confident in your strength. In that case, I'll fight you seriously to show my respect for you. Come. Su Li nodded, and then his entire body floated up into the air. The sword light beneath his feet condensed into material form, and the robes on his body fluttered, causing him to seem as if he'd transformed into a confident and elegant young sword immortal with a graceful bearing and extraordinary bearing. Come. Tuoba Ping didn't waste any time. He shouted and his robe fluttered. A golden light swept out from his body, making him look like a golden man. On the surface of his body, the golden energy quickly condensed and wrapped around him, turning him into a golden man. This was the law of metal, the metal body profundity. You use a sword, so do I. Today, I'll use my sword to test your sword. Even though Su Li had yet to take out his immortal equipment, Tuoba Ping had already guessed that Su Li was a sword immortal. As he raised his hand, a jade-green sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. The sword's body was flowing with light like a pool of autumn water, crystal clear. With just a glance, one could tell the sword was not simple. A 3-star war god. Duan Ling Tian sat at the spectating area and looked from afar at the two people who were at daggers drawn, and his eyes narrowed slightly. This Tuoba Ping can be considered to be a suitable opponent for Su Li. Although Duan Ling Tian had not seen Su Li unleash his full strength, Su Li was certain Su Li was confident in his strength. However, based on Su Li's words, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to guess Su Li was not a 4-star god of war yet. Otherwise, he would not have said such words. In the past, 4-star war gods would be able to enter the top 30 in most of the Devata Realms battles of geniuses. Naturally, there were also some Devata Realms battles of geniuses where there were many outstanding young geniuses. At that time, some of the weaker 4-star war gods would not even be able to enter the top 30. Such Devata Realms battles of geniuses were rare. Most of the time, a young genius with the strength of a 4-star god of war could easily enter the top 30 of the Devata Realms genius battle. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Duan Ling Tian was still lost in his thoughts when he heard the sound of swords whistling in the air. When he looked over, he saw the area where Su Li and Tuoba Ping were standing was shrouded in a rain of swords. The rain of swords was raging as they spun in all directions towards Su Li. At this moment, even those with good eyesight could only vaguely see Su Li's silhouette. The rain of swords continued to converge. It was obvious they were trying to surround and kill Su Li. Suddenly, Su Li made his move. Swoosh! The sound of swords whistling in the air rang in the air, drowning out the sound of swords whistling in the air. Su Li's body shone with a crimson light as he transformed into a gigantic sword and stabbed it toward the side of the rain of swords. The sword ray was sharp as though it could destroy everything. Chapter 3479. Similar to Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Su Li was skilled in the law of destruction. For this reason, Feng Qingyang had asked Su Li to stay behind and give him some pointers. Naturally, Feng Qingyang's pointers were different from Duan Lingtian's. Most of the pointers he gave Su Li were about the law of destruction so that Su Li would have a better understanding of the law of destruction. However, some things were one thing to say and another to do. Although Feng Qingyang did not hide anything from Su Li and explained his understanding of the law of destruction to Su Li, it would take time for Su Li to apply the pointers he had received from Feng Qingyang. For this reason, Su Li's current strength was not much stronger than before he met Feng Qingyang. After all, he had not had the time to digest what Feng Qingyang had told him. Swoosh! Although Su Li's strength was not much stronger than when he had first arrived, he was already very strong. Now that his celestial origin energy had merged with the law of destruction, it transformed into a blood sword that shot up into the sky. With just one sword, he broke through Tuoba Ping's sword attack. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw Su Li taking the initiative to attack Tuoba Ping after breaking through Tuoba Ping's first wave of attacks. Based on the current situation, Su Li is not at a disadvantage. After a while, Su Li and Tuoba Ping exchanged a few blows, and Su Li gradually gained the upper hand. A rare smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's calm face as he muttered to himself, "It seems like Su Li has a high chance of winning this battle." In the arena, Su Li and Tuoba Ping were locked in battle. In the end, both of them displayed the strength of a peak 3-star war god. As they exchanged blows, the blood-red light and the golden light continued to collide with each other. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of swords whistling in the air did not stop. Both of them were sword celestials, and it was a visual treat for the audience to watch. Tuoba Ping lives up to his reputation. I really didn't expect Tuoba Ping to already have the strength of a peak 3-star war god. Many people were shocked by Tuoba Ping's strength. Before this, many people thought that even if Tuoba Ping had already become a 3-star war god, he should only be in the middle of the 3-star war gods and not at the top. And now, in the battle between Tuoba Ping and Su Li, he had displayed the strength of a peak 3-star war god. This shocked and amazed everyone. Of course, what shocked people even more was Su Li. Oh my god! Is this Su Li really only 600+ years old? To have such battle prowess at the age of 600, give him another few hundred years, and when he's close to 1,000 years old, how heaven-defying will he be if his progress doesn't decrease? A top-notch 5-star war god? 6-star war god? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would have been hard to imagine that a 600-year-old youngster could have such strength. Based on his current strength, he's not inferior to Duan Lingtian, the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Moreover, Duan Lingtian is about the same age as him, and both of them seem to be friends. It's a coincidence. I have a childhood friend who joined the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. He's quite accomplished in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Before the Battle of Geniuses began, he mentioned Su Li and Duan Lingtian. It's said that Su Li and Duan Lingtian came from the same mundane realm, and they're good friends for many years. They're also prodigies of the same generation. What? Su Li and Duan Lingtian came from the mundane realm? Since when are there such heaven-defying figures among the ascendants? While the crowd marveled at Su Li's strength, someone revealed that he and Duan Lingtian came from the same mundane realm. Most of the people present on the scene were shocked. It was apparent they did not expect Su Li to be a transcender. How could two ascendants possess such strength when they were only slightly over 600 years old? For those who were born and raised in the Devata realms to be inferior to Su Li and Duan Lingtian at such a young age, they felt as though they had lived for so many years in vain. Since Duan Lingtian was an ascendant, some of them had heard about how Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had attacked the clone of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang came from the same mundane realm. Does this mean Su Li is from the same mundane realm as well? I've only heard of Yen Huang realm and a few other mundane realms that have many heaven-defying powerhouses. I've never heard of any mundane realm that has so many outstanding people. Many people were curious about Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian's hometown. At this moment, not only had Su Li become the center of attention, But even Duan Ling Tian had also noticed the numerous burning gazes that descended onto him. Su Li has a high chance of winning. At this moment, Tang Sanpao, who was standing behind Duan Ling Tian, said with a smile on his face, "That's only if Tuoba Ping has used up all his trump cards." Zhang Tianyu frowned slightly as he continued to say, "There's one thing I'm not sure if it's true or not. The Emperor-grade celestial weapon in Tuoba Ping's hand has an artifact spirit. It was given to him by the former clan leader of the Tuoba clan on his 900th birthday." Artifact spirit? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. He knew the difference between an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit and one without. Su Li. Duan Ling Tian was about to send a voice transmission to Su Li when Tuoba Ping, who had been at a disadvantage, suddenly laughed heartily. "Good, good, good. Wonderful, wonderful. Su Li, I'm amazed by your strength. In terms of strength, I admit I'm inferior to you. However, the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses isn't just a competition of strength. Celestial weapons are important as well." As Tuoba Ping's voice fell, a green light suddenly extended from the sword in his hand. Within the green light, one could vaguely see the phantom of an indescribable ferocious creature floating. It's a sword spirit, another Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. When the silhouette of a ferocious creature merged with Tuoba Ping's sword, the sword's aura changed completely. It felt oppressive as though there was a new force in it. Swoosh! Tuoba Ping did not use any fancy sword techniques. Instead, his celestial origin energy, which was fused with the metal law profundity, emitted a dazzling golden light. Amid the golden light, a sharp green sword light was constantly emitting from the sword in his hand. In just a blink of an eye, Su Li, who had been suppressing Tuoba Ping, was suppressed. Tuoba Ping's celestial weapon had turned the tables around. What a powerful celestial weapon! Su Li's expression was grim when he looked at Tuoba Ping's sword. He smiled wryly inwardly. If he had known this would happen, he would not have rejected the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect's offer. Before coming to the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect had lent him the sect's sect-guarding celestial sword. The sect-guarding celestial sword had a powerful sword spirit. It was an Emperor-grade celestial weapon that had been passed down since the Thousand Tribulations sword sect's days of decline. It was said that the Emperor-grade celestial weapon had killed many Emperor-grade celestial weapons with artifact spirits. It was said that the Emperor-grade celestial weapon was a natural bane to artifact spirits. The young geniuses shook their heads when they saw Su Li was at a disadvantage. "I thought Su Li was going to win. Who knew Tuoba Ping's Emperor-grade celestial weapon has an artifact spirit? An Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit is much stronger than an Emperor-grade celestial weapon without an artifact spirit." Even Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly at this moment. It was almost impossible for Su Li to defeat Tuoba Ping unless he took out the artifact spirit he had obtained in the ruins of a realm of gods. However, even if Su Li had the artifact spirit, he would not take it out. If he took it out, he would become a target for everyone. A man's wealth was his own ruin. Since Su Li was still in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, no one would dare to make a move on him. However, once he returned to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, he would definitely be killed. Even if his master, Feng Qingyang, said that he would protect Su Li, no one would pay any attention to him. The temptation of a divine artifact was so great that it was worth the risk. Even if his master, Feng Qingyang, left a god's spiritual mark on Su Li, it would be difficult for him to save Su Li if he could not protect Su Li in time. "Su Li, just admit defeat if you can't win." Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to Su Li. "Don't use the artifact spirit." Although Duan Ling Tian was confident Su Li would be able to maintain his rationality, he was worried Su Li would not be able to hold himself back from using the artifact spirit. At that time, things would get out of hand. At this moment, Su Li was completely focused on his battle with Tuoba Ping. His sword shadows were everywhere, and he had no time to respond to Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian no longer sent a voice transmission to Su Li, since he knew Su Li had heard his voice transmission. Boom! 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 Tuoba Ping looked like a god shimmering with golden light as he stood in the air. The green sword in his hand shone brightly before it transformed into a huge sword whip that shot towards Su Li. Su Li, on the other hand, seemed insignificant in the face of the two-colored sword rays. Wherever the two-colored sword beam passed, the space trembled. The surrounding array formation also trembled slightly. It was obvious how terrifying Tuoba Ping's attack was. Su Li, just admit defeat, Tuoba Ping said in an indifferent tone. In the face of Tuoba Ping's ferocious attack, Su Li did not know why. He stood rooted to the ground and did not move an inch. His gaze never left the two-colored sword rays that were rapidly approaching him. It was as if there was some kind of magic that was attracting him. In the blink of an eye, the sword rays had covered half of the distance. However, Su Li maintained his current state. He did not block or dodge the attack. At this moment, even Tuoba Ping could not help but frown. He did not want to kill Su Li. However, Su Li did not admit defeat, nor did he crush the jade pendant to escape. Tuoba Ping was helpless. Chapter 3480. Su Li. Seeing that Su Li was motionless as if he was possessed, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. He subconsciously stood up and wanted to pull Su Li out of that area. The others also felt that Su Li was crazy to be in a daze at this moment. There were also people who were puzzled. Could it be that Tuoba Ping knew illusions that caused Su Li to become like this? Tuoba Ping also knew that he wasn't good at illusions and it was useless now. The reason why Su Li was like this was because of himself. It had nothing to do with him. Su Li. Seeing that Su Li was about to die under his sword, Tuoba Ping frowned. At the same time, he had already decided to stop. He thought that even if he couldn't completely stop his attack, it wouldn't be enough to kill Su Li. At most, he would be able to heavily injure Su Li. However, at this crucial moment, Duan Lingtian stepped into the air and was about to step forward. Don't interrupt him. A voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It was his master Feng Qingyang's transmission. Hearing his master's words, Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked at Su Li again. Previously, he was too worried and didn't pay attention. Now that he was paying attention, it wasn't hard to see that the destructive energy on the surface of Su Li's body was gradually boiling. It was as if cold water was slowly boiling. I understand now. At this critical moment, Su Li's dull eyes lit up. He muttered softly, and a bloody light bloomed from his body. A terrifying and destructive aura spread out, causing the light barrier of the formation to tremble. This is... Tuoba Ping, who had originally planned to hold back, saw that Su Li seemed to have become a different person. His expression changed greatly. It wasn't hard to see that the current Su Li was obviously stronger than before. Just the energy that was unintentionally revealed caused his heart to tremble. Could it be that he broke through to the level of a 4-star war god? There was a huge difference between a 4-star war god and a 3-star war god. They weren't even on the same level. The latter could easily defeat the former. The sudden change in Su Li's aura caused him to subconsciously have this thought. His heart trembled violently. I hope I'm wrong. Tuoba Ping prayed as he continued to circulate the celestial origin energy in his body. He tried his best to strengthen his attack against Su Li, and he didn't dare be careless in the slightest. As for the thought of holding back, he'd completely discarded it at the instant Su Li's aura changed. As soon as that thought sprouted, it was strangled in the cradle. Boom! Rumble! The golden and green lights intertwined on the gigantic sword, illuminating more than half of the Devata realm's genius battle. It was the center of attention for the entire Devata realm's genius battle. And now it was even closer to Su Li. Even if Su Li was a 4-star war god, it was already too late for him to dodge. Just in time. Facing Tuoba Ping's attack, Su Li casually threw the immortal sword in his hand. In an instant, the blood-red sword radiance on the immortal sword surged and enveloped his entire body. Then, the blood-red light continued to expand. Furthermore, it was expanding at an extremely exaggerated speed. In the blink of an eye, the sword light soared into the sky and met the sword that was descending from the sky. It seemed to be fearless and carried with it a destructive aura. The destructive aura swept across the sky, causing the air to stagnate and space to tremble as though it would shatter at any moment. At this moment, the young geniuses in the spectator seats could clearly sense how terrifying Su Li's sword radiance was. How did Su Li's strength suddenly increase so much? Earlier, he was still holding back? I feel like there are two more profundities of the laws of destruction in his attacks. They fused together, causing his strength to improve significantly. Heavens! His attack isn't any weaker than Tuoba Ping's attack when he uses an Emperor-grade celestial sword with an artifact spirit. Most of the young geniuses present on the scene were shocked by Su Li's sudden performance. On the other hand, the heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the tidal temple's branches in the Devata realms looked at Su Li in shock, admiration, and disbelief. Naturally, their judgment was not something most of the young geniuses present on the scene could compare to. They could see that Su Li was in a disadvantageous position. Earlier, Su Li was indeed at his wit's end. He was no match for Tuoba Ping. However, in the face of Tuoba Ping's current attack, Su Li was stunned for a moment. A moment later, his entire being seemed to have changed. The aura of the laws of destruction on his body became even sharper and more terrifying. Everyone could see this clearly. Su Li's comprehension ability is terrifying. Even under such circumstances, on the brink of death, he was still able to further comprehend the law of destruction, allowing the law of destruction to take a critical step forward. One of the heavenly emperors could not help but exclaim, "I heard Su Li is from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven. I didn't expect such a monstrous genius to appear in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. I wonder if the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven will be able to tolerate such a genius?" Another heavenly emperor sighed as he looked at Yu Hao Tian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. In the past, when the Thousand Tribulations sword sect was still a heaven-grade force in the Jade Emperor Heaven, there was a genius in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect who was capable of challenging Yu Hao Tian to a duel. However, that genius was defeated and died. After that, the Thousand Tribulations sword sect declined. Rumor had it that Yu Hao Tian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, deliberately suppressed the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. After that, the Thousand Tribulations sword sect left the Jade Emperor territory and went to the Nando territory. Nobody dared to offend them in the Nando territory. At this moment, Yu Hao Tian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, was sitting with Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Shenyuan Heaven. He's a disciple of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect? Gongsun Shenyuan asked. Yes. Yu Hao Tian nodded. He's one of a kind in the history of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. I didn't expect such a talent would appear after so many years. Do you feel pressured? Gongsun Shenyuan asked with a smile on his face. That person from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect caused you to be in a wretched state. Although you killed him in the end, you were severely injured. It took you several hundred years to recover. Gongsun Shenyuan, on the other hand, was well aware of what had happened in the past. The genius sword celestial from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect had challenged Yu Hao Tian, who was the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven at that time. Both of them fought fiercely. In the end, Yu Hao Tian won by a hair's breadth. It was not Yu Hao Tian's intention to kill his opponent, but it was a battle of life and death. Since Yu Hao Tian was stronger, he managed to kill his opponent. Otherwise, Yu Hao Tian would have been the one to die. After Yu Hao Tian was severely injured, it took him several hundred years to recover from his injuries. While he was in closed-door cultivation, his nephew, Yang Jian, the three-eyed celestial emperor, could not stand by idly. He impersonated Yu Hao Tian and ordered a group of titled celestial emperors from the Jade Emperor Heaven to attack the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect was forced to flee the Jade Emperor territory to the Nando territory. Since Yang Jian was impersonating Yu Hao Tian, he did not dare to go too far. However, even with that being the case, after Yu Hao Tian recovered from his injuries and exited his closed-door training, he still heavily punished Yang Jian. Initially, he wanted to bring the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect back to the Jade Emperor territory since he had killed the powerhouse from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. However, after visiting the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, he discovered the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect seemed to have improved after leaving the Jade Emperor territory. For this reason, he did not disturb the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Even when rumors spread that he was trying to suppress the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, he did not bother to explain himself. Instead, he remained silent. Finally, I have something to look forward to. Yu Hao Tian nodded. If the leader of the Ganjiang progeny and Moxia progeny in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect grow stronger before I become a god, it's not impossible for them to fight me. However, I don't think they're strong enough to suppress me. In this Su Li, I see the shadow of that person from back then. Perhaps, if he is given time, he will be able to fight against me in the future. Based on Yu Hao Tian's words, it was clear he admired Su Li a lot. I'm just worried he'll take your position as Heavenly Emperor to avenge the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Gong Sun Shenyuan said with a smile. If he's capable of that, I'll just give it to him. Yu Hao Tian smiled indifferently. Judging from his current appearance, it was clear that he was serious and was not just joking around. Meanwhile, you have a good comprehension ability. Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, was the first person to notice Su Li's stunned state. For this reason, he was able to stop his disciple, Duan Lingtian, from saving Su Li. A smile appeared on Feng Qingyang's face when he saw Su Li's comprehension of the law of destruction had improved. He could see Su Li had taken his words to heart. Otherwise, he would not have been able to fuse the two profundities of the law of destruction at this moment. Moreover, he had taught Su Li how to fuse the profundities of the law of destruction. Naturally, he could only rely on his own experience when he taught Su Li. Otherwise, Su Li would have had to rely on his own comprehension ability. However, it could not be said that he had helped Su Li a lot. After all, Su Li had relied on himself to make a breakthrough. With this breakthrough, he has the strength of a 4-star god of war. With his current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to rank in the top 30 of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. Feng Qingyang thought to himself. Most of the young geniuses present on the scene could not tell what was going on. They thought Su Li had concealed his cultivation base. However, there were a few young geniuses with keen eyes who could tell Su Li had just made a breakthrough. Su Li actually made a breakthrough during the battle. Tuoba Ping is going to lose. Even Duan Ling Tian had a smile on his face when he saw the blood-red sword ray and the golden-green sword ray colliding. This guy, he actually made a breakthrough. Chapter 3481. Su Li stood at the same spot. His body was as straight as a javelin. He stood there majestically, as if his feet were rooted to the ground. At this moment, the Emperor-grade celestial sword in front of him and his body emitted a vast and majestic blood-red sword ray. The blood-red sword ray fearlessly met Tuoba Ping's golden-green sword ray head-on. Finally, the two swords collided. At first, they seemed to be evenly matched, as if it was difficult to determine the victor. However, in the blink of an eye, the blood-colored sword ray spread out like the sunset, while the trace of green in the golden-green sword ray suddenly shrank, as if it was fleeing. Squeak! A strange and shrill cry rang in the air. Those who heard it felt chills running up their spines. It's the voice of the sword spirit of Tuoba Ping's sword. Many people had guessed this. Just as this thought flashed through everyone's minds, They saw that the golden-green sword ray had disappeared after the green light faded away. The culprit, Tuoba Ping, had disappeared from his original spot and appeared outside the light barrier of the formation. Boom! 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 The blood-red sword light wreaked havoc as it slammed into the light barrier, causing the light barrier to tremble and sway as if it would collapse at any moment. However, it did not collapse in the end and was forcefully withstood the attack. It seems like the light shield's limit is to withstand the attack of a 4-star god of war. The scene before Duan Ling Tian's eyes made him realize this. He was happy for Su Li when he saw how easily Su Li had won. There's hope for Su Li to enter the top 30. After Su Li had broken through, his strength was comparable to a 4-star god of war. Apart from the heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials in the Devata realms, even Duan Ling Tian and some young geniuses with keen eyesight could see this. As for the others, even if they could not see it, they could guess it. I didn't expect Su Li to have concealed his strength. Based on his strength, he's at least a 4-star god of war. A 4-star god of war who's over 600 years old. Su Li is even more heaven-defying than Duan Ling Tian. That's right. Duan Ling Tian's strength is only comparable to a 3-star god of war. Although Duan Ling Tian had made a move, because he had defeated a 2-star god of war, most of the people present could only confirm that he was in existence at the 3-star god of war or above. They couldn't confirm that he was a 4-star god of war. Therefore, when they saw Su Li's strength, they were certain he was stronger than Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not mind. Su Li, were you hiding your strength, or did you have a breakthrough? At the same time, Tuoba Ping, who had crushed the jade token and left the light barrier of the formation, asked Su Li with a bitter smile as he looked at Su Li, who was in the formation. Huh? Following Tuoba Ping's question, the young geniuses who did not realize Su Li had a breakthrough were stunned. What does Tuoba Ping mean? Does he think Su Li had a breakthrough? If he had a breakthrough, wouldn't that be too scary? How high of a level of comprehension does he have? That's right. To have a breakthrough is simply heaven-defying. When the gazes of the young geniuses landed on Su Li again, Su Li looked at Tuoba Ping and said, "Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If it wasn't for the pressure from your sword, I wouldn't have been able to improve my destruction edict in such a short time." Su Li's words undoubtedly admitted that he had a breakthrough. Immediately, the crowd was in an uproar. Of course, for those who had already seen through Su Li's breakthrough, they were not surprised. "Su Li, are you confident you can enter the top 30 now?" After Su Li returned, Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. "If I can't enter the top 30 now, it would be a waste of Senior Feng Qingyang's guidance." Su Li smiled. "Oh?" Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened when he heard Su Li's words. "Your breakthrough this time has something to do with my master?" "Yes." Su Li nodded. "The breakthrough this time is all because of Senior Feng Qingyang's guidance. Of course, the pressure from Tuoba Ping's attack is also a large part of the reason." When Su Li reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but smile. At the same time, he looked deeply at Duan Ling Tian and asked, "Duan Ling Tian, compared to you, my current strength is still lacking, right?" Duan Ling Tian's current strength was a mystery to Su Li. Before he had a breakthrough, he had never asked Duan Ling Tian this question because he felt the gap between him and Duan Ling Tian was not small. However, now that he had a breakthrough in the Destruction Edict and possessed the strength of a 4-star god of war, he had become slightly arrogant in front of Duan Ling Tian. "Won't you find out if we fight?" Duan Ling Tian smiled in response to Su Li's question and gave him such a reply. "Then I'll wait for you." Su Li nodded. His eyes flashed with battle intent. At the same time, Luo Sanpao looked at Su Li and gave him a thumbs up. "Su Li, you're amazing. You actually made a breakthrough during a battle. It'll be a big problem for you to enter the top 30 as a 4-star god of war." "Yes." Su Li turned to look at Luo Sanpao and nodded politely. "Good luck to you as well. If you enter the top 30, perhaps 4 of us will be able to enter the top 30. Top 30? Luo Sanpao was stunned when he heard Su Li's words. Then, he shook his head and said, "Su Li, I didn't participate in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses to enter the top 30. My goal is to enter the top 3. Luo Sanpao's eyes flashed brightly when he finished speaking. At the same time, the frivolous aura on his body seemed to have changed. Top 3? Luo Sanpao's words shocked not only Su Li, but Duan Lingtian and the others as well. They did not expect Luo Sanpao to be so ambitious. Dessa. Brother Sanpao. At this moment, Zhang Tianyu patted Luo Sanpao's shoulder and shook his head with a smile. It's good to be ambitious, but you can't expect to reach the top in a single step. In my opinion, you should set a goal for yourself to enter the top 100. Otherwise, the greater your expectations, the greater your disappointment. Although Zhang Tianyu did not know Luo Sanpao's background, based on Tang Sanpao's usual behavior, he could not tell how strong he was. Usually, those who were strong were cold and aloof, right? Tang Sanpao was not as talkative before they got to know him. He was only talkative in front of Duan Lingtian. However, after they got to know him better, he became talkative. Luo Sanpao did not think that a talkative person like him could be as talented as Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Ling Juyun. You still don't believe me? Luo Sanpao glared at Luo Sanpao. Fine, fine. Just you wait. If the Tidal Temple dares to assign a 4-star god of war to me, I'll kill him. Even Luo Sanpao did not expect that he would be the second person to enter the arena. After the introduction of Su Li's 10 people, a few more rounds passed. Luo Sanpao's name appeared in the air, and his opponent was named Yulan Sheng. Yulan Sheng. When Duan Lingtan saw Yulan Sheng's name, a light bulb went off in his head. The first thing that came to his mind was that he seemed to have an impression of this name. Oh my God, it's Yulan Sheng. Before Tang Sanpao could step forward, Zhang Tianyu, who was sitting next to him, could not help but stand up. At the same time, he looked at Tang Sanpao and said, "Brother Tang Sanpao, your crow's beak is really accurate. I'm impressed. I'm impressed." Zhang Tianyu's eyes widened as he looked at Tang Sanpao. Brother Sanpao, don't tell me you're also good at prophecies? However, shouldn't people like him be good at the law of time, one of the 4 supreme laws? Tang Sanpao was not good at the law of time. It's Yulan Sheng. Tang Sanpao stood up as well. His eyes shone brightly as he thought to himself, the Tidal Temple really knows me well. They actually arranged a 4-star god of war for the first battle of the 4th round. Moreover, he's a true disciple of Yu Hao Tian, the Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. Upon hearing Tang Sanpao's words, Duan Lingtian finally remembered that he had seen Yu Hao Tian's name before. Since Yu Hao Tian was a true disciple of Yu Hao Tian, the Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, and was suspected to be a 4-star god of war, he had an impression of Yu Hao Tian. The Jade Emperor's true disciple? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the young man who flew up from the spectator seats on the left and landed in one of the 5 areas. The young man was tall and well-built. He was dressed in a jade-green robe, and his long hair was draped behind his back. He had a handsome face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. He had a smile on his face at all times, giving off a refreshing feeling. Looking at the young man's position, Duan Lingtian knew that the young man was Yulan Sheng, the true disciple of Yu Hao Tian, the Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. It's Yulan Sheng. Heavens! Another young prodigy who is suspected to be a 4-star god of war has entered the arena. This Yulan Sheng is the true disciple of Yu Hao Tian. I heard that he was already a 4-star god of war 10 years ago. Who's that Tang Sanpao? Why is he so unlucky to meet Yulan Sheng? I've never heard of this Tang Sanpao before. Don't tell me he's going to be like Zhong Guiyu and turn this battle around? You're thinking too much. Not every young prodigy is called Zhong Guiyu. Tang Sanpao flew up into the air. Before he left, he didn't forget to smile at Duan Lingtian and the others as he said, "Open your eyes wide. Otherwise, I'll destroy him in the blink of an eye." Don't miss the exciting scene. As soon as Tang Sanpao finished speaking, without waiting for Duan Lingtian and the others to respond, he had already entered the arena and stood opposite Yulan Sheng. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 3482. Tang Sanpao. Duan Ling Tian's gaze landed on Tang Sanpao. It was not difficult for him to notice that the smile on Tang Sanpao's face had disappeared when he faced Yulan Sheng. It was replaced by an indifferent expression that gave off an unfathomable feeling. If it were not for the fact that Duan Ling Tian had been close to him recently, one would have thought he had always been like this. Brother Sanbao is quite good at pretending. He really does look like a powerhouse now. Zhang Tianyu smiled. He clearly thought Tang Sanpao was only pretending. Almost everyone felt that there was no suspense in this battle. The true disciple of the Jade Emperor Heaven's Celestial Emperor, Yulan Shang, was definitely stronger and could easily defeat and eliminate Tang Sanpao, an unknown character. Yulan Shang was indeed a 4-star god of war. Moreover, he was not an ordinary 4-star god of war. However, to everyone's surprise, Yulan Sheng's attack was blocked by Yulan Sheng. After Tang Sanpao blocked Yulan Sheng's attack, Tang Sanpao attacked again. A terrifying energy swept out and surrounded Yulan Sheng. No matter how hard Yulan Sheng tried, he could not break free from Tang Sanpao's attack even after using his Emperor-grade celestial weapon that had an artifact spirit. In the end, Tang Sanpao continued to suppress Yulan Sheng. Just as Yulan Sheng was about to be trapped in the formation, Yulan Sheng finally crushed the Jade Token and left the formation. Since Yulan Sheng was no match for Tang Sanpao, he chose to flee and admit defeat. 2 moves. In just 2 moves, Yulan Sheng was defeated by Tang Sanpao. How boring. After defeating Yulan Sheng, Tang Sanpao's lazy voice rang in the air. The true disciple of the Jade Emperor Heaven's Heavenly Emperor is only SOSO. I'm afraid only Yu Dongfang, the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Shenyuan Heavenly Emperor, and Duan Ling Tian, the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, are worthy of my full strength. As soon as Tang Sanpao finished speaking, he prepared to return to his seat. Who are you? Yulan Sheng's expression was unsightly. He knew he had done his best, but his opponent was too strong. He was defeated in the first battle of the 4th round of the Devata Realms battle. I'm Tang Sanpao. I'm not as famous as you. Tang Sanpao turned to look at Yulan Sheng. Then, he turned around and flew toward Duan Ling Tian and returned to his seat with a smug smile on his face as he said, "What do you think? Did you listen to me earlier? You didn't blink, right?" At this moment, apart from Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jian, even Ling Juyun could not help but turn to look at Tang Sanpao. It was as though this was the first time he had met Tang Sanpao. "Who are you? Why did you approach me?" Duan Ling Tian asked in a low voice as he frowned. He could not deny that Tang Sanpao's strength had shocked him. Tang Sanpao seemed harmless. Just as Zhang Tianyu had said, no matter how one looked at him, one could not tell how strong he was. However, his true strength was at least that of a 5-star god of war. What did it mean to be a 5-star god of war? In the past few Devata Realms battles of geniuses, the highest number of young 5-star gods of war was 9 5-star gods of war. In the past 10 Devata Realms battles of geniuses, there were only 5 5-star gods of war. It was not easy to become a 5-star god of war before the age of 1000. Duan Ling Tian did not think he was charming enough for a young genius with the strength of a 5-star god of war to stick to him like glue. His first thought was that Tang Sanpao was plotting something against him. Su Li frowned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Even Zhang Tianyu and the others were looking at Tang Sanpao warily. Could it be that Tang Sanpao was plotting something against Duan Ling Tian? What could it be? Tang Sanpao waved his hand nonchalantly in the face of Duan Ling Tian's question. "I approached you because I wanted to know more about you, so I could defeat you in the Devata Realms battles of geniuses and show off in front of that old man." "Old man?" Duan Ling Tian frowned. "That's my master," Tang Sanpao said with a smile. That old man used to torture your master. However, when your master returned from the Azura Hell, that old man overestimated himself and went to look for him. In the end, he was tortured badly. It's said that he was tortured by your master's clone, which isn't proficient in the laws. I've been following that old man for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen him in such a sorry state. I only have one purpose in participating in the Devata Realm's battles of geniuses. That's to defeat you and show off in front of that old man. You can't defeat his master, but I've beaten up the only true disciple of his master. Tang Sanpao said. As soon as Tang Sanpao finished speaking, Duan Lingtian immediately sent a voice transmission to Feng Qingyang to ask if there was such a person. He's his disciple? Feng Qingyang was slightly surprised when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. Don't worry, he's not lying to you. Earlier, I felt his attack was similar to that person's, so he must have something to do with that person. I didn't expect him to be that person's disciple. Feng Qingyang said with a sigh. His master was able to defeat you before you went to the Azura Hell? Hualao told me you were an 8-star god of war before you went to the Azura Hell. Duan Lingtian said in shock. His master is a reclusive expert, a 9-star god of war, a half-step god. Feng Qingyang said. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood. A 9-star god of war could easily defeat his master when his master was only an 8-star god of war. However, his master had already attained godhood after he left the Azura Hell. No one below the level of godhood was a match for him. As long as Tang Sanpao's master had not attained godhood, he would not be a match for him. It won't be that easy to defeat me. Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Sanpao again and smiled faintly. After his master Feng Qingyang's explanation, he understood that Tang Sanpao did not have any ulterior motives. At most, Tang Sanpao only wanted to defeat him. It seems like you have the strength of a 5-star god of war. Tang Sanpao's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. I've already guessed it. Now that I've heard it from you, I look forward to our battle even more. As soon as Tang Sanpao finished speaking, he looked at Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the main palace, and said loudly, Palace Master Su, can you list me, Tang Sanpao, and Duan Lingtian together in the next list of names? I can't wait to fight with you. Upon hearing Tang Sanpao's words, Su Konghai's expression froze. However, he merely looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and ignored him. Continue, Su Konghai said as he looked at the other participants who had yet to make their moves. The 8 participants immediately made their moves. It was not that they did not want to make their moves earlier, but they wanted to see Yulan Shang, the disciple of the Jade Emperor Heaven's Heavenly Emperor, fight. Initially, they thought Yulan Shang would win. Who knew Yulan Shang would follow in Meng Fanggui's footsteps and lose to a nobody? With this, there were 2 young 5-star gods of war in the Devata Realm's battle of geniuses. Moreover, these 2 young geniuses had one thing in common. They were both unknown. How dare he ignore me? He's so arrogant. Humph. When I become a god, I'll definitely go to the main palace and beat him up. Tang Sanpao said unhappily as he looked at Su Konghai's back. At this moment, although there were still 4 battles in the arena, the attention of the crowd was not on them. Instead, they were all observing Tang Sanpao, a person who was as mysterious as Zhong Guiyu. So many people are trying to poach him? When we go back this time, should we tell that old man and have him go to each of them one by one to spar with them? Tang Sanpao muttered to himself as he rested his chin on his hand and looked at the group of heavenly emperors and vice palace masters. The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard Tang Sanpao's words. Tang Sanpao was too ruthless. He wanted his master, a 9-star god of war, to challenge a group of heavenly emperors and vice palace masters. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that Tang Sanpao was trying to poach Duan Lingtian because some heavenly emperors and palace masters from the Title Temple had sent him voice transmissions. After all, Tang Sanpao was only a seckless cultivator in their eyes. A seckless cultivator like that might only have family and elders, but he did not have a master. He also knew that the person who had transmitted the message to Tang Sanpao was definitely not a god. A god would look at immortals below the god realm the same way. To them, anyone below the god realm was nothing but trash. Although Tang Sanpao was a 5-star god of war now, nobody dared to say that he would definitely become a god in the future. In the history of the Devata realms, there were people like Tang Sanpao who were unable to become a 5-star god of war. Some people might be the same age as Tang Sanpao and were not as strong as Tang Sanpao, but it was not impossible for them to catch up to or surpass him in the future. Naturally, Tang Sanpao still had a huge advantage over Duan Lingtian. After all, it was impossible for an ordinary person to become a 5-star god of war at such a young age. Soon after, it was evening. At this time, the 4th round of the Devata realms was almost halfway done. Su Konghai, who was in charge of the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses, announced loudly, "Next up is the last round of the day. Those who didn't fight today will have their turn tomorrow. Naturally, if you're too slow tomorrow, it might be your turn later." As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, the names of the 10 people who would be fighting in the last round of the Devata realm appeared in pairs in the sky above the 5 areas. As soon as the names of the 10 people appeared, one of them attracted everyone's attention. Duan Lingtian. Mobile version updated the fastest website. M. Chapter 3483. During the 3rd round of the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses, Duan Lingtian had defeated a 2-star god of war with just 1 strike. After that, no one dared to challenge him during the 2nd round of the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses. The current battle could be considered as Duan Lingtian's 2nd battle. Duan Lingtian's opponent is Zhou Shaoquan. I've never heard of Zhou Shaoquan before. Is he also a sectless cultivator who lives in seclusion? Many people thought of Tang Sanpao and Zhong Guiyu when they heard the name of Duan Lingtian's opponent was Zhou Shaoquan. Whether it was Tang Sanpao or Zhong Guiyu, both of them were unknown before they fought today. However, both of them had displayed shocking battle prowess. Both of them were 5-star gods of war after all. They had never heard of Duan Lingtian's opponent before, so they could not help but think to themselves. However, their thoughts were soon crushed. Zhou Shaoquan is the young sect leader of the Heavenly Earth Celestial Sect, a heaven-grade force in the Ascension Heaven. He was already a 2-star god of war 100 years ago. During the 2nd round of the Devata realms, he displayed the strength of a peak 2-star god of war. Zhou Shaoquan was rather famous in the Ascension Heaven. However, he was not famous in the Devata realms. Those who were not from the Ascension Heaven did not know about him at all. However, when the people from the Ascension Heaven introduced Zhou Shaoquan, the other geniuses shook their heads. The Title Temple really cares about Duan Lingtian. They actually chose someone who's clearly not a match for Duan Lingtian. You can't say that. What if Zhou Shaoquan had concealed his strength? What if he suddenly displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war like Zhong Guiyu and Tang Sanpao? Even if he displayed the strength of a 4-star god of war, Duan Lingtian might not be a match for him, let alone a 5-star god of war. You're thinking too much. Up until now, the 2 dark horses in the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses, Zhong Guiyu and Tang Sanpao, it's already shocking enough. I don't think there will be many dark horses in the future. Even if there are dark horses, they won't be as strong as them. As for Zhou Shaoquan, he might not have concealed his strength. Amidst the crowd's discussion, Duan Lingtian and the other 9 people entered the arena together and arrived at the area where he and Zhou Shaoquan would fight. Zhou Shaoquan was a young man dressed in a brocade robe. He had an ordinary appearance and a medium build. He was the kind of person who would not stand out if he was thrown into a crowd. There was nothing special about him at all. Duan Lingtian of Zhou Shaoquan looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes that were originally calm were suddenly filled with excitement. I know I'm not a match for you, but I still want to see what you're capable of. Yes. Duan Lingtian of Zhou Shaoquan nodded. At this moment, the 8 people who were prepared to watch a fierce battle and speculated that Zhou Shaoquan might have concealed his strength were speechless when they heard Zhou Shaoquan's words. Zhou Xiaoquan had already admitted defeat before the battle had even begun. "I'll make my move then." After Zhou Xiaoquan greeted Duan Lingtian of Zhou Xiaoquan, a jade-green energy surged out of his body and transformed into vines that resembled huge pythons. They swept toward Duan Lingtian as though they were trying to bind Duan Lingtian. However, faced with Zhou Xiaoquan's ferocious attack, Zhou Donghuang only needed to teleport to break it. In a flash, he appeared behind Zhou Xiaoquan. Whoosh! 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 Zhou Xiaoquan seemed to have foresight. When Zhou Donghuang appeared behind him with the teleportation, it was as though he had eyes on the back of his head. The vines on his body swept out behind him and transformed into an emerald cage with the intention of trapping Duan Lingtian inside. Break! Duan Lingtian of Zhou Xiaoquan took a step forward and muttered in his heart. Suddenly, the air around him trembled, and a large part of the space seemed to shatter. At the same time, any vines that approached Duan Lingtian of Zhou Xiaoquan were crushed into pieces by the strange spatial energy around Duan Lingtian of Zhou Xiaoquan's body. It was as if that area was a forbidden area that did not allow anyone other than Duan Lingtian of Zhou Xiaoquan to enter. This technique, Zhou Xiaoquan did not know that Duan Lingtian of Zhou Xiaoquan had just demonstrated his preliminary understanding of the way of control, the ability to control space. He only thought that this was a technique that Duan Lingtian of Zhou Xiaoquan had developed through the combination of different profound meanings of the space laws. "Duan Lingtian, if you can break this attack of mine, I'll leave on my own," Zhou Xiaoquan said softly. Zhou Xiaoquan shouted. Then, an ordinary-looking wooden stick appeared in his hand. However, as he poured his celestial origin energy into it, the wooden stick began to emit waves of vigorous energy. The originally withered wooden stick turned green, and green grass began to sprout around it. Whoosh! 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 With a tap of the wooden staff in Zhou Xiaoquan's hand, the hundreds of vines instantly revolved and twisted into a ball, transforming into a combination of vines that was like an enormous pillar that charged towards Duan Lingtian. Boom! Rumble! The vines that were entwined together broke through the air like a giant pillar of wood. The force that erupted from the vines was like a mountain that smashed toward Duan Lingtian of Zhou Xiaoquan. In the face of this powerful attack, Duan Lingtian of Zhou Xiaoquan stood still. This scene, as expected, shocked many people. Zhou Xiaoquan's attack is definitely one of the most powerful attacks of a two-star god of war. How can he be so careless that he doesn't even try to dodge? Even a three-star god of war would have to react or dodge this attack. What is he doing? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the giant pillar of wood formed by the twisted vines was only 10 meters away from Duan Lingtian of Zhou Xiaoquan. This distance was enough to land on Duan Lingtian of Zhou Xiaoquan in an instant. At this distance, even if Duan Lingtian of Zhou Xiaoquan was a three-star god of war, he wouldn't be able to dodge in time. What is Duan Lingtian of Zhou Xiaoquan doing? At this moment, many people found it hard to understand Duan Lingtian of Zhou Xiaoquan's actions. They didn't know why Duan Lingtian of Zhou Xiaoquan didn't attack or dodge. However, in the next moment, Duan Lingtian of Zhou Xiaoquan answered their questions. When the giant pillar of wood was 5 meters away from Duan Lingtian of Zhou Xiaoquan, it seemed as though it had entered an inviolable place. It was as though there was an invisible force protecting Duan Lingtian of Zhou Xiaoquan. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to see that the space around Duan Lingtian of Zhou Xiaoquan was empty. The space around Duan Lingtian of Zhou Xiaoquan was distorted and folded. If one did not look closely, one would not be able to see it. In just a blink of an eye, the giant pillar of wood was completely destroyed. It did not even touch Duan Lingtian of Zhou Xiaoquan's clothes. What's going on? What kind of technique is this? The law of space's profundity can be used like this? The young geniuses present on the scene were dumbfounded. Many heavenly emperors and the palace masters of the tidal temple's branches rose to their feet in unison as they looked at the purple figure hovering in the air with a shocked expression on their faces. Even the vice palace master of the tidal temple, Su Konghai, who was in charge of overseeing the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms, stared at Duan Lingtian in shock. Although the young geniuses could not see through Duan Lingtian's technique, it did not mean they could not see through it. The Tao of Control. It's the Tao of Control. Heavens! Not only did Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's true disciple comprehend the Space Sword Tao on top of his Destruction Sword Tao, but he has also comprehended the Tao of Control? What a genius! He's a monster. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is really lucky to have such a good disciple. He has mastered 2 Taos before becoming a god. Even if he has only mastered 1 Tao, it's only a matter of time before he becomes a god. Since he has mastered 2 Taos before becoming a god, I'm sure he'll be even stronger after he becomes a god. In the opinion of the heavenly emperors and palace masters of the tidal temples, with Duan Lingtian's potential, as long as he did not die prematurely, he would definitely become a god. Duan Lingtian's comprehension ability was something that even these old fellows who had lived for God knows how many years were envious and jealous of. The Tao of Control? At this moment, even Feng Qingyang was looking at Duan Lingtian in shock. He had just learned that Duan Lingtian had comprehended the Tao of Control. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian could control the space around him. He was like an invincible god in that space. Brother Feng, you didn't know junior nephew Duan has mastered the Tao of Control? It was not difficult for Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, to figure this out when he saw Feng Qingyang's expression. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. You've recruited a good disciple. Ding Fu said with an envious expression on his face. Based on his earlier attack, I can tell his mastery of the Tao of Control is not inferior to my mastery of the devouring Tao. I can't help but be a little curious now. When he becomes a god, what level will his combat strength reach? The strength of the heaven and earth Taos depended on the user's soul. After becoming a god, one's soul would undergo an earth-shattering change, turning into a divine soul. Using the divine soul to activate the 4 Taos of heaven and earth, the power of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth could not be compared to the 4 Taos of heaven and earth activated by the immortal soul. The Tao of Control. There were a few young geniuses in the spectator seats who managed to figure out Duan Lingtian's technique. Ling Juiyun was one of them. He rose to his feet as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on his face. The Space Sword Tao. The Tao of Control. Although they had only grasped the basics of the Space Sword Tao, those who had mastered 2 Taos before becoming a god were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns in the long history of the realms of gods. All of them were natives of the realms of gods. No one had ever heard of anyone who was not a native of the realms of gods mastering 2 Taos before becoming a god. The heaven and earth Taos were the most mysterious and powerful Taos in the universe. It was the threshold to becoming a supreme expert. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian had easily destroyed Zhou Shaoquan's full-powered attack with the Tao of Control, they could see that Duan Lingtian had mastered one of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, the Tao of Control. Based on his comprehension of the law of space, he was able to control space. Within a 5-meter radius of him, he was like a god who was invincible. This was a sign that he had mastered the Tao of Control. As he mastered more of the Tao of Control, the strength and range of his control over space would increase correspondingly. He hasn't even become a god, but he has already mastered 2 of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. I've never heard of such a monstrous genius in any Devata realm before, right? Has there ever been such a person in the history of the Devata realms? I'm afraid we'll have to ask the Tidal Temple about this. That's right. The Tidal Temple has a long history that's comparable to the history of the Devata realms. I'm afraid the Tidal Temple is the only place that knows if there's such a monstrous genius in the history of the Devata realms. Many heavenly emperors began to ask the palace masters of the nearby Tidal Temple's sub-palaces. However, the palace masters of the nearby title temple did not know. Although the heavenly emperors did not know, they knew very well what was going on. However, since Su Konghai, one of the vice palace masters of the title temple's main temple, had spoken to them beforehand, none of them revealed anything. The Devata realms have existed for too long. Although such a person is rare, I'm sure such a person has appeared before. Rulai, the palace master of the title temple's sub-palace in the Xian Yuan heaven, replied to one of the heavenly emperors. Although he was responding to Duan Ling Tian's question, his eyes were fixed on Duan Ling Tian. A burning light could be seen in the depths of his eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. If I pay a huge price and cast a secret technique that I can only cast once in my life to assimilate his soul, I'll be able to steal all of his memories and comprehension. When I, Reverend Mi Yen, ascended to godhood, I was unable to come into contact with any of the four Taoists of heaven and earth. This time I've used a secret technique. Not only can I gain complete control over my body, but I can also directly master two of the four Taoists of heaven and earth. Duan Ling Tian is really the best gift the heavens have given me, Rulai thought to himself as his eyes shone brightly. He looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was looking at a precious treasure. Based on Rulai's words, it was clear he did not belong to Rulai at this moment. Instead, he belonged to someone who called himself Master Mi Yen. Duan Ling Tian also noticed Tathagata's gaze, and he instantly became vigilant. It seemed like Rulai was after something. Otherwise, he would not have stared at Duan Ling Tian with such a gaze. Duan Ling Tian, you're too strong. I Zhou Shaoquan am completely convinced. Zhou Shaoquan, who'd long since crushed his jade token and fled, didn't even have the time to ask what ability Duan Ling Tian executed earlier when he heard the discussions of the crowd of young geniuses in the surrounding spectating area, and it allowed him to find out what had happened. Zhou Shaoquan smiled at Duan Ling Tian before he turned around and returned to the spectator seats. Duan Ling Tian followed suit. However, at this moment, Duan Ling Tian's every move attracted everyone's attention. Duan Ling Tian. He was the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He had mastered the space sword Dao that was based on Feng Qingyang's destruction sword Dao. He had mastered the Dao of control, another one of the four Taoists of heaven and earth. It was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to not be noticed by all these people. Up until now, I don't think I've seen Duan Ling Tian's attainments in the law of space. Many people suddenly thought of this question. Although Duan Ling Tian had defeated two two-star gods of war and defeated Zhou Shaoquan, who was one of the best two-star gods of war, he did not seem to have mastered the law of space. From the beginning until the end, he had only used the teleportation profundity from the law of space. The first time he had used the law of space to cast the space sword Dao, he had only used a single profundity. The second time he had used the Dao of control to defeat Zhou Shaoquan, he had not used a single profundity from the law of space. Maybe his attainments in the law of space are mediocre. He might not have even fused a single profundity from the law of space. Someone said, "That's impossible." Some people thought it was impossible. Didn't you see his celestial origin energy? His celestial origin energy is at least at the level of a 9 palaces celestial emperor. He's already a 9 palaces celestial emperor and has mastered 2 of the 4 Taoists of heaven and earth. Do you think he hasn't mastered a single profundity from the law of space? Many people thought it was impossible. Of course, there were still some people who voiced their doubts. A person's energy is limited. I admit that Duan Ling Tian's comprehension is high, but he's only 600 years old after all. Moreover, he's an ascender who has only ascended for a few hundred years at most. It's already shocking that he has only mastered 2 of the 4 Taoists of heaven and earth for a few hundred years. Does he have any other experience in comprehending a single profundity from the law of space? Maybe he hasn't even comprehended all 9 profundities from the law of space. When Duan Ling Tian returned to his seat in the spectator seats, he heard all these questions. However, he merely smiled and brushed them off. As soon as he returned to his seat, Tang Sanpao stared at Duan Ling Tian with bright eyes. He asked curiously, Duan Lingtian, how's your attainment in the law of space? Why are you asking this? Duan Lingtian asked. Tang Sanpao chuckled. If your attainments in the law of space were ordinary, I would definitely fight you even if you had mastered the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. However, if your attainments in the laws of space are also very high, then I won't fight with you. I don't want to make a fool of myself. Moreover, my reputation will be damaged. I don't want to be laughed at by that old man because I lost to you. I'll just make fun of him for losing to your master. I can't give him the chance to make fun of me. When Tang Sanpao said these words, his face did not turn red, and his expression did not change, as if it was natural. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. This Tang Sanpao is really a clown. No wonder Zhang Tianyu said that he doesn't look like an expert at all. Compared to Ling Jueyun, they were 2 extremes. You'll find out when we fight. Duan Lingtian smiled. Mobile version of the website, M. Chapter 3485. Not only did Duan Lingtian find Tang Sanpao's words funny, but even Zhang Tianyu and the others were rendered speechless. Why didn't this fellow have the self-awareness of a 5-star god of war who was not even 1,000 years old? Even if that's what he thought, he shouldn't have said it out loud, right? Wasn't it embarrassing? You're keeping me in suspense. Tang Sanpao was slightly annoyed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, his expression quickly calmed down as he said, "Forget it. In any case, you won't be able to face me in a short time. As long as your opponents are more capable, they'll be able to force you to show your strength. At that time, I'll see if I should just admit defeat and not enter the arena." Even Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by Tang Sanpao's words. Among us, Ling Jueyun is the only one who hasn't entered the arena yet. Tang Sanpao's attention quickly shifted to Ling Jueyun. After another 2 rounds, Ling Jueyun's name finally appeared in the sky above the arena. His opponent was someone called Zhang Hengyu. Zhang Hengyu is finally going to enter the arena. 10 years ago, Zhang Hengyu was already a 3-star god of war. I'm sure he's even stronger now. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the others finally learned about Ling Jueyun's opponent's strength. Although the title temple had introduced each of the 300 participants, including Zhang Hengyu, Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to the list unless the person was extremely outstanding. Duan Lingtian only remembered that the person was a young genius who was suspected to be a 4-star god of war. Zhang Hengyu was not included in the list. Zhang Hengyu is the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Upper Celestial Pavilion, a heaven-grade force in the blazing heaven. He's only 800 years old, but he's already a 3-star god of war. Many people say that he has a chance of becoming a 4-star war god before he turns 1,000 years old. That Ling Jueyun is said to be Feng Qingtian's rogue cultivator. Although he's an independent cultivator, he's the strongest among the dozen people Feng Qingtian brought from the title temple. Moreover, during the 2nd round of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, he killed a top 2-star god of war as if he was killing a dog. He's at least a 3-star god of war. A few young geniuses from Feng Qingtian said that Ling Jueyun is at least one of the best among 3-star war gods. He might even be a 4-star war god. Similar comments came one after another from the audience. Obviously, many of them had done their homework and had a certain understanding of Ling Jueyun. At this moment, Ling Jueyun entered the ring and faced off against Zhang Hengyu. Zhang Hengyu was a young man in a brocade robe. He had a serious look on his face. He stood next to Ling Jueyun, who had a cold look on his face. The 2 of them looked at each other silently. Neither of them spoke first, and in the end, neither of them spoke. Swoosh! In the end, Zhang Hengyu made the first move. As soon as he made his move, he took out his celestial weapon. It was an exquisite cauldron. As soon as he threw it out, the cauldron rapidly grew in size. It shrouded Ling Jueyun like a burning volcano as it descended from the sky toward Ling Jueyun. Ling Jueyun's expression was calm as he faced the gigantic cauldron. When the gigantic cauldron got closer and closer to him, another clone of Ling Jueyun leaped out of his body. It was the death clone Profundity from the Law of Death. Black energy swirled around the clone as though black dragons were shrouded in mist. The clone soared into the sky and met the gigantic cauldron fearlessly. Bang! A loud sound reverberated. When Ling Jueyun's death clone clashed with the gigantic cauldron, the flames on the cauldron surged and engulfed Ling Jueyun's death clone in an instant. Jiang Hengyu's expression was solemn and the veins on his forehead bulged. Clearly, he had used up all his strength. Ling Jueyun is being suppressed? Just as many people were thinking this as they watched the scene in front of them. Roar! A beast-like roar was heard. Within the surging flames, Ling Jueyun's death clone appeared. With a pair of blood-red eyes, he opened his mouth and let out a roar. Then, the death energy around him turned into waves of sharp sword chi. Wherever it passed, the flames were extinguished. Whoosh! 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 Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the death energy around Ling Jueyun's death clone quickly converged into a single point and condensed on his fist. Then, he punched out and landed on the gigantic cauldron. The terrifying death energy instantly exploded. Bang! Another loud bang was heard. The gigantic cauldron was sent flying by the punch. The flames on it were also extinguished. Not far away, Jiang Hengyu, who was controlling the gigantic cauldron, suffered from the backlash. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body subconsciously retreated a distance. He looked battered and exhausted. I've lost. Jiang Hengyu raised his hand and strenuously retrieved the gigantic cauldron. To be precise, it was the small, exquisite cauldron. This was because the gigantic cauldron had gradually shrunk on its way back. When it reached Jiang Hengyu's hand, it was only the size of his palm. He easily grabbed it with one hand. Ling Jueyun had one just like that. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that most of the young geniuses could not react in time. Only those young geniuses with unique eyesight could see some clues. Although it was only a brief exchange of blows, Jiang Hengyu had used all his strength. However, even so, he could not withstand a single blow from Ling Jueyun. In fact, from the beginning to the end, only Ling Jueyun's death clone attacked. His original body stood in the same place and did not move at all. Moreover, he did not use any immortal equipment. If we were to say that in the past, Ling Jueyun was at least one of the best among the 3-star war gods, then now, we are completely sure that Ling Jueyun is at least one of the best among the 4-star war gods. That's right. A normal 4-star war god would not be able to defeat Jiang Hengyu's full-strength attack so easily. Ling Jueyun's victory attracted the attention of the crowd. Everyone saw with their own eyes that after he defeated Jiang Hengyu, he returned to Duan Lingtian's side and sat down. Ling Jueyun and Duan Lingtian seemed to have been together all along. That's right. They have been together all along. Oh my god. What kind of combination is that? Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Ling Jueyun, and a 5-star war god, Tang Sanpao. In the beginning, not many people paid attention to Duan Lingtian and the others. However, now that Ling Jueyun had won as well, they had become the center of attention. At this time, more people realized that they knew each other and felt that they were very familiar with each other. Birds of a feather flock together. Don't tell me this is what they mean by birds of a feather flock together? The gazes of the crowd swept over and focused on Duan Ling Tian's group of 4, causing Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi to feel extremely pressured as they sat together with Duan Ling Tian's group of 4. However, when the other 4 battles began, everyone's attention shifted again. As time passed, the first stage of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was coming to an end. In this stage, apart from Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Ling Jueyun, and Tang Sanpao, there were other people who performed outstandingly as well. For example, Zhong Guiyu, a sectless cultivator who came from the boundless heaven, had surprised everyone since the beginning of the fourth round. There was also Yu Dongfang, the third true disciple of the heavenly emperor of Shenyuan heaven. He had displayed the strength of a four-star war god. As for whether this was the full extent of his strength, no one knew, unless someone could force him to use even more strength. Apart from that, there were also some people who displayed the strength of a four-star war god. However, up until now, only Zhong Guiyu and Tang Sanpao had displayed the strength of a five-star war god. This was because their opponents were four-star war gods. If they did not display the strength of a five-star war god, it would be difficult for them to win. As for the others, there were five-star war gods as well. However, since their opponents were not four-star war gods, they did not need to use their full strength to defeat their opponents. If their opponents were weak, they could defeat them without using their full strength. Who would use their full strength? Wouldn't that be equivalent to revealing one's trump card in advance? As for Zhong Guiyu and Tang Sanpao, they could not do anything. Their opponents were four-star war gods. If they did not display the strength of a five-star war god, it would be difficult for them to win. The second stage of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses will begin in 3 days. Su Konghai, the Vice Palace Master of the main hall of the Title Temple, announced the end of the first stage of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. They would have to wait for 3 days. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye for the crowd. 3 days was more than enough time for those who had suffered certain injuries to completely heal and recover. After all, during the first stage of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Devata Realms, one could crush the Jade Token and leave at any time. Even if the victor was injured, it would not be too serious. Before the second stage of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses began, many people were looking forward to it. However, when they really started, they would find that the people who performed well in the previous round wouldn't be matched up against other outstanding people in this round. They would be matched up against weaker people. Under these circumstances, even Zhong Guiyu and Tang Sanpao didn't use the strength of a five-star war god in this round, let alone those who didn't use their full strength in the previous round. Even Zhong Guiyu and Tang Sanpao didn't use their full strength in this round. In the end, the 75 people who were eliminated were those who had average results in the previous stage. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and the rest of the 75 people performed relatively well. It seems like the Title Temple is planning to save the most exciting duels for the last. Previously, some of the secluded cultivators didn't have any outstanding performances, but after the first stage of the fourth round, I think they'll have a better idea of what's going on. Zhang Tianyu said, "That is indeed the case." Wang Ting nodded. During the third stage of the fourth round, Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Ling Juyun, and Tang Sanpao were spectators. Chapter 3486. In the third stage of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, 75 of the 300 participants who had temporarily advanced did not have to participate. The remaining 225 participants would compete for the 25 spots that had temporarily advanced. 225 people were competing for 25 slots, which meant that roughly 1 in 10 would survive. This process was bound to take a long time, at least longer than the first and second stages combined. Moreover, among these 225 people, although there were some who were not weaker than one of the 75 people who had temporarily advanced, there were not many of them. For this reason, the outcome was not as good as before. For this reason, many heavenly emperors left their seats in just a short while. Many young geniuses left as well. On the other hand, none of the people from the Title Temple left. After all, the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was organized by the Title Temple, so it was impossible for them to leave. If they left, they would be punished by the Title Temple. At this moment, even Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, left with Feng Qingyang. "It's boring. Let's go back and cultivate. When the results are out and we are needed, we will come again." Tang Sanpao said to Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Ling Jueyun. Duan Lingtian and the other two did not object to Tang Sanpao's words. Therefore, the four of them left. Before they left, they asked Zhang Tianyu and the others to inform them after the third stage was over. They had nothing to do with the third stage, but they had to be present during the fourth stage. Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jian did not leave. Although the battles were not interesting to Duan Lingtian and the others, they were very interested in the battles. After all, the young geniuses who had managed to survive until now were much stronger than them. They were inspired by the battles between the young geniuses. Naturally, they would not miss such a good opportunity. At this moment, most of the young geniuses who were leaving the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses were among the 75 people who had temporarily advanced to the next round. However, if one were to count the number of people who had left, there were at most 20 to 30 people. See you later. Duan Lingtian and the others returned to the lodgings arranged by the Primeval Heaven's Heavenly Emperor Palace. After greeting each other, they went back to their own lodgings. After entering the wooden house and closing the door, Duan Lingtian laid on the bed. His heart was as still as water, and it didn't take long for him to fall into a deep sleep. Although it didn't matter if immortals didn't sleep, when they really wanted to sleep, as long as they closed their perception, it was still very easy to fall asleep. Of course, this kind of sleeping state had to be in an absolutely quiet environment, because as long as there was the slightest movement in the wind, it would wake them up. Unlike ordinary people, some people who were in deep sleep could be so deep that they could not be woken up by lightning. As he slept, Duan Lingtian held the godhood of a paragon in his hand. Before long, he awoke from his dream. In his dream, he saw the same blurry humanoid figure in the void, displaying the profundities of the magical laws of space. The way of control? Soon, Duan Lingtian realized that the scenery in front of him had changed. A blurry human figure appeared in front of a mountain range. He stood there, unmoving like a mountain. All of a sudden, he stretched out his arms horizontally. In the next moment, the void around him shook, twisted, and folded. Then, the twisting and folding of space continued to spread in all directions. At first, it was the surrounding void that fell. Then, the clouds on the horizon fell, and finally, the mountain range beneath his feet fell. Boom! Rumble! Under the baptism of the terrible power of space, the mountain range was twisted by the distorted space and turned into fine powder. At the same time, the clouds in the sky disappeared, and the place where the vague human figure was, only a cloud of dust was left. The range of his Tao of control is truly vast. As for mine, it only covers an area of 5 meters with me as the center. It's just like a small domain. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew that although the profundities of most of the laws of space covered a wide area, in terms of power and lethality, they were far inferior to the space covered by the way of control. Within the space controlled by the way of control, the person who used the way of control was the god of that space. After a short while, Duan Lingtian saw the humanoid figure moving again. A sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. Then, he used the law of space to activate the sword in his hand, displaying all kinds of profundities. His sword Tao has the shadow of Master's Destruction Sword Tao. This ultimate powerhouse divinity is really strange. Does it know the sword Tao that I've comprehended? When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Then, he was so frightened that he woke up from his sleep. Duan Lingtian took out the formation plate and set up the isolation formation. With a thought, he opened the little world in his body and communicated with the world-cleansing divine water. Sister Water, why do I feel that the ultimate powerhouse divinity is strange? It actually understands my sword Tao? Duan Lingtian told the world-cleansing divine water. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. However, he could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked the world-cleansing divine water about it. The world-cleansing divine water was the most knowledgeable of the 5 divine elements in his body. Based on the number of years she had lived, it would not be an exaggeration to call her an encyclopedia. That's normal. The world-cleansing divine water was not surprised when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. The ultimate powerhouse divinity is left behind by the ultimate powerhouse after his death. It's a supreme treasure in heaven and earth. Not only can it help the person who obtains it quickly comprehend the laws and Tao he's skilled in, but it also contains a trace of the ultimate powerhouse's will. With the will of an omnipotent expert, the godhead of an omnipotent expert can be said to be a sentient object to a certain extent. However, even though it has spirituality, it's not a sentient object. It can only do things instinctively. Just as you said, it can understand the sword Tao that you've comprehended. That's one of its instincts. Furthermore, it uses the thoughts of the original owner of the Supreme Expert's Godhead to practice the Tao of sword you've comprehended. Even if the Supreme Expert has never come into contact with the Tao of sword before, he has already mastered the other Taos of heaven and earth. Naturally, you won't be able to compare to him in terms of comprehension of the Tao of sword. The four Taos of heaven and earth must have some similarities in certain aspects. The world-cleansing divine water's words completely resolved Duan Lingtian's confusion. As it turned out, the ultimate powerhouse divinity still contained a trace of the ultimate powerhouse's will. Next, Zhou Donghuang glanced at his friends and family in the small world in his body. Seeing that they were all focused on training, he did not disturb them. He closed the small world in his body again and went back to sleep to be a good student. To him, the figure of the ultimate powerhouse divinity in his dreams was a great teacher. Although the third stage of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses took a long time, it still ended in a month. Among the 225 participants, 25 people had advanced to the next stage. These 25 people were the strongest among the 225 participants. Duan Lingtian, the fourth stage of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses will begin in 3 days. The 100 people who have advanced will be challenged by the 200 people who have been eliminated. When Duan Lingtian received Zhang Tianyu's message in his sleep, he immediately woke up. For the next 3 days, he did not continue to sleep. Instead, he began to cultivate to increase the restless celestial origin energy in his body. In the dreamland, the celestial origin energy in his body was involuntarily controlled by his consciousness to a certain extent. It was the same every time he comprehended the supreme powerhouse divinity. Naturally, it only took him half a day to adjust the celestial origin energy in his body. During the rest of the time, he meditated and thought to himself, I must win first place in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. I must obtain the exploding element celestial fruit. With the exploding element celestial fruit, I'll be able to save a few decades of cultivation time and become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor as soon as possible. Although Duan Lingtian was a 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor and was only 1 step away from becoming a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, it was still difficult for him to break through. It was even more difficult than becoming a 6 Combos Celestial Emperor or a 7 Stars Celestial Emperor from 1 basic Celestial Emperor. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's innate talent and the abundant resources from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and the heaven and earth spirit energy from the realms of gods in his little world helped him. Ordinary people would need at least a few hundred years to break through from a 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor to a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, even if they were extremely talented and stood at the top of the Devata realms. No matter how strong a 5-star god of war is, at most, a 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor who participated in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Even in the long history of the Devata Realms, very few people managed to break through the barrier between a 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor and a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor before the age of 1000. Most of those people had consumed the exploding element celestial fruit or other celestial fruits similar to the exploding element celestial fruit. The Devata realms were huge, and there were 81 of them. It was not surprising that there were other celestial fruits that were comparable to the exploding element celestial fruit in the Devata realms. 3 days later, Duan Lingtian left his room and sent a message to Su Li. Since Su Li did not look for him, Duan Lingtian knew Su Li was still in the Devata realm. Otherwise, Su Li would have greeted him and gone with him. I was in the middle of my cultivation and forgot that today is the fourth stage of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Su Li said with a sigh. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian smiled and followed Su Li to the Devata Realms Genius Battle. I wonder how many people will challenge us during this stage. Chapter 3487. In the fourth stage of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, including Duan Lingtian, 75 people who had temporarily advanced in the second stage, and 25 people who had temporarily advanced in the third stage, would be challenged by the remaining 200 people who were temporarily eliminated. Each person would be given 10 chances to challenge the remaining 200 people. If each person had 10 chances, there would be a total of 1,000 chances. Naturally, there would not be anyone who would exhaust all their chances. Those who were strong might only need 1 or 2 chances to advance to the next stage. Only those who were weak would need to use 10 chances. Moreover, even after 10 chances, they might not be able to advance. Regardless, the final stage of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses attracted a lot of attention. Apart from the young geniuses, even the heavenly emperors from the various Devata realms were present. As for the high-ranking officials of the Tidal Temple's branches, they had not even finished the boring third stage. It was only natural that they would come to the final stage. Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple, appeared. He looked at the young geniuses in the surroundings and said calmly, "Today, the final stage of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses will begin. The 100 people who can stand at the end of this stage will successfully advance to the next round. Since all of you are aware of the rules, I won't repeat them. Now, the 200 young geniuses who have temporarily been eliminated can challenge the 100 people who have temporarily advanced to the next round. As for the latest information, it's still floating above my head." Although most people had already seen the 100 lines of words, they could not help but look at them when they heard Su Konghai's words. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw his name and the introduction at the back. It was very different from before. Duan Lingtian from the solitary destructive heaven. He's the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Up until now, his strength is comparable to a top 3-star war god. If he has fused 2 profundities from the law of space, his strength is comparable to a 4-star war god. This was the Tidal Temple's introduction of Duan Lingtian. Regardless of whether he had fused 2 profundities from the law of space, his strength was comparable to a top 3-star war god. This judgment is quite objective. Duan Lingtian nodded inwardly. Then, his gaze landed on Ling Juiyun's introduction. Ling Juiyun from the Feng Qingtian. His origin is mysterious, but he seems to be acquainted with Duan Lingtian, the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Based on his current strength, he is at least a 4-star war god. Then, Duan Lingtian saw the introduction of Tang Sanpao and Su Li. Tang Sanpao was confirmed to be a 5-star warlord or above. As for the introduction, he was a reclusive individual cultivator. Su Li was a disciple of the Jade Emperor Heaven's Thousand Tribulations sword sect. He had the strength of a 4-star god of war, and he had just become a 4-star god of war. Duan Lingtian, among the 4 of us, you're the one who's hiding the most. Tang Sanpao gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. Usually, people who are more sinister hide their strength more deeply. You're quite sinister. Tang Sanpao, it seems like you're very confident in your own strength. Duan Lingtian turned his head and looked deeply at Tang Sanpao. The corners of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Tang Sanpao felt his hair stand on end. At the same time, he squeezed out a smile and said, "I'm just joking, just joking." At the same time, Tang Sanpao's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Duan Lingtian really had the strength to defeat him? There are quite a lot of 4-star war gods. Su Li looked at the name list floating above Su Konghai's head and said, "Hearing this, Duan Lingtian also looked over. Soon, he discovered that there were more than 20 people who were confirmed to be 4-star war gods or above. It seems like after several rounds of advancement, more and more people can't hide their strength anymore. It wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out this point. There were nearly 34-star war gods and 5-star war gods in total. And this was only based on the introduction on the name list. I'm afraid there are very few people who would challenge 4-star war gods or above. In the previous Devata Realms Battles of Geniuses, 4-star war gods are basically guaranteed to enter the top 30. Zhang Tianyu said. The facts proved that it was just as Zhang Tianyu said. As long as it was a 4-star war god on the name list, no one would take the initiative to challenge them in the final stage of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battles of Geniuses. The 200 people who challenged 4-star war gods or below. Obviously, they were aware of their own strength and knew their chances of winning against a 4-star war god were not high. Could even be said that they had no chance of winning, so they didn't challenge them. Duan Lingtian, there shouldn't be anyone who would challenge us. However, I think there might be someone who would challenge you. Tang Sanpao smiled. Very soon, Tang Sanpao's jinx came true. I, Ouyang Su, challenged Duan Lingtian. The person who challenged Duan Lingtian was a young man dressed in a green robe. He had an ordinary appearance and a medium build, but his eyes were as sharp as swords. At this moment, the young man was standing there. Around his body, there were thin golden sword lights, and there was a huge golden sword that was faintly discernible under his feet. It's Ouyang Su. He's a young genius from the solitary destructive heaven. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as she said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, Ouyang Su is a 3-star war god. He's also a famous young genius in the solitary destructive heaven. He's also a sword celestial. Apart from that, Wang Ting seemed to have recalled something as she continued to say, I heard Ouyang Su once knelt in front of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven for a month, begging Lord Heavenly Emperor to accept him as his disciple. However, Lord Heavenly Emperor ignored him. A month later, he left. He's very stubborn. After that, he rose to fame in the solitary destructive heaven and went around challenging young geniuses below the age of 1,000. He was undefeated. 100 years ago, he was already a 3-star war god. After that, he went to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and knelt there for 3 months, begging Lord Heavenly Emperor to accept him as his disciple. Lord Heavenly Emperor still ignored him. This time, he didn't leave quietly. Instead, he stood outside the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and made a ruckus. Wang Ting looked at Duan Lingtian cautiously before she continued to say, he asked why Lord Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang didn't accept him as his disciple. He defeated Feng Qingyang's only true disciple with just one move, and he even killed him. At that time, he seemed to know you to a certain extent. He knew you're 300 years younger than him. Wang Ting said, all in all, although he didn't dare to say too much back then. But the meaning behind his words was that the Heavenly Emperor had eyes but no eyes, and it's because of his bad eyesight that he chose you as his successor disciple. Oh, there's such a thing? After hearing what Wang Ting said, Duan Lingtian finally understood why Ouyang Su's eyes faintly flickered with a fierce light when he stared at him. So it turned out that this was the reason. He was no longer surprised by Ouyang Su's words. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian disappeared from his spot in just a blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he was standing not far away from Ouyang Su. He looked at Ouyang Su calmly and said, make your move. Although Duan Lingtian asked Ouyang Su to make his move, Ouyang Su seemed to have no intention of making a move. Instead, he stared at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, Duan Lingtian, do you know how long I've waited for this moment? I don't know. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, I'm not interested in knowing. At the same time, the onlookers also noticed Ouyang Su's hostility toward Duan Lingtian. Does Ouyang Su have a grudge with Duan Lingtian? The way he looks at Duan Lingtian is as though he wants to eat him alive. You can see that as well? There must be a grudge between them. Just like Ouyang Su, I came here with the people from the Tidal Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven. Ouyang Su is a famous young genius in the solitary destructive heaven. However, this is the first time he's meeting Duan Lingtian in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Moreover, there's no enmity between them. No enmity? That's impossible, right? Ouyang Su has knelt in front of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven twice, begging to be Lord Heavenly Emperor's disciple. However, as it turned out, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was unwilling to accept Ouyang Su as his disciple. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian. Ouyang Su glared at Duan Lingtian as his eyes flashed with killing intent. Today, I'll show Lord Heavenly Emperor how weak you are even though you're his only true disciple. As soon as Ouyang Su's voice fell, his aura soared. Golden light wreaked havoc around his body. It was as if his entire body was covered with a layer of golden light. The golden light on the surface of his body soared and vaguely transformed into a giant sword. Around the giant sword, streaks of golden sword light twirled around it. It was gorgeous and dazzling. I'll wait and see, Duan Lingtian said indifferently with a faint smile on his face. Upon seeing this, Ding Fu, the Heavenly Emperor of the primeval heaven, could not help but laugh. Brother Feng, your disciple is really calm. Feng Qingyang smiled faintly when he heard Ding Fu's words. His eyes were filled with tenderness as he looked at Duan Lingtian. As for Ouyang Su, from the beginning until the end, the Heavenly Emperor of the Wind Heaven did not even look at him. Duan Lingtian, I'll defeat you in 10 moves. Ouyang Su cried out before he transformed into a sword and charged at Duan Lingtian. Sword rays rained down on Ouyang Su like a shadow. Many profundities from the law of metal were revealed, including the fused profundities. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sword rays tore through the air and created a series of ear-piercing sword whistles that sounded like the sound of waves crashing on the sea. In the Hall of Literature. Chapter 3488. As soon as Ouyang Su made his move, the entire arena was shrouded in a golden light. When every sword howl flashed out, it faintly carried along a fierce tearing sound as it tore through the air. Numerous sword lights shot towards Duan Lingtian in unison. Duan Lingtian could not help but raise an eyebrow when he saw Ouyang Su's strength. Based on Ouyang Su's current strength, he was not just a 3-star god of war. He was at least a 4-star god of war. When Duan Lingtian discovered Ouyang Su's strength, many of the young geniuses in the crowd had also discovered Ouyang Su's strength. Ouyang Su is not a 3-star god of war. He's a 4-star god of war. He was a 3-star god of war 100 years ago. It's normal for him to be a 4-star god of war now. A 4-star god of war under the age of 1000. In the Devata realms, there aren't more than 30 to 40 people like him. More than 90% of the heavenly emperors in the Devata realms would be willing to accept him as a disciple, right? Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang isn't one of the heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Initially, I thought Ouyang Su might not be a match for Duan Lingtian if he's a 3-star god of war. I didn't expect him to be a 4-star god of war. In this case, unless Duan Lingtian is a 4-star god of war as well, he won't be able to defeat Ouyang Su. The Tidal Temple had determined Duan Lingtian's strength to be at the peak of the 3-star god of war. This was based on the fact that he had comprehended fused profundities from the law of space. The Tidal Temple had only taken into account 2 of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth that he had just mastered. Fancy but impractical. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian casually waved his hand. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of space surged out in just a blink of an eye as gray sword rays shot out. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. This scene caused many people to be shocked. Duan Lingtian's attack can actually tear apart space? Any ordinary immortal could tear the space of a mundane plane apart with a wave of their hand. However, the space in the Devata realms was extremely stable. Even a powerful titled celestial emperor would not be able to tear it apart. Rumor had it that only gods who were above celestials could tear it apart. Of course, the tearing here was a complete tearing. When powerful titled celestial emperors fought, they could cause the space around them to tremble and tear apart. However, the tear in space was barely noticeable. However, there was no lack of people with unique insight among the young geniuses present. It's not that his attack can tear space apart. It's that his sword technique contains the dimensional/profundity and other profundities. The dimensional/profound seems to have fused with other profound meanings. Duan Lingtian's attainments in the law of space are also very high. He has comprehended more than one fusion profundity. Amidst the exclamations of these young geniuses, Duan Lingtian's grayish sword rays had already collided with Ouyang Su's dazzling golden sword rays. In other words, Duan Lingtian's attack was insignificant compared to Ouyang Su's attack. The light of Ouyang Su's attack was like the light of the bright moon, whereas Duan Lingtian's attack was like specks of light, unable to compete with the brilliance of the bright moon. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Under the watchful eyes of the others, when Duan Lingtian and Ouyang Su's attacks were about to collide, Duan Lingtian's figure teleported everywhere like a ghost. Numerous afterimages appeared in all directions and shrouded Ouyang Su. Swoosh, swoosh. With Ouyang Su as the center, the space around him began to vibrate. It was as if an invisible hand was trying to grab him, causing the space around him to shrink rapidly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the golden light around Ouyang Su's body and the rain of golden swords were strangely drawn in. It was as if an invisible hand was grabbing them and squeezing them continuously. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ouyang Su was squeezed into a cube. Because his golden energy filled the entire space, the cube appeared. Otherwise, no one would have been able to see that the confined space was a cube. It's the law of space's confinement profundity. He confined Ouyang Su. It's impossible to confine Ouyang Su, right? Ouyang Su is a 4-star god of war. Within the confined space, Ouyang Su stared at Duan Lingtian from afar and smiled coldly. Naive, do you think that your puny spatial confinement can confine me? Next, break for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Ouyang Su's eyes turned cold. The golden sword chi around him increased in intensity. Break for me. The moment Ouyang Su made his move, Duan Lingtian's voice seemed to ring in his ears. Duan Lingtian teleported to the vicinity of the confined space and used his way of control to control the space within a 5-meter radius. The entire confined space was covered by Duan Lingtian's way of control. As for the other part of the space that was not covered by the way of control, the gray sword chi followed along with the cracks in the space. Swoosh, 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 boom, 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 boom. Ouyang Su made his move. The sword chi wreaked havoc as if it could annihilate everything. It fell on the confined space like raindrops and set off thunderous booms that shook the heavens and the earth. However, Duan Lingtian's space-shrouding Dao did not budge at all when he cast his space-shackling Dao. However, there was still a large gap. Ouyang Su's attack broke through it. However, just as he was pleasantly surprised and thought that he had found a way out, the gray sword chi followed along with the cracks in the space and easily annihilated his golden sword chi. Then, in the blink of an eye, deep sword marks were left on his body. Intense pain came from every part of his body. Ouyang Su could not help but cry out in shock. He could endure normal pain. However, this kind of pain felt as if thousands of small knives were slicing his body at the same time. The pain that came from every part of his body caused his senses to be stimulated to the extreme. It was unbearable. Bang! With a loud bang, Duan Lingtian destroyed the confined space with a thought. It condensed into a violent spatial energy that landed on Ouyang Su's body and sent him flying. As he flew out, Ouyang Su spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. Ouyang Su, who had the strength of a 4-star war god, was defeated just like that. Moreover, it was a crushing defeat. From the beginning to the end, he did not even touch Duan Lingtian. Before he could even get close to Duan Lingtian, he was controlled by Duan Lingtian. He was toyed with in the palm of Duan Lingtian's hand. Hiss! 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 As Duan Lingtian easily defeated Ouyang Sun, who had the strength of a 4-star war god, the entire audience could not help but gasp. The scene in front of them was something that most people did not expect. This Duan Lingtian is actually able to defeat Ouyang Su, who has the strength of a 4-star war god, so easily? Oh my god! Even Su Li would at most be able to tie with Ouyang Su, right? I originally thought that Su Li was already monstrous enough. For him to be as monstrous as Su Li is already very shocking. I did not expect him to be even more monstrous and completely leave Su Li behind. This Duan Lingtian not only grasped 2 of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, but his attainments in the law of space are also not low. After the battle between Duan Lingtian and Ouyang Su, Duan Lingtian had further displayed his strength. This was something that he had not displayed before, but now that he had displayed it, everyone was shocked. At the same time, many people instinctively turned to look in the direction of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. It's no wonder the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven accepted Duan Lingtian as his direct disciple and rejected Ouyang Su. Both Duan Lingtian and Ouyang Su aren't even on the same level. Ouyang Su is 200 to 300 years older than Duan Lingtian, but their strength is so much weaker. The gap between the 2 of them is just too big. As expected of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Not only is he powerful, but even his direct disciple is monstrous. Moreover, Duan Lingtian seems to have obtained the inheritance of the heavenly emperor of the wind heaven before he became a celestial in the mundane realm. In the past, many people had thought Feng Qingyang's ability to pick a disciple was perfunctory and casual. However, now they were convinced he had a good eye for talent. All of this was due to Duan Lingtian's performance in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Every time Duan Lingtian makes a move, it's always shocking. I wonder if he used his full strength today. If he didn't use his full strength, he might be a 5-star god of war or even a 6-star god of war. A 6-star god of war? Is that possible? In the history of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, it's rare for a 6-star god of war to appear, right? The Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses is held once every 1,000 years, and a 6-star god of war only appears once every 10,000 years. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian returned to the spectator area. Naturally, Tang Sanpao, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jian were waiting for him in shock. As for Su Li and Ling Juiyun, they did not seem surprised at all. At the very least, in their opinion, Duan Lingtian should be this way. If Duan Lingtian could not even deal with Ouyang Su, they would find it strange. Duan Lingtian, did you use your full strength earlier? Tang Sanpao asked tentatively. However, Duan Lingtian merely glanced at him indifferently and smiled mysteriously. What? If I used my full strength earlier, are you confident you can deal with me? Tang Sanpao smiled awkwardly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. How could that be? Of course not. With your current strength, I'm afraid that if I were to fight you, we would at most end up in a draw. Mobile version update website. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.